All right, folks, let me try this again here. Sorry about all this.
I think we are back for part 2 of the RWB International Endurance Series. Currently just coming up to the halfway mark here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. Currently, to a quick update for you. It's Madsley leading from Timmermans with... so Justin Madsley from Nick Timmermans, then Zach Zeitier in the Audi, car number 88, and Jeff Spangler is in 4th in the 32 McLaren, with Nigel Turin in 5th in the number 911 Porsche. James Perry is currently 6th in the 44 BMW, ahead of James Alker in the 772 Porsche. Then it's Crawford Brown in the 33 Audi, ahead of Kalle Tielander in the 416 Porsche, and RWB Scott Free in the number 97 Porsche. In 13th place, it's Damien Lowe. So 11th place, excuse me, is Damien Lowe in the BMW, although I think that's changed because Hugo Gomez is behind the wheel of that car now. The 744 is showing as being in 12th, Craig Gilbert-Wood 11th. Ferguson's in the 415. Sorry, so it's... I think that means Pitwall needs refreshing. So from 6th down to 27th, as it's showing the 112 BMW is being disqualified. It's MO Plate leading from Spangler, Perry, Taryn, Moore, Alka, Josh Barton, Tielander, Ferguson, Gilbert-Wood, Reese White, Scott Free, Hugo Gomez, Venema, Debug, Duckworth, Iglesias, Iberg, Almango, RWB Flack, Damien Vilk, Villikens, Ambrosio. That's the top 23. Number 1 BMW is showing on Pitwall as still having Dirk Gretschel behind the wheel. So we'll quickly refresh that for you. Quickly put all that into my computer. Oh, what have I done here? Don't worry, that's merely a case of Rob doing Rob things. We'll just try and sort this out. Thanks to Nate Newcomer for helping solve that slight moment there. We managed to switch streams over successfully. I'm just going to find it now on here to scroll down a sec, and it still hasn't refreshed yet, so I'll see if there's a way I can do that. Currently with Craig Gilbert-Wood in the Ferrari, currently in 11th place. And there's Chris Ferguson in the 415 Porsche. Perry, I've just noticed, has actually set the fastest lap of the race in the BMW M4 GT3. The incident involving the 30 Shkrapatan GP entry and the 16 Sol Racing Team entry currently under investigation at the moment. That's from lap 153, so that was quite a while ago. At turn 5, which is that tricky downhill left-hander where you can't really find the braking zone terribly well. Not sure what the issue is likely to be there. There's Christopher Elberg in the Zero Force Racing BMW, car number 1. There's Chris Ferguson in the Porsche. Got the Vassar Sullivan Lexus right in front of him of Duckworth. That's not for position, that's for to put another lap on the RCF. Goes around the outside at Lacacia and puts his foot down around the last few corners in the stadium section. The disqualification for the BMW car number 112 has been cleared. Although they are now down in 9th place and a couple of laps off the lead, so still just over half the race to go. Still plenty of time to make that up, and there's a big hit there for Ferguson in the 415. Didn't quite catch who smashed into him there. Unfortunately, there's a Lexus which has pulled off at the side of the track, and that says to me that that might well have been Duckworth in the 14 Vassar Sullivan entry that had hit him. There's a decent old whack onto the 415 on that right-hand side, so I'm wondering if Ferguson's got any damage. He's looking to see what line he's taking. He's got a Ferrari just ahead of him. Now we're currently looking at EJ in the Porsche. There's the Aston Martin 149, I believe that was, just in front there. Indeed, that was the Aston Martin 149. That's Villikens behind the wheel at the moment in 23rd place. EJ currently in 10th in the 772 All Sorts Racing car. Heading out of Lacacia once more. And through, there's Yannick Kurtz in the 112 BMW. That's lost a couple of laps, unfortunately. rather a lap. There's Forkson coming into the pits now in the Porsche 415. So that's clearly got some suspension damage at the very least, no doubt. So it's no doubt that's going to be. Keep an eye and see if the 415 team do put a report in to the stewards. Well, they might. Meanwhile, Tarin has just set the fastest lap of the race in the 911 Porsche. Track is showing as optimum 17 degrees air temperature, so air is nice and dense at the moment. And as I say, that's the as I'm just after I mentioned that there's probably going to be a steward's report. It has shown up that the 415 and the 14, their incident is under investigation. Unfortunately for the Vassar Sullivan Racing Lexus team, it was also caught on camera, so on the live stream. And Ferguson, to top it to as if it couldn't get any worse for the lad, has got a drive-through penalty as well, which I think might be for track limits, although whether that was track limits owing to car not wanting to steer, and I'm fairly sure there might be a protest being put in at the game's decision to award the penalty. The Sam Snell-Trent is currently in 4th place. Now looking at Godfrey in the GPX Racing Porsche. GPX Racing in the Martini-esque tribute livery. I'll say Martini-esque. It's only running the dark blue and the light blue stripes. Not running the red stripes on the car, thanks to the Loi Evin, which is a piece of law brought in France in relation to alcohol and tobacco advertising during sporting events, which always made the French Grand Prix a little bit of a problem for the F1 teams back in the days when most of them were sponsored by tobacco companies. And it's the same for Williams in the last few years with the when they ran the Martini livery on the car. They had to run a different design for that, and it also affected the ESM sports car team when they were racing at Le Mans, as their bronze graded driver also was the owner of Tequila Patron. So they had to find alternative sponsorship for the Le Mans 24 hours because of Loi Vin prohibiting alcohol sponsorship. I think one year they were sponsored by Rolling Stone, if I remember correctly. So yes, the livery of this variant of the Martini design was also used in the races in F1 races in Bahrain and Abu Dhabi as well. So they were able to use it on more than one occasion. I don't have this written down as notes before anyone asks, so just off of memory. So yeah, probably explains why I'm still single, but there we are. Currently looking at Tarin in the Shumi Skins Works entry. Half the race to go, still trying to close up the gap to Perry in the 44 BMW. Ammo plate still well in the lead in the 76 Ferrari. Emo was phenomenally quick in the Constructors' Championship race on Tuesday night here, and in the previous round of the Endurance Series, Phil Varley was also very impressive indeed in the big Nissan GT3, a car which never normally does terribly well for the most part. Outside of Japan, where it's raced quite extensively in Super GT in the GT300 class and in Super Taiko as well. I'm looking at Damien Vilk in the 21 Lamborghini. He's got Marcos Iglesias, just in front of him. Damien looking to try and get his lap back. Yeah, Iglesias is in 18th place. Damien Vilk is currently in 22nd at the moment. James Perry doing a 45.4 last time around. Best lap in that car, 40 is 44. In the 44s, there's RWB Flack in the Admin Avengers car. The very Marvel-esque livery on the Lexus. Lexus suiting these kind of liveries very, very well indeed, actually. So, yeah, it's been a good race so far. Coming up to half distance already, which is somewhat hard to believe. Paolo Ambrosio we're looking at in the 42. Aston Martin. Back to Iglesias in the Audi. The Cracks Sim Pro team having been in a little bit of trouble with the stewards earlier on this evening, a couple of hours ago, due to excessive use of the headlight flasher button. And the penalties for that have been served, and all is well on that front, and has been since. Anyway, plate just ticking on to lap 190. So we should be reaching about 193, 194-ish laps by the midway, the halfway mark of the race. Insert whatever. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, meme you like. I mean, I could just post a photograph of me with back when I looked like a long-lost member of Spinal Tap. That'd do the trick, wouldn't it? Well, I think so anyway. So, coming out of Renault now is James Perry in car number 44. Going to be worth keeping an eye actually on the gap between Perry and Tarin. Tarin does appear to be closing the gap somewhat in the Porsche car number 911. Gap now 13.2 seconds between Perry and Tarin. Still got another round of pit stops to come. Of course, we don't know who's double stinting, who's single stinting, or what else, where the traffic is, and etc. etc. Yeah. And like we see here, we've got the number 8 Audi. Behind that is the 97 Porsche of Scott Free, and behind them is a bit of side-to-side contact there between and a bit of a nudge from behind, and getting a bit messy in the final sector as trying to all find a way past each other, and preferably without hitting each other. But yes, a little bit of a side-to-side contact there between the GPX Porsche Scott Free and the 44 BMW Perry. They're 3 wide with the number 8 Audi of Iglesias down in 18th place. The incident on lap 183 between the 31 Beans entry and the 149 Dutch and Deutsch Racing. has been observed no further action, as the 32 team said car has run on blue flags 149. 149 realises and pulled to the side, indicating that they will allow a pass. 32 gets past. 149 does not slow sufficiently, and as 32 completes the pass, 149 understeers into 32, causing a spin. 10 seconds lost and 1 second damage is what they said. And the steward's observation was the exact opposite. That the 32 had turned in on car 149. Still a couple of incidents under investigation at the moment. Remains to be seen quite what happens. 415 Porsche, we saw earlier on having a bit of a collision with the 14 Lexus, is down in 14th place now. With Ferguson still behind the wheel. That's lost a few positions due to having to have damage fixed. No doubt there was a pretty big old hit as well onto the rear corner of the Porsche. Meanwhile, I think Pitwall is slightly not 100% at the moment, as it's still showing that Timmermans is in second place. Number 112, when it's actually Kurtz behind the wheel in 8th place. So have to bear with me somewhat slightly next time I try and do a run through the field. Coming up to the halfway mark of the race, we're currently looking at Richard Venema in the McLaren. Start to see some of the around the circuit a little bit more now. It's currently 6 a.m. in game time. We're halfway through the race almost, and it looks as if it might start to brighten up somewhat during the next hour to 90 minutes. So we're probably going to be entering happy hour quite soon, I'd have thought, in the sense that it's just light enough to be able to really clearly see where everything is. The it's nice and cool outside, the air's nice and dense, plenty of grip on the track, plenty of rubber laid down. So could be a very, very fun time indeed for the lucky drivers who are going to be behind the wheel. They are certain to have a very, very good time indeed. Pitwall's currently about 24 minutes, I think, behind the actual stream itself, so I might ignore this for the remainder of the race. Coming up now to halfway, looking at the RWB crew car. Max speed in the 16 Ferrari's got stop and go plus 30. I'd imagine for speeding in the pit lane. Indeed, it is for speeding in the pit lane because nothing else has actually popped up for that car. Or indeed, nothing has popped up for that car on the steward's room. Currently looking at debug in the Lamborghini Raccoon's green entry, trying to sort of nurse the car a little bit. Duckworth has been given a 30-second stop and go penalty for a dive bomb. That was the incident which we caught on stream, featuring the Ferguson in the 415 Porsche being a unfortunate victim of that. The Jasper Van der Vaart in the one of the team's other drivers said that the Lexus lost the braking point and hit us quite hard. I do think quite hard might be a wee bit of an understatement, in all honesty. Probably the biggest understatement of the race, quite frankly, that from Jasper. So be an sadly you won't be getting a trophy for it. Yeah. So halfway through the race now, it's still a 76 Ferrari of Emo Plate leading after 195 laps ahead of Perry, Tarin, Snelltrain, Moore, Barton, Thielander, Kurtz, EJ, and White rounding out the top 10. Scott Free is 11th ahead of Gomez, McGlade, Forgson, Vienema, Debug, Duckworth, Iglesias, Aberg, and Alamango, with Flack, Vilk, and Villikens rounding out the top 23. Ambrosio 24th, Woodcut 25th, Voodoo 26th, and Araday and Co 27th. I think that's the majority of the field still running. So that's the quick update. And we are currently looking at the debug in the Lamborghini. He said earlier on to us that the plan was originally to nurse the car home with the engine warning lights on, although that went pretty quickly out the window after realising that they could push harder and try and see what the car was capable of. And it's still running at the moment in 16th place. The Lamborghini in the wet, it can buzz the engine on the downshift, though weirdly it's something that only happens in the wet. Yeah, battle here between Hugo Gomez and RWB Scott Free for 11th place. There's Scott Free, there's Gomez in the BMW. Aston Martin behind them's Lap's car. Gomez and Scott Free coming up to Lacaisha now. Probably just coming through the corner as we speak there. Got the steward's report for lap 153 is still being investigated. Probably because they're still trying to actually find the footage of it. There's MO plate in the 76 Ferrari. Very good drive by that team so far to get to be in the lead of the race at this position with the margin they have. I don't quite know the exact margin, but it's probably quite a lot. So coming out of the final corner now, New Holland, and about to cross the start-finish line. Start the next lap. Only lapping about 1.1 seconds off the pace of the best lap in that car so far, which is a phenomenal job, all things considered, by them to be able to put in those kind of lap times so far. There's Nigel Tarin in the number 911, that car having had a best lap of 143.9. It's actually the fastest lap of the race so far. They're lapping a bit quicker in the 44s at the moment, and no doubt looking to try and close the gap on the 44 BMW in second place. So that's going well. sending a quick Discord message there. Sam Snell-Trent in the McLaren in 4th place, only 21 seconds behind Tarin in the Porsche. We're just trying to as Almango has come into the pits in the number 5 Ferrari. Tarin is closing the gap a bit. We're gonna see roughly whereabouts, what abouts the gap is now. Was 6.5, coming up to the timing split now, and showing 7.003. So the gap has gone out slightly, but then again, they are, well, both Perry and Tarin are in a bit of traffic at the moment. There's Hugo Gomez in the HSP Regretta BMW, and the car in front of them is Scott Free. So this is the battle for 11th. They've got a very, very hard charging works driver trying to catch and get past them. They all head down the pit straight now, hitting 230, 240 kilometers an hour. Gomez going around the outside there of Scott Free. Scott Free also backing off to let Tarin through. The gap having closed to 6.8 seconds, so Tarin was able to gain a couple of attempts just in the final sector alone. And now gap's gone back out to 7.1 seconds. Perry making the most of having a bit of clear track in front of him. Got Venema in the pits from 16th place in the McLaren, car number 57, back on board with Tarin. Gomez pulling away a little bit. He's pulled 1.3 seconds already. Getting blue flags now, though. There's the old Nissan chicane. You can see why it's not used anymore, because there is no runoff there. Tarin going up the inside, making his way past Gomez. Gap now 6.9 seconds, so both drivers, I think, are in a bit of clear track now, so we should be able to see what happens now. They all have a little bit clear track in front of them. The 45.2 last time for Nigel Tarin. I don't unfortunately know what the lap time for Perry in the BMW was, car number 44. But now both are in relatively clear track. We should see some very, very good lap times indeed from the pair of them. Another 10th for a couple of attempts there for Tarin. And we shall see how this goes for them. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just getting another drink. Yes, another one. Will it be tea? Will it be something else entirely? Who knows at this point? Be back in a few minutes. And I am back with a can of Monster, so happy days. Currently, and speaking of things which are back, so Pitwall! Hooray! And the good news is we can actually see that the gap's currently 1 minute and 21.1 seconds between Emo Plate and Tareen. Snelltren is currently 1 minute 44 seconds behind the race leader, who is the next car directly behind him. So, such has been the level of performance from the 76 team so far during this race. Been nothing short of phenomenal. Definitely starting to get lighter trackside as well. Temperature starting to go up a bit as well. Gone up to 18 degrees. Last time around, Terrain took a whole second out of Plate. So, doing a very, very good job indeed. Currently on lap 204 now for race leaders, heading down into turn one. Here's Hugo Gomez in BMW, moving up into 9th place. Got Sherps on the outside. Hugo's got the inside for the corner and manages to get the position. So Hugo Gomez in the HSP Regretta car, moving up into 9th place. Sherps in the 416 Porsche, just dropping down to 10th there. The next car behind is Scott Free. It's only a couple of seconds behind Sherps at the moment, so I'm wondering what were their last lap times respectively. Sherps was last lap. We can't really compare because it was an out lap. Here's Wacky Teddy in the 57 McLaren. Just coming through the last few corners now. You can see where some of the old rallycross layout is there. The being in kind of a natural amphitheatre type section, they were able to use that quite well actually for the FIA World Rallycross Championship. So used to, well, back in the days when that was still a thing, I think it's fair to say. Car in front of Wacky Teddy is Ferguson in the Porsche. Now, Ferguson was the driver who was having who was in a little bit of strife earlier on in that car. So, currently still with the 57 McLaren, heading down the back straight towards Lacaisha. Here's David Sparks, in the 44. There's Emo Plate in the Ferrari, car number 76, who is the black and fluorescent yellow McLaren. Just in front of him is Sam Snelltren in 3rd place. So that will mean that Tareen will be the only other driver on the lead lap, in fact. So that's going to be interesting to see whether they can keep up with that. In fact, the gap is actually closing between them now as well, by over a second, about 1.3 seconds, in fact, on that last lap between Turin and Plate. Turin, I'm presuming, whereabouts is he on the track, on the dancing ant screen? He's just coming around turn 3 now, and the leader is coming down the pit straight just behind the 32. So it's fair to say that the number 911 Porsche does have a little bit of clear track, a little bit of space to play with, relatively speaking. So this is going to definitely play into the Shumi Skins Works team's hands. As Debug jumps into the pits in the 23 Lamborghini. Everything starts to brighten up a bit now. In fact, Turin is making the most of his advantage, his track position advantage, as he's the the only other drivers in the top 10 who are under 1 minute 46 last time around are Kurtz in the BMW car number 112 and Sherps in the 416 Porsche. And even then, Turin was a full second lap quicker than Kurtz on the previous lap. So, doing a fantastic job indeed to try and make this as stay on the lead lap for as long as humanly possible. There's Sherps right now. He's in the slipstream of Gomez as they head down into turn 1. The Tempesta Ferrari not going to be close enough this time by. Will he be close enough to have a go perhaps into turn 4? Coming out of Renault now. It's never-ending right-hander hard. About to come hard onto the brakes into Repsol. Again, not quite close enough. So the next opportunity, realistically, is probably going to be Lakaisha. In theory, you'd think it'd be Lakaisha, although he's the number 5 Ferrari is getting a bit racy as well. That's Pierce down in 19th place, trying to unlap himself, which might result in a fairly interesting conversation. The 13 and the 42 had a bit of a moment earlier on. No further action taken, as no try to defend position was observed and ample room was given. So it's a cracking battle here with between Sherps and Pierce. I don't think Sherps will be thinking that this is a cracking battle here. In fact, I think he'll probably be thinking something quite the opposite, if being totally honest. But it is letting Gomez pull out a bit of a gap. Yeah, he pulled out quite a lot of a gap, actually. It's about 4 tenths or so to 1.5 seconds, almost 1.6 seconds, in fact. So that's worked out quite well for Gomez. A brief yellow flag there. Someone having gone off the circuit, I think. Looking at Damien Vilk in the 21 Lamborghini. He's just moved up in 17th place past Iberg, who is losing positions hand over fist here. I think he's just been passed by Pierce as well, and Gomez, and now Sherps as well. I'm wondering if there's a problem with the with Elberg's car. Oh dear, is that someone off track there at the back straight. I think it might have been. Pierce has gone through past Vilk to unlap himself. Whole gaggle of cars coming through here. Williamson currently in the 23 at the moment. Jake Moore coming into the pits in the Racing Sim Tools number 88 Audi. So, still more the last time around prior to his in-lap, 44.8, so fast driver on track. Turin only a few tenths slower last time around in the .45s. That's just changed now. 45.2 last time around compared to a 45.7 for plate, 45.7 for Sneltron, 45.2 from Sparks, and a 45.5 from Kurtz. Everyone else is in the there's McGlade doing a 45.6 in the number 12 Ferrari, down in 11th place, and 44.8 last time round from Refsvik. So Refsvik definitely making the most of happy hour, so to speak. That was a good lap indeed from him. Barton in the Audi. Gomez and Sherps still battling away now that they've cleared the traffic. And Sherps wanting to try and reclaim the 9th position for the SCB Racing Porsche. Which he does, because Gomez comes into the pits for a full service, so no doubt we should be getting a whole host of pit stops quite soon here at Catalunya. Currently 7 a.m. now. Josh Barton coming in the Audi, kind of 33. Mo Plate coming in from the lead as well. Let's keep an eye on where the 911 is. Just gone through turn 2, round 3 now, so Plate will still have the lead of the race there quite comfortably. I think it's fair to say. And doing very well indeed. Refsvik in the Mercedes doing a very good job indeed. There's Gaia in the Audi. It's Aston Martin, they're just running off the track slightly. There's Yannick Kurtz in the BMW M4 just in front of the Mercedes, as someone's gone massively off track and has wiped out some more of the polystyrene boards, or styrofoam boards. Either way, there was some stuff flying in the background. Not of the avian variety, one must stress. We're still waiting on a something for the incident between the Shigrapperton GP car number 13 and car number 16 Soul Race team from lap 153. Still no reports yet. I can only imagine this is probably going to be a no further action, or it's something incredibly marginal, or either way, there is maybe a debate going on. There may not be a debate going on. I'm not in the steward's room, so I wouldn't know. Doing a fantastic job as well. They are, as always. Lee Duckworth in the 14 Lexus was leading the race at one point early on with Jack Alexander behind the wheel. Started 20th and ended up in the lead of the race. Jack Alexander, arguably the driver of the moment, in the especially in the Constructors' Championship, where he's hit a real purple patch this season. Doing a fantastic job indeed, and managed to get that car well up the field in the early stages during the rain at the beginning of the race. Cars dropped back a little bit through a couple of incidents, a couple of penalties, and they are still going, still in the chance of hopefully making up some more time. Mind you, Jack did spend a lot of time in the car at the beginning of the race. He did I think at least a triple stint, to be fair, so probably having a lie down after that, if one can have a lie down after doing a full stint in a GT3 car in the rain at Catalunya, which I somehow doubt, to be honest. Yeah, it'd be very, very interesting indeed. .772 Porsche in the pits at the moment, as is Villikens in the 149 Aston Martin. Kurtz now on the back of the Mercedes, car number 744 of Refsvik. Refsvik has actually just got past Kurtz, in fact, to unlap himself. Through camps at the top of the hill now. Past the massive smashed up polystyrene. Pretty easy way to show how you've run wide there is to give the mechanics a bit of polystyrene to clear out your brake ducts and the grill and everything else. Speaking of which, the front end of that BMW M4 is actually quite intricate. The huge nostrils on the grille. Definitely an example of the needs of the race car dictating the rather the function of the race car dictating the form of the road car. So they can fit different bits of ducting into that area to direct airflow to intercoolers, radiators, oil coolers, brake ducts, etc., etc. So actually, from an engineering standpoint, it works really quite well indeed. Audi, in fact, were... it's interesting looking at the rear wing of the Audi. They were the first team to actually kind of pioneer the swan neck mounts. Or I say the first team, they were actually the joint first team, because Nick Verf's design company also did the exact same thing on the Acura LMP1 that year that raced in the American Le Mans series, and they were both asked at the opening rounds, the Sebring 12 Hours, oh, did you know that the other company was doing this? And both Nick Verf and Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, if I remember correctly, from Audi, said, no, we had absolutely no idea. It's pure coincidence. So it was quite something, and it's become ubiquitous on pretty much all forms of all sorts of series now, including TCR. in touring car racing and, of course, in GT3's prototypes as well. So definitely good. The reason why is so that you have nothing obstructing the airflow at the bottom of the wing. So Wacky Teddy having to get out of the way. There's someone, a little bit of a collision with the Aston Martin. They're just in front of him, giving Emo Plate a very wide berth indeed, given that he's the race leader. Running a little bit wide there as well, heading into the last few corners now. I'm wondering if he's actually due to pit this lap, car number 57, because of the tyres being... He's not coming into the pits, so never mind, ignore that. I was going to say, I'd have thought the tyre, the way that car was driving over those few corners, maybe got on the marbles a little bit, but I'd thought that that was because the tyres were not in the best state in the world. As the Wolfpack Audi of currently driven by Josh Barton, the chief, my fellow stream admins, running the, speaking of the American Le Mans series, the Champion Racing Audi R10 TDI Tribute livery. So doing a sterling job in 6th place so far. No James Kell in the car this weekend with Josh and Ian Mackey. So Crawford Brown and Eddie Warden filling in for the race. Best of luck to James in the upcoming British GT campaign for Jenson Button's team in the McLaren 720S GT3. Going to be one hell of a season, methinks. Currently looking at Jean-Sébastien Casangena in 3rd place in the 911 Porsche. Still holding the fastest lap of the race. This is going to be for 2nd place because he's right on the gearbox of Sparks in the BMW. And right behind them is the battle for 9th place between Gomez and Warby. 13 still needs to have Martin Chafin at some point. Casangena thinks about it and thinks better of it. Maybe a bit of a tactical drive to try and see they can try and pressure Sparks into making a bit of a mistake. Didn't work that time around though. Coming into the RACC chicane, Royal Automobile Club Catalunya. BMW Porsche battle for 2nd, 3rd, 9th and 10th. All line astern on track. We're going to have currently looking at Gomez at the moment. It's not ideal because we want to be looking, with all due respect to Hugo, at what's going on in front of him. Not going to be close enough, I don't think. No, still Sparks ahead of Casangena. They head out of Turn 2 into Turn 3. Casangena's right on the gearbox of that BMW, and I wonder if he's going to have a look up the inside into Turn 4. 0.2 per second. Still not quite close enough realistically. This is also actually bringing Gomez and Warby into the mix as well, and allowing Refsvik to close up as well in the 7.4 for Mercedes. So nothing better as a driver when you can just sense a chance of gaining a couple of positions, because you can see the battle directly ahead of you. Good drive from all three of them so far. Gap's just gone up to just under half a second between Sparks and Cassingainer for second and third. As Cassingainer's been given a drive-through penalty now as well, which I'm presuming, as nothing's come up on the stewards board, for track limits. Oh, this really could well be a case of what could have been for that team. Cassingainer pulls into the pits immediately to serve his drive-through penalty. Almost a sense of near resignation, knowing that, yep, this is not going brilliantly. He was losing a bit of time in the middle sector compared to Sparks, but 10th quicker in the first sector and a fair bit quicker in the final sector on that previous lap. So it's a real shame indeed, as that was shaping up to be quite a tasty battle, in fact. MO Plate still leading in that gorgeous looking Ferrari, I must say. Doing a fantastic job indeed. Gap now back to half a minute or so. Plate now right behind Snelltren in fourth place. Snelltren has a car ahead of him. That's a McLaren, I think. So that's going to be a lap down. As Warby comes into the pits from 10th place in the Porsche car 772. Refsvik now maybe trying to get a bit clear air. Find a gap in the traffic to really get the hammer down and maybe get the position back again from Gomez and Refsvik. So maybe that's what the Porsche team are thinking in that regard. Currently heading through the final corner now is MO Plates to start lap 219 here at Catalunya. Heading out of turn 3, rather. Excuse me. Still just in behind Snelltren. Excuse me. See, now looking at the battle between Gomez and Refsvik. Heating up once more. Now we're looking at battle between Elberg and I think that's Warby in the Porsche. Warby, I mean, not long since pitted, though. So that's not for position. Gomez in the big BMW. Refsvik in the comparatively diminutive Mercedes. Pulling out the slipstream now. Is Refsvik going to be able to outbrake Gomez into turn 1? Yes, he is. Is he going to be able to get stopped and turned in time as well? Yes, he is. In that regard. Manages to get P9 back again in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. So Gomez in the big BMW now down to 10th place and about half a second behind Refsvik in the Mercedes. Heading down the hill towards turn 5. That's the Vassar Sullivan Lexus that's down in 20th at the moment. Back where it started. Now they're both stuck in a little bit of traffic. They've got Sparks behind them in the BMW M4. Sparks currently in P2 at the moment. Gap between Sparks and Kasangana after the drive-through penalty is now 23 or so seconds. Excuse me. Sigurd Refsvik comes out of the final corner past the Lexus and on to another lap. Currently lap, I think, 218. Indeed it is. Heading up the hill through Renault now, which around mid-apex really starts to open up quite a bit, and it's a very interesting corner in a GT3 car. Can't just keep your foot in and hope for the best. You don't have the aero like you would in a prototype or something more akin to that. Track warming up a bit further now. 19 degrees air and track temperature. Track in optimum condition. Cars absolutely filthy, but in the most glorious way possible, I should add. Wind virtually nothing, so it's nice and still at Catalunya. Here's RWB Tyrion in the Admin Avengers Lexus. Coming through the final sector as we speak. Coming through 12 into 13 now to jump hard on the brakes for the chicane. Oh no, sorry, he's actually already cleared that and is in fact heading down the pit straight in the big Lexus. There's Williamson, Dan Williamson in the Lamborghini green car with Pierce just in front of him. Pierce going very quickly indeed in that Ferrari, trying to make up some ground. Lamborghini just missing the apex there at turn one a little bit. I do wonder if the what state the tyres are in. Didn't seem to want to turn in terribly well. There's Gomez. Gomez has dropped back a few seconds behind Refsvik now. It's the Sparks just ahead of them. There's the something Ferrari. Have a quick look for that on my timing screen. The 420, I believe that is, of Kosonen. Currently of Timo Kosonen, currently down in 25th place at the moment. Loading the thing on pit wall here. So Tommy Kosonen, excuse me, I do apologise. Sharing the car with Julian Garcia, Pavel Bogdan and Nee Woodcut. Yeah, 420 Ferrari. On board with Duckworth in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. got the admin Avengers car just in front of him. Currently 5 hours to go here, just over 5 hours rather, at Catalonia. Gomez starting to struggle a little bit with tyre wear, methinks. Judging by the way he's being gapped by Refsvik. Refsvik's pulled 4.3 seconds on Gomez after their battle earlier on, so I am indeed wondering whether the BMW is on old tyres. Gomez staying out. Presumably to the end of the stint. One would imagine so, anyway. "28 cars still in the race. Leader on MO plate, leading the race on lap 223. In the 76. Wacky Teddy in the TSR XRL blue entry. Number 57 down in 14th place, heading down the pit straight now towards turn 1. Hard on the brakes there. Tyres looking relatively fresh, judging by the way the McLaren was turning into the corner there, so one would imagine they are fairly new tyres. There's the Audi of Jake Moore, the highest placed McLaren of Sam Sneltren, doing a very, very good job indeed in that car to be as high as he is. Jake Moore in 5th place for Racing Sim Tools. Car is sharing with Marco Badowski and Zarek Zaitier. Currently with that fairly rapid Ferrari in front of them of Tom Pierce, the Sky Tempesta Racing liveried car. Pierce doing a pretty good job in this stint, trying to get the car a bit further up. Stewards are probably decided that now's the best time to go for dinner. Little spot of food after having a nice quiet hour or so. Just checking the score quickly in the football. It's going fairly well. RWB Charger bring the rain in caps. There's still plenty of time for the weather to maybe change somewhat. I wonder if any teams have actually decided to gamble a little bit on the weather and maybe single stint their dry tyres all early on overnight in the hope that it rains later on. I do wonder if some teams have decided to do that as a strategy option. '76 Ferrari still looking exactly how it did as it was at the start of the race. Very shiny and clean indeed. Same cannot be said for one or two of the other cars on track at the moment, but bit of a Gravel grinds. Oh, there's someone losing it big time in the background, coming out at the final corner there and going nose first into the pit wall. Going to cause some very heavy damage indeed. I might see if I can find who that was. In fact, it wasn't the 420 Ferrari, it was another Ferrari. Maybe the... not the 16, I don't think. But, yep, that was a pretty big off. In fact, it was the 16, because the 16's showing as doing 30 kilometers an hour down the pit straight, which is obviously not ideal, to say the least. In other news, I have been joined in the commentary box by Panda. How's it going, mate?
Good on yourself, Rob. Good on yourself.
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Been talking for close to 7 hours now.
I have to say, I've been watching for quite a few hours. Probably 3 or 4, you're just having it in the background. And I do have to say, well done. I don't know how you're not dead yet. My voice would have died after hour 2, but hey, all due respect. Do we have any big things that I might have missed in the race? Any crucial updates?
Crikey. Yeah, well, the 76 Ferrari has just been driving quickly. The 911 Porsche was on the verge of having a proper battle for second place, until that got slapped with a drive-through for track limits. The 14 Lexus, which started so well, ended up leading the race for a bit, took out a Porsche, and there have been various other battles on track, but apart from that, it's been a very interesting race so far, given the rain at the beginning of it.
I have to say, yeah, the rain kind of, I do have to say, the rain kind of threw me off. It's, I think, something that, you know, a lot of drivers, of course, didn't expect, but I think having rain at the start of the race, it does make it that tad mentally more challenging, because, you know, you're going from, how can I say this? You're going from, you know, what you expected to be dry to, you know, having to put in a lot more focus, having to possibly change your setup and whatnot, for those rainy conditions. So I think the drivers, I think there's some of them that could have been a decent challenge for some of them, to be honest. I think it is a bit of a miracle that there wasn't more chaos. Just testament to how good these drivers are, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you say that. I've got the stewards report board up. There was no stewards reports being submitted for 1 hour and 43 minutes during the rain earlier.
Oh, that's amazing. Bloody hell. That's...
It's a time duration that's longer than the IMSA sports car race this evening at Long Beach.
I mean, to be quite fair,
that into perspective.
That's, I mean, you know, you get racing series with more accidents than that. So that's absolutely, I do have to say, that's really well done from all of them. It's quite something.
Formula E says hi.
Formula E. Oh my word! Every Formula E race, man, I'm just on the edge of my seat. I slept through today's, unfortunately. I missed the Rome E3. I wanted to watch it, but I woke up at 7 for the F1. So I was dead tired. But yeah, no, honestly, these drivers, maybe we should ask them if they want to spot in Formula E or in real life GT3. We'll be able to keep it clean for quite a few laps.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there are quite a few drivers in this field who actually most likely would be able to do a bloody good job in a GT3 car in real life as well as on the sim. So, well, I mean, case in point, last time out at Spa, we had James Kell racing with us, and he's driving a 720S in British GT this year.
It's amazing, huh? He can... You know, I think that is the thing that I like about sim racing, is you can go from, you know, being on a sim to being a pro driver and, you know, other way around, because I think Because sims are becoming more realistic by the day, I think it's definitely I think both sides. I think sim racers would like to race in real life, of course, but I think a lot of real life racers, they like to race in sims because it's decently realistic if you have a good setup, of course, and you can still get the feel of the car, but you're not actually on the track and experience those G-forces. Good training.
Oh yeah, a lot of the top GT drivers during lockdown were buying some fantastically cool looking sims. I mean, I honestly dread to think how much the cost was.
Rob, it doesn't matter. Don't think about the cost. It doesn't matter. It's a good sim. Don't think about the cost. Don't ruin this for yourself.
Yes, other than probably a little bit more expensive than my setup, which is a Logitech wheel clamped onto a desk from IKEA, and with my laptop currently perched on the between the back of the wheel and my keyboard.
For a solid second there, I thought you were going to say it's a bit more expensive than your own car. But no, but I do have to say no. But you know what? I think it's nice for them as well, because even if they forbid get sick or something like that, or they can't send a race, they can still get the practice in, they can still get the hours in. So I think if you're a professional or at least amateur driver and you have that extra money, I do think it is worth it to put it into a proper sim rig that you can use to kind of keep your practice up, if that makes sense. Of course, stuff like the F1 teams and Formula E teams, they of course have their own simulators, which they kind of have. But I think for the GT3 and stuff, a lot of the drivers, you see a surprising amount of drivers, real life drivers, in sims like ACC or iRacing. So it's I think if you have the extra cash, honestly, I think it is definitely worth it for some of these drivers.
Oh yeah, I mean, you could probably list the list of GT drivers who are also well-known competitive sim racers. I mean, yeah, that's quite a long list, to be fair. I mean, you've got Nick Tandy, Kelvin van der Linde, Sheldon van der Linde. Oh crikey, how many others are there? Most of Porsche's worked drivers, to be fair, as well, like Vantor and yeah, too many.
I know the Porsche Works drivers, they are actually encouraged by Porsche. They
to
get their own sims. I read something like that as well. They're fully encouraged. So I do think there are still kind of teams, I'm not going to say teams, more like companies that have like their own sims, and they don't really recommend their drivers get your own sim. But I do think that to a margin, the companies that say, listen, invest in your own sim, even if you have to pay a bit, I do think to a certain degree they might possibly be more successful sometimes. I wouldn't say more successful, but I think with keeping their drivers up to date and whatnot, I think it might be it might not be as hard for them as the other companies.
Yeah, just actually noticed that Martin Schaefer behind the wheel of the 13 for his first stint has a drive-through for track limits, and Van Luke in the 57 McLaren has got a stop-and-go 30, which I'm guessing is speeding in the pit lane, because there's nothing on the incident report board. But yeah, during the Formula E Race at Home series, when Daniel Abt got kicked out of the Audi team and lost his drive over an incident in that, where he basically hired a professional sim racer to race for him, it was actually Kelvin van der Linde who was filling in the Formula E car for the remainder of the Race at Home series, because of the fact that he is also a professional sim racer. So you can add Max Verstappen and Lando Norris to the list as well from F1, both of whom drive for Team Redline.
But see, that's exactly what I wanted to say. My thing is that I do think to a certain degree the younger drivers, we see a lot of the older drivers in the various categories saying, of course there are the one or two exceptions, but saying, listen, I don't want to spend a lot of time in the sim. I either don't like it or I just find it useless. But I think for especially a lot of the younger drivers these days, driving professionally, like Kelvin, like Max, like Lando, like what's the other van der Linde?
Sheldon.
I think a lot of the younger drivers, I think they're a lot more because they're so up to date with technology. I think it's something for them, that of course keeps them entertained, but they don't mind to do it because they absolutely love it, because they're doing their own sport, motor racing, but they can do it from home. And I think it's the young generation. I think that's something definitely that we can be excited about seeing evolve in the next few years. Maybe having separate championships, for professional drivers or whatnot. Just because why not?
Yeah, I mean, I remember Formula E back in the early days of that series. We used to have get a bunch of sim rigs at the circuit, have a kind of an open competition for the fans, the fastest fans going up against some of the top drivers in the series. And the first couple of years, I think the first season of doing it, it was just utter carnage, as none of the drivers were taking it seriously. And then when they started realizing that they were getting absolutely destroyed on a regular basis by fans at the circuit, they realized, okay, yeah, maybe we have to actually really kind of take this pretty seriously now. And to be fair to them, they did, although there were, I think, a couple of the older drivers who started out racing in the 90s, like Nick Heidfeld. He couldn't actually do that much time in the Mahindra simulator because of motion discomfort, shall we say. And Michael Schumacher, when he returned to F1 back in 2010, likewise, just couldn't actually deal with being in the simulator for any real length of time because it made him ill.
But I think that's the thing, is especially in their time, they didn't have, I would say, the technology that we have. So they weren't, how can I say this, used to kind of having that experience and not kind of getting motions, of course, kind of motion sickness, right? And I think that because the new generation kind of grew up with TVs and simulators, even if it's the smallest things, they've kind of not had it because and Sparks is in the pits. Okay, sorry, just noticed that. But yeah, they kind of don't have that because they grew up with technology. So I think it's for older drivers. I think it's harder as well. But yeah, it's something. I think it's something drivers have to at least try.
Yeah, I've just noticed quickly while having Discord open on my phone, we had a driver in the waiting room at being RWB Lumpy Hamster himself, Matt Hodgson. How are we?
I am very well, thank you. What about yourself?
For someone who's woke up, had an alarm set at 5:45 this morning for work purposes, surprisingly good.
You're doing quite well. You're well past the 12-hour mark.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I did go back to bed a couple of times in between Formula E sessions. So, yeah, kind of cheated a bit, but nothing a few cups of tea and a can of Monster can't fix, so...
Oh, yes.
Happy days, but... No, how's the... well, the tea's not too bad. I don't have sugar in it, but the Monster kind of makes up for it.
The Monster will keep you awake.
Oh, too right. But now, how's the race been from your point of view, mate, in the Lexus?
Oh, we've had a few ups and downs so far. Jack Alexander started for us. We took a massive gamble at the start. We saw the forecast for rain, so we set off on wets. We did 3 or 4 laps before the rain started. But saying that, even on the wets, we made up 10 positions from the start by the end of lap 1. So we went from 20th to 10th. And then the rain came, and we were in second. Yeah, it was amazing, an amazing start. Couldn't believe it. But then we got a bit of a, well, we think it was net code. We're not 100%. But yeah, we collided with a couple of cars on the straight, a Mercedes and a Ferrari. So we got a stop-go for that, 30 seconds. And then we had another accident at turn 1. That was another stop-go, 30 seconds. So now we're back down to 21st now.
Yeah,
it's been very up and down.
Yeah, I was going to say, because, well, unfortunately, the turn 1 accident was caught on stream.
Oh, was it? Oh no.
Unfortunately,
It was a big send.
It was
Break himself.
Yeah, because it was focused on the Porsche, and then all of a sudden you just see flash of fluorescent yellow and rear suspension and almost certain rear suspension damage. I did mention that the incident on the straight was maybe netcode related as well in the broadcast. So
yeah, with I'm fairly sure the first one was netcode, especially with the driver that was in front of us. They've we think they're based in India. Their latency, that was the word I was trying to look for. Their latency is like into the 200s quite often. So we think there was just a bit of netcode there, which unfortunately absolutely ruined theirs and the Mercedes race.
Yeah, and the Mercedes in question is currently 13th at the moment.
They're not doing too bad.
Just found it on the leaderboard, but yeah, I mean, one thing I was going to say earlier in the discussion Pandra and I were having about the weather conditions. I mean, good job it wasn't raining at night.
Ooh, that would have been horrible.
Just
Getting flashbacks to Kyle Army there.
I was going to say, yep, Kyle Army. It happened in a quite some spectacular fashion, and
it was biblical at Kyle Army.
It was that was definitely one race where I was very glad to be in the commentary box. Because
nice and dry.
Because I am not a racing driver.
I do want to ask. Sorry, Rob.
Oh no, I was just laughing.
No, I do want to ask, Lumpy. I mean, of course, a penalty like that, it can hurt you. It does hurt quite a bit when you have to serve it, but I mean, it is a long race. What are you guys, what are you guys thinking about aiming for position-wise? Do you think you can, still sneak up the grid, or what are your expectations?
We hope so, yeah. I'm only doing the 1 hour stint. My internet has been a bit funny, and it very nearly disconnected at like the very last turn of my stint. So I've done one stint, and that's all I'm going to do, which means Jack, George, or Lee are going to pick up the slack. If Jack picks up the slack, we stand a good chance. He's pretty quick. He could make up some places. The target now is fastest Lexus, because we've currently got the admin Avengers in front of us. So we want to regain that position as fastest Lexus.
Get Jack in the car. Jack being the as probably one of the drivers of the moment, certainly in the Constructors' Championship, from what I've commentated on this season, where he's won, I think, all but one race he's officially taken part in. The only other race is where he came third, but also took an extra pit stop as well, and still nearly won that. So
yeah,
kind of says it all, really. And then Tuesday night he was in the lobby, but in the right to Gallardo, merely to just be a spectator. So he's definitely a very, very quick driver. I mean, I'll tell you what, put him in the car towards the end. I'll tell you what, you should probably, I reckon, be able to make up a few of those positions, as there's a car off the track that I think that's a McLaren. No, that's an Aston Martin. Sorry, I think that was
We can't just blame it on the poor McLaren.
No, we can't. I mean, well, to be fair, I thought for a moment, is that the Sneltron car that's currently in third? But I don't think it was, thankfully. I think that might have been one of the Aston Martins. I'm trying to see. Of course, they both have almost identical liveries on them, so that's not too helpful for me. So I'll just fire up Pitwall instead.
Pitwall, isn't Pitwall just lovely?
Yep, it is. Sneltron is, if I click on that, it should come up saying where the 32 is. 32 is there, and there's an Aston Martin. It's either 744 or 24. No, 744 is a Mercedes, so if the 24 is an Aston Martin, that answers that question. It's... No, the 24 is in fact a McLaren, so never mind. The joys of journalists doing maths. Never, ever ends well.
Oh, well. Lumpy, I think the last question from my side. I think a lot of people, of course, this isn't real life, but, endurance races are extremely, when it comes to mentality, it is extremely hard. How is the team coping? You guys have are you guys, all in the call and just kind of keeping each other calm, or is everyone just kind of in their own flow state? What do you guys, because I think a lot of people do struggle with kind of keeping awake and, keeping fully to their senses in an endurance race. So what are you guys kind of doing to combat that?
It's different for each driver. Like Jack, you can't shut Jack up while he's driving. He just talks and talks and talks, and that's his way of... it somehow keeps him focused at the same time. Whereas like I'm somewhere in the middle. I like to have a bit of a chat, but I don't have the extra capacity to do the chat and the driving. Whereas Lee and George, they prefer, like, not quite silence, but they prefer as little as possible in terms of, like, banter, keeping each other going and stuff. But Rob hit the nail on the head. It's Monster. That's the way through it. Caffeine.
Yep. Anyone who's been to university will know for a fact that caffeine basically gets you through degrees. Not that I'm speaking from experience at all, so...
Caffeine, I'm honestly sometimes convinced caffeine is the secret to a healthy lifestyle. I know people, I know people will disagree with me, but I'm sorry, but I mean, when you're up till 2, I had a friend who was, well, he still does endurance race, but he's, mostly a GT3 kind of short stint driver, so 2-3 hours. And he always, used to tell me the only thing that took him through endurance races was, and he's English as well, by the way, Rob. But he said he would take tea, and then he would, and I wish I was joking about this, he would take tea, then he would add, I think, 5 sugars, and then just like a bit of coffee powder, and that took him through the race. Like a bit of coffee powder, and that took him through the race, and he was absolutely amazing. So anyone that doesn't like their kidneys, that would like to try that, go for it. I'm not recommending it, but if you don't like your kidneys and you want a boost, I don't know, maybe it'll work.
Okay, hold on, let me write this down for tomorrow, because I will probably need this.
Right, this...
I mean, with 5 sugars, I'm surprised the spoon didn't stand up in it.
No, but he was, honestly, I mean, listen, he was hyperactive, don't get me wrong, right? He was telling us about his cousins, aunts, nephews, dogs, cat, liver problems, right? Constantly. But I mean, the guy was, he was incredibly good. He was the only one in his team being able to set, extremely good laps in both the wet and the dry and changing conditions. So, I mean, for him, I don't know how it worked, and I don't know why he isn't dead yet, but good for him.
That's why I mainly stick to tea when I'm commentating. Also means
tea has caffeine, but it's a responsible dose of caffeine.
Yeah, it's not like a stupid amount. I mean, to be fair, I tend to have my tea really quite strong, so I only have a tiny bit of milk in there, but no sugar, so it is still sort of healthy-ish.
I mean, theoretically, my guy was drinking tea as well. It might have been heavily spiked, but it was tea. It started off as tea, so we're gonna call it tea. Anything else, just yeah.
And as I was saying earlier, I know no one from Yorkshire Tea is probably listening to this stream, but if you would like to sponsor the RWB International Commentary team, please do feel free to get in touch with us.
Honestly, Rob, I don't think I sent you the message, but I sent the message the other day to I think it was Nathan who not. And I just told him, because I'm in my last year, and I just told him this, that I'm extremely busy with exams and whatnot, so I won't be able to commentate, unfortunately, for a while. Only in the race I'll be able to hop in for an hour or two. But I mean, hey, maybe if we could get someone to sponsor us, a caffeine or tea or whatnot, I might be able to pull a few through nighters. Finish up the schoolwork, commentate for 5 hours, go to school, die, and then come back, sleep, and then do it all again. We could do something like that if anyone's willing to sponsor us, please.
I mean, that's still slightly more responsible than me last year, which was basically leave it till about a month beforehand and then realise, oh yeah, this thesis isn't going to actually write itself, is it? So
a good thesis.
No. I mean, to be fair, my supervisor did sum it up quite well when he said you simply ran out of time and actually did the responsible thing in just submitting something anyway.
Oh my word, Rob.
So, yep, that's going to be a little bit more research and rewriting and probably a few more archives to try and go through at some point in the next couple of weeks. More photo archives, to be fair, because I think I did see something quite interesting about one of my case studies. A case study which might be returning to the F1 calendar in a couple of years' time.
Kylomi, please, Kylomi.
I mean, that's what Auto Motor and Sport was saying this morning.
Yeah, so Kylomi was scheduled for either next year or the year after, 2023 or 24. So apparently, if it's 23, then we'll get confirmation end this year. But if it's 24, we'll only know mid next year. So yeah. Someone at F1, hurry up, get the deal done. Get F1 back in South Africa. Everyone wants it. Just get it back here.
And
it's going to be my local race as well. I can just pull out binoculars and just sit on the hill and watch. It's going to be amazing.
And I'll tell you what, it is going to be one hell of a party as well.
Oh, it is. It's going to be kind of lights up the whole South Africa again.
It is genuinely going to be, because, well, I think the last Grand Prix in Kyalami was 93, although I think I read it was actually provisionally on the 94 calendar as well. The race didn't happen, unfortunately, but yep, F1 back on every continent.
I do have to say, I think every time we've said Kyalami thus far, Lumpy has gotten a few flashbacks. He's just sitting in his chair trembling.
Just from that 9 hour, yeah.
He's just sitting in his chair, just trembling, just like, what are you guys talking about, the forbidden race?
Desperately waiting for the topic to change.
Just waiting.
Apparently
it's
there's
such
an
a good
F1
racetrack, but that rain.
I do have to say, I think that's what makes it interesting. I've never personally been at a boring Kyalami race, but that might just be me. There's always
my favourite circuit.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's my favourite circuit, but it's just not that race. Yeah.
You know what? Now that we're on the topic of Kyalami, F1. Okay, so theoretical situation. Well, not theoretical, hopeful. F1 gets back to Kyalami, right? F1, F2. Rob, do you want to? Maybe you can pull a few strings in Formula E. We can see a few electric races there as well.
Sorry.
My point being, okay, how many DRS zones? And I had this conversation the other day with my friends. How many DRS zones do we think Kyalami would have?
I can only really think of 2. Pit straight and the back straight. Yeah, there's no real other big straights.
I mean, there's the run down through Mineshaft, although whether that's a sensible idea or not, maybe not, come to think of it.
See, the thing about the back straight is that because the back straight is a sweeping left-hander, right? So if you have DRS open down there, it'll be too much overspeed and there'll be a high chance of spinning for the drivers. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's a theoretical question. Do you put pit straight and that's it? Then it's like a bit of an Imola.
You almost have no choice.
Yeah, if the circuit doesn't have the space, then that's all you can do.
Someone call up the Imola designers. They made a masterpiece.
Right, get on the phone to probably who is it? Probably Dromo who renovated the circuit back in the
Yeah, just call them and be like, listen,
2000s.
we need you to do something. Just trust us. You need to come do this.
And,
Got this.
Well, I think there's supposed to be a Formula E race in South Africa in the next couple of years, but that's supposed to be in Cape Town, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, wasn't there one? Oh no, you know what? No, I'm thinking about Rallycross. Yeah, because that's in Cape Town. It's I think last year it finished up, or the year before. But yeah, so Formula E, apparently there's a street circuit. Well, of course it's a street circuit. That's what you guys race on. Coming in Cape Town. It is going to be in the middle of the city because, you know, you can't just close off the middle of the city. It's I think slightly east, I think, but like very slightly east, like just a block or two.
Yeah, so you know where the big football stadium is, where they had the 2010 World Cup? It's around that kind of area.
It was, but see, the thing is, they were thinking about that. But then I also read something that said because that area, it's a good area to hold a race. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. You know, they don't know how good the circuit will be, if that makes sense, because of like the road structure. So it's either going to be very close to the stadium or it's going to be more inwards into the city. But I mean, either way, it's going to be absolutely amazing because you'll be able to see the ocean, you'll be able to see the mountain, Table Mountain, hopefully. Hopefully you'll be able to see the stadium and the city as well. So I think it's going to look absolutely stunning. It's kind of a challenge to, you know, where they want to put it.
Funny you say that. They have actually already confirmed the track layout. It's going to be around the stadium. Yeah.
I missed okay, well then
that was
months out late.
No, it was only last month.
Okay, no, I was just about to say no, because the last I heard of it was about 3 or 4 months ago. Okay, sorry, no, I've just looked it up. Sorry, the last things I read was 3 or 4 months ago. I had no idea. I apologize. And
it is going to be.
Oh, that's going to be sick. That's going to be incredibly sick.
With the new Formula E cars as well, that is going to be pretty eye-opening.
I do
to
apologize.
say the least.
I have to say I do apologize because I had no idea. Like I just found this out, but that looks incredibly sick. Anyone who likes Formula E or South Africa or Cape Town, just go Google Formula E Cape Town circuit. It's 2.8 kilos, 12 turns. Rob, that's going to be amazing. You have the circuit. So you have this. The whatchamacallit in the center, the stadium. Then you have Table Mountain right behind, and it's on the ocean. So 9 and 10, 10, 9 and 8. Okay, that was weird. 8, 9, and 10. They're going to be subject to very heavy winds, and that's going to be very fun. I like this. Oh, this is going to be good.
Wait.
Lumpy.
Hello.
You know how you don't like Kyalami?
Yeah, I don't like it when it's wet.
Okay, you don't like it when it's wet. What if we can introduce you to a new South Africa circuit that will be even less fun when it's wet, but will be incredibly fun to drive in the dry? You be up for that in a Formula E car?
Well, in a Formula E car? Oh.
Yes.
I would have a go.
Rob, let's get him in Formula E car. You know people at Formula E. Just get him in.
I used to know people at Formula E, but they've one of them's left to join some electric boat racing series, and the other's left to join the Haas Formula One team.
Really? Oh,
so I don't actually know who the head of communications at Formula E is these days, which is a little bit annoying. I'm probably gonna have to look that up now. Nothing you can't sort in about 5 minutes of just searching on LinkedIn.
Oh my word. Poor Lumpy. Lumpy, I do heavily apologize for me and Rob just going off on that. Just kind of going off. We do this regularly. Every time I get in the comm box with Rob, it just turns to some ridiculous subject that we end up talking about for about an hour or two.
You couldn't be any worse than the Formula One commentators on Channel 4.
What, David Croft?
No, no, Crofty and Brundle was Sky. It's Alex Jack and David Coulthard.
Oh,
yeah.
I've heard it's bad. Because I have F1 TV, so I can only hear David. Sorry, not David. Crofty and the F1 TV guys.
Yeah.
Which a lot of times
The
Sam.
Sky Sports presenters are pretty decent, but the Channel 4 guys are.
I've heard Channel 4 is an absolute wreck. Oh wow. Oh well. If anyone, if there's anyone that likes Channel 4 anymore, I'm gonna go and presume they're not watching anymore.
I'd quite like it because it's free.
Oh, is it actually? Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
free to air. It's the only free to air coverage we have in the UK because Sky have the exclusivity contract live. But the only race that Channel 4 have live is the British Grand Prix, but that's because they legally have to have the British Grand Prix live on free to air because it's considered by the government to be an event of quote unquote national importance. So
That's interesting.
To be quite fair, which it is.
yeah, so that's why stuff like the FA Cup final, for example, and the snooker at the Crucible, I think, also has to be live for that same reason, which is also why BBC still has Match of the Day for the football highlights, because, again, there has to be some form of free-to-air broadcast provision. I think that's my understanding of it, anyway.
See,
It makes sense.
Guys are lucky. You guys are lucky because you have a system like that. But we, at this point, how can I say this? We in South Africa, it's okay. This is going to sound extremely ridiculous, but just stick with me, right? So, do you guys have in the UK? Do you guys have a thing called TV tag?
We have a TV license.
We have a TV license, which is kind of similar to a TV tax, where I think it's about £13 a month that goes to the government.
$165 a year.
Yeah, and it goes to the government to fund BBC.
So, to give you an idea, South Africa's history, you have a TV license, but you've never had a TV tax, basically. I don't know how to really I can describe it in Afrikaans, but it's kind of hard to describe in English, so sorry if I have the wrong terms. Basically, what they've said is that even if you don't... So one of our local biggest providers is DSTV, right? They do almost everything. Sports, just general soaps, whatnot, right? It's basically just all in one. So they've said that... And they haven't confirmed that it hasn't been an official ruling, but they've said that what they want to do is that you still have to pay a TV license if you don't have a TV, but you have a subscription service to, let's say, DSTV or Netflix or Amazon Prime Video or whatnot, right? So basically what'll happen is if you're watching Amazon Prime Video on your phone, right, you'll still have to pay a TV tax because that is classified as TV. And you don't having a television doesn't matter.
You don't need to have a TV here in the UK to pay a TV license.
Do you not?
It's only if you watch something live. If you watch anything live, you need to pay for a TV license. But you can watch stuff later on. Like if you watch I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example here.
Wow. Okay, so this
you
is
can
only
watch
a shock
something
for
on
me.
like the ITV player, which is one of our biggest channels here. You can watch something on that was broadcasted live a few hours later, and you don't. This is at least the way I understand it. You don't need a TV license for that because you didn't watch it live.
Wait, so this is just like a shock for us because we never had like a system our system was only if you have a TV installed in your house. Right, and that's to meet certain specifications. Then you would have to have a TV license and pay, TV tax. Wait, oh wow. Okay, so you guys have had that for years. We're only catching up now.
Yeah, but it's going soon. It's getting scrapped in 2027 because it's now out of date. A lot of people don't watch TV anymore. It's all Netflix and Amazon,
wow.
Disney Plus.
That's weird because as far as ours is, we're still gonna pay tax for for Prime Video, Netflix.
How much do they charge you?
I have absolutely no idea.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't have my own subscriptions yet. But it's No, it's incredibly. The thing is, they haven't started that. It isn't officially in law. So they haven't, actually given us the price they would charge us. Our TV. Oh, and there's RS contact. Oh, that was ugly. That was ugly. Who was that? Coffin and I think that was between Coffin and EJ. That looked like. No, sorry.
no.
Was it? Sure. Yeah, big contact by Coffin there. I think he just kind of turned. There wasn't a space, and he just had a collision with that Ferrari. That's not ideal. Rob, we can't get a replay of that, can we?
I don't think so, because I think it's been on auto director for the entire race. Because given my attempts at trying to set things up a couple of weeks ago, yeah, probably for the best that it's on auto director.
I'm going to jump back in with my team for now.
Yeah.
Been good speaking to you. Thank you very much for the commentary as usual.
No worries,
I'll maybe
mate.
come back later on once we're finished racing. I hope you're enjoying it.
No worries, we absolutely are, mate, and best of luck to you and the rest of the team in the 14 Lexus.
Thank you very much. Have fun, guys.
Oh, cheers. No worries, mate. And
That is really.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's really shocked me. It's really shocked me. But I see we have someone new, Rob.
Yes, we do. We have MRL Max Speed joining us in the commentary box as well. Good evening. How are we? Ow.
What is that reaction? Ow, are you okay?
No, I've been in the car. I retired the car because one, there's thunder, and it's kind of chucking it down, and two, I was just in the car for 5.5 hours straight.
Do you wait? Do you not have a team that's with you, or
No,
were
I
they just not awake? Or?
No, I have a teammate, but the thing is that he had to leave and he couldn't get back, and right before I retired, when he told me that, like, I was just dead. Both. One. My computer fell asleep. Yeah, but at about the 5.5 hour mark, I was just physically and mentally dead. So I just decided to retire the car at that point.
That is, yeah, that's not ideal. Damn. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I think in these how to say this, in situations like these, it is incredibly hard. Especially for someone like you having to do 5.5 hours. Bloody hell, that's long. Rob, that's one of the longest stints I've seen in endurance racing myself. Alone.
I did comms on a 24-hour at Silverstone last year in October, and I think there was one team where they had a 2-driver lineup for the entirety of the 24 hours, and I think one of their drivers ended up doing I think 4 or 4.5 hour stint to finish the race off. That's the closest I can probably think of to that. But for reference, at the Le Mans 24 hours, they've got a limit of 4 hours for maximum stint at Le Mans for the professional.
Actually?
Yeah, it's because it's to try and stop people from trying to do the entire 24 hours solo, because that's a bit dangerous. And also because there was when it was one year in the 70s where I think Jackie X did, I think, 6 hours in one go and lost a ridiculous amount of body weight just through like sweat and that. So they did it more to try and I guess protect the drivers from themselves, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So I can't remember when it was brought in, but yeah, it was probably. So
yeah, and I forget who this was and what year it was, but back in like the 60s or something, there was one dude where it was him and another person, and this one dude went for nearly the entire race just in the car. Like, the other driver had less than 30 minutes in the car for the whole race.
Yeah, and then I think the dude who'd been in the car for nearly the entire race missed like one gear shift in the final hour of the race, and that was it, race over.
Imagine that, missing a gear shift and race just, oh no.
And this was this was back in the days when wasn't any of this flappy paddle stuff, because it didn't exist, to put it mildly. I mean, I think the first team to run a paddle shift transmission at Le Mans was actually Porsche back it was 1 year in the mid to late 1980s they first ran it, and as kind of a test bed. And so this would have been a case of having to try and rev match the shifts, come down the Mulsanne straight, no chicanes, through the kink, hard on the brakes into Mulsanne corner, repeat for Indianapolis, repeat for the Dunlop corner, and then the Forest S's as it used to be back in those days. And Tête Rouge was a lot sharper than it is now, and definitely not flat out. It was a completely different circuit back then, and you were often having to go up the box from maybe first gear pretty much all the way into top gear, and then back down the box to first, maybe second or third, depending on the corner. So yeah, it was a really properly tough back in those days, even more so than now, although because the cars have got a lot more advanced since then and are a little bit easier on the drivers in terms of changing gear and that. But even though physically it's actually probably just as hard, if not harder, because of the aero these days. But yeah, it's definitely still a true test of endurance.
I mean, but Le Mans, sorry, people yell at me when I say Le Mans. Le Mans is just, I know people always say that F1 is the peak of the kind of the pinnacle of motorsport, and I do think in a designing way, when it comes to design, I think it is. But I think when it comes to pure motorsport and kind of motorsport blood, and just that pure kind of endurance, I think then definitely I think Le Mans would be the peak motorsports in that aspect.
Oh yeah, I want to actually. I'm still kind of half tempted to get the Le Mans circuit actually tattooed one day. I need to try and finish working out the design first and trying to make it kind of work. But yeah, it is something I would actually quite like to get tattooed as well, make it permanent on me arm. So
I do have to say, if I ever go to Le Mans, Rob, I think you and I might have to make a deal that if I ever get to Le Mans, you can get tattooed on me whatever you like, because that's one of my dreams. So I'll be able to. That's one of my dreams, to go to Le Mans. Is it's just something else. And so I think we might have to make a bit of a deal, then in that respect.
I still can't quite believe that this year is actually going to be my 5th as a producer for Radio Le Mans. I still can't quite actually believe that, to be fair, but
I'm gonna have to listen in this year. I haven't the previous years, but I'm gonna have to have a listen.
Yeah, I mean, you probably won't hear me speaking at all, because I'm just going to be based in our production studio in the UK, while everyone else is at the circuit. But I'll probably be chipping in where I can with various facts and stuff.
I think you should steal the mic from them and start commentating. I mean, imagine that, Rob in a Le Mans 24 hours. I would listen to you all 24 hours. I don't know if you would do it all 24 hours, but I would listen to you.
Oh no, well, I think the longest single race we do for commentary is probably Sebring, and that's 12 hours. But with pre and post race stuff, it's looking at more like 13 and a bit hours on air. Petit Le Mans also pretty lengthy as well. That race is only 10 hours long though, but also the end of the season, so you're still trying to get hold of interviews with people who have won vast championships and that. So it does make the post race a wee bit longer, I think.
No, it definitely will. It definitely will. I mean, hey, that's life. That is life, Rob. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, to be quite fair, I think to an extent, I think there would be a lot of people that would, I think even want your job as a journalist, because I do think there are a lot of things you kind of get to see that I don't think a lot of other people get to see. I mean, yeah. Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's when the series schedules practice 1 at 7:15 in the morning local time, which is 6:15 UK time, it is a little bit annoying, shall we say, as that's a Porsche just rejoining the circuit there. That's the 911. I've just realised, but yeah, when everything goes well, there's contact there between the 772 and the 911.
Oh, damn it, that's not going to be very good for them. Oh,
no, that's going to be... That's the 991 has come... Sorry, the 911, excuse me, has come off a bit worse in that. You see it started oversteering towards the inside, and the driver, it's Turin behind the wheel at the moment, he was able to actually correct it and still keep the thing pointing in the right direction. It's just he slowed down quite a bit. The 772 is currently behind the second place BMW as well. So it's like every time the 911's actually got to within almost striking distance of the 44 BMW, it's just something's happened to it. Either something like that, or they've got a penalty, and it's been like that for a few hours now, I think. So it's not ideal for them, but they have the driver line up to basically get back on the tail of this group of cars, and they're only just over 4 seconds behind across the line, so there's not an awful lot in time separating them, but there is also the small matter of about 4-lapped cars to try and get past.
It's just 4. It is just 4. What are you talking about?
It's only 4 cars. Pick them off one by one, and then a few laps later, you'll be right back on the tail.
Yeah,
assuming you haven't like overheated the tyres too much, then in which case it might be a little bit more challenging. You might have to back off a wee bit for a lap or two to try and cool them down, but at the same time, it's still 21 air temperature, 23 track temperature, no wind. That should be doable.
Should be doable. I mean, hello. Okay. No, it should be doable, especially with these drivers. I don't think overheating shouldn't be as much of a problem. I do think they should be able to get those tires, the temperatures under control relatively quickly. Hopefully, getting them up to pace as soon as possible. Hopefully, of course, that is. Crossing my fingers.
There was an incident involving the which we actually missed, but it was only a warning given for the number 5 Big Promble Motorsports car in 17th. 23 Lamborghini said that reported them for ignoring blue flags for 3 laps.
How do you ignore blue flags for 3 laps?
I don't know. I think the driver just thought, okay, well, I'm driving quicker than they are, so I'm not holding them up at all. And a flash of the lights was given, and the steward's observation was ease people past once they get within a couple of tenths. And as soon as we start talking about that, all hell breaks loose in the steward's room as 2 reports come in at the same time. Although, looking at the cars involved and what happened, I think it's a duplicate.
Ooh, that's not ideal.
No, one of which is the 42 SCB Racing Brown entry is doing the reporting, and the Number 8, Crack's Sim Pro car is the one being reported. And the number 8 Audi was reported and got penalised twice earlier on. And there appears to be another incident actually involving the Lamborghini Raccoons Green car number 23 and the number 5 Big Crumble Motorsports Ferrari, with about 9 laps difference between them. So no doubt this could get a little bit interesting in the steward's room, to say the least.
It probably will get interesting. I do have to say, Rob, I might have to put my hat in to become a steward, because I genuinely, I wouldn't say it looks fun, but it does look like something very interesting to do. I've definitely been thinking about it, telling them, listen, I might do a bit of stewarding, you know?
Ooh.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll be a very good steward and a very bad steward, I think, at the same time. I'll always try to be fair, which is good. But my problem is I'll probably fall asleep halfway into the race, which is very bad. So it's sort of a trade-off. They're gonna have to, I don't know if they can keep me awake, or I should be decent.
Just make yourself a cup of tea with 5 sugars and a bit of coffee powder in it. Sorted.
And then it'll work. Yeah. No, but Rob, I actually like my liver, so it's fine. My liver and my kidneys. Someone in chat asked, "Where is Nados?" Rob.
Right. To pit wall.
This is your job, not mine. You need to find out where Nados is.
Nados is? I have no idea because my phone's on the other side of my bedroom on charge. Nados, I will have a look.
Charger saying, always welcome new stewards. He says that, but I mean... if I would welcome myself.
If I click that on pit wall, I might be able to stand a better chance of trying to find who I'm looking for. Oh, it's only showing the car number and the drivers. So this could be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently Rob is currently looking for Mr. Nados. So we'll tell you when we have found him.
Nate.
Nados.
Oh, Nados. Oh, cheers. Yeah. Right.
Maybe. How else are you? Wait, how are you spelling Nados? No, I want to hear how are you spelling Nados?
Oh, I thought Nat instead of T. Nados. Oh, okay. Trying to find a driver with that name. At the moment. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna do me back in doing that. Never mind. It's not good.
Could it be a team? Question mark?
I think it is the name of a team, which we're not seeing on pit wall, unfortunately.
Elzram, if you can give us maybe one of the driver names, and we can have a look for you.
Yeah, we can see if we can find it based on a bit of good old-fashioned detective work.
No, this is the part I'm going to leave to you, Rob. While you do your detective work, I'm going to have a look. Car 29 apparent. Oh wait, it's on. Oh wait, no backing out now. It's on record. Car 29. Car 29, Rob.
Cheers. I'll have a quick look. Car 29 is.
That's what Charger says.
Car 29.
That's what Charger says. It's car 29. So if it isn't, don't blame me.
Okay, that's very interesting. There is no car 29 on pit wall.
Oh, okay. Well, so
that might explain why I was struggling. I think, unfortunately,
that
which
got
means
very interesting.
Which unfortunately means I think they might be a retirement. Yeah, because there was over 30 cars took the start of the race. So, therefore, I am guessing that that car might be out of the race, unfortunately.
I need to make a lucrative guess.
I'm just making a guess.
I'm joking with you.
Based on nothing more than just, well, looking up and down pit wall and realising that...
Natus car 29 Toga Motorsports. Yeah, that's what Charger's saying. With Charger, we can't see it, so...
yeah, it's not showing on pit wall or the leaderboard, which is why we're presuming it's a retirement.
Oh. Sorry, wrong word. Did I use the wrong word there for a second?
Team lineup. Um, 29. Yeah, Toga Motorsports of Andre Mustert, Harvey Bates, Tis de Vroegd, and Hayden Sweet is showing as being okay. So it was definitely entered in the race. It was definitely booked in. If I go series info, no results. Qualifying. Oh no, that's not working well at all.
Oh, we have a visitor, Mr. Domino. How are you doing, my friend?
Well, I'm doing good. I'm kind of sad because my team just retired from the Nordschleife 24 hours, but it's all right. It's also my debut as a RWB commentator, so.
Oh, welcome. It's always good to have new commentators, isn't it? Rob will show you around. I've got a bit of dust in the corner, a few empty bottles, and the window doesn't work, but it's fine.
One very empty can of Monster that I'm probably gonna have to run down into the downstairs in about whenever I can be bothered. And me attempting to try and figure out where the Toga car is, other than not on track.
So I think we should just assume that it might be dead. We might have to.
I think we should assume that it's more than might be. Unfortunately, I think it might not be a case of might be out of the race. It might be a case of either very much out of the race or very much not starting the race, maybe. Who knows?
I do apologize, Mr. Nados, but yeah, we do have a slight suspicion that that team might be slightly deceased.
Yeah. It might not actually be. Well, it's definitely not on track at the moment because it's not showing up on.
Can't find it, so
we can't actually see it on pit wall.
Anyways, in other news, so it's quite a bit up in chat. I don't know if you talked about it, Rob. But Charger was doing a rain dance for the rain. With his grass skirts on. That hasn't worked as of yet. But hey, maybe it will. You know, that quite amuses me. I would like to see Charger in the grass skirt. I think that would be extremely cool. I think he would rock the living beans out of it. Hey, don't laugh at Charger, okay? Don't laugh at Charger.
That would be... Oh man, why do I now have that image in my head?
It would be a sight. It would genuinely be a sight. With his voice as well, it would be the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. Just a grown-ass man. Just grown-ass man in a grass skirt dancing around for rain.
Well, it would look atrocious, but I guess RWB would have some mascot finally.
Oh yes! We can use him as a mascot! We can use him as a mascot! Oh yes! Oh yes! Someone write that down. Charger just said picture incoming.
Oh.
I'm scared he actually sends a picture.
Oh.
Picture incoming. Oh my goodness.
And then they were also talking. There is a lost soul. Mr. Swagger Stag Gaming that says, I prefer Channel 4 to Sky F1 coverage. Do you want to share your opinion on that? Rob, do you want to give him your opinion?
I mean, to be fair, I don't have much of an opinion because I also don't have much of a choice, annoyingly, although not that annoying, as this is actually for second place between Sparks and Turin sparks on the inside for turn 1. Turin's going to have the inside for 2, backs out of it. Oh, a bit of contact there, puts the BMW off briefly into the gravel up at turn 2 just before Renault. Turin did back off, to be fair.
We're back to seeing P90.
Yeah, to redress the position. Gap still showing at 0.3 per second. I think that might be going up a little bit. That's the 4th place. That's one of the McLarens, I believe. I think that's the car in 4th, actually. There's Hugo Gomez is BMW that's now got Damien back behind the wheel at what must be, I honestly dread to think what time it is for Damien at the moment, other than properly early. Given the 8-hour time difference, I think it's probably about 4 o'clock in the morning for him now.
Yes, probably.
Between us here in the UK and where Damien is in Singapore. So, defo Ironman shift there. The incident just quick between the 42 and the 8. 42 SCB Racing Brown and the 8 Crack Sim Pro car. The steward's observation was no further action. Please try and be a little more helpful with letting faster cars pass. As annoying as the flashing is, once the car is as close into turn 1 as this was, it would have been prudent to ease them past at turn 2 or turn 3. So that's that. And the other report on that was a duplicate. But yeah, going back to the Channel 4 Sky thing, we don't really have much choice. Well, I don't really have much choice, so I don't really have much of an opinion on it. So, yeah, Channel 4's pretty decent, I'd say, given that it's the free-to-air coverage. Sky, obviously, because they have their own dedicated channel just for F1 and other motorsport now. Including IndyCar this weekend at Long Beach and also GT World Challenge Europe. They can justify having and dedicating way more time to kind of their pre-race and their post-race coverage. So, yeah, it's kind of a tricky one, but given the constraints Channel 4 have, it's pretty good. I mean, to be fair, they did also broadcast the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix last year as well, free-to-air. They did a last-minute deal with Sky, which is what Channel 4 often do, actually. If there's a major sporting event like the Cricket World Cup final between England and New Zealand back in 2019, that was simulcast on Channel 4 on free-to-air here in the UK.
Well, unfortunately not in the UK, but I don't know. I mean, I'm joking, but in my country we only have 11 sports. I'm pretty sure it's in Poland and it's in the Benelux, so it's pretty okay. We don't. I mean, I know some countries have racing drivers as commentators and experts. We mainly have just have news reporters and people like that, but it's okay. It's great. Those guys have a little bit of knowledge, so it's pretty nice to listen to. But we will have Viaplay, or however is it pronounced, from next year.
Yeah, I think
what?
Oh, sorry.
Why did the Dutch company pull out? Like what? Yeah, that still doesn't make sense.
Contracts ended, I think.
Why would F1 not extend their contract? I mean, they were, they were starting to pick up a lot of pace. Okay, fine, I say pace, but I mean, they were really starting to become popular, just as it ended. There was a lot of
losing all kinds of contracts now. I think they lost Bundesliga. Probably someone other will get the rights for La Liga as well, and they've been pretty much. I mean, they have 4 channels in our TV right now, but I think it's just less and less stuff appearing there. Actually, funnily enough, they now have a iRacing series airing weekly. It's the Polish Championship in Mazda MX-5s. It's 6 rounds on all of the 3 circuits, so Tsukuba, Alton Park, Okayama and some other free circuits. I actually tried to qualify for it, but obviously didn't get in. So well, they have some sim racing stuff, funnily enough.
And also Poland does have, I think it's pronounced Motovizia?
Motovizia, yeah.
Motovizia, yeah, because I know Chris Wozniak from there through my Formula E stuff over the years, and yeah, he does commentates on absolutely all sorts. I think they have the rights to NASCAR, powerboat racing, amongst other things, and we for a few years quite a long time during my childhood, we actually had a similar channel in the UK called Motors TV. Sadly doesn't exist anymore, annoyingly, but yeah, that used to be an absolutely brilliant channel, and yeah, Motovizia kind of reminds me of that a little bit in a way.
They from what I see, they have NASCAR, they have European Rally Championship, they have GT World Challenge Europe, some programs, and DTM Esports Championship, interestingly enough. Among other, it's only the program for tomorrow. Rallycross as well. So it sounds like a very interesting channel for motorheads.
Yeah, it's definitely something I actually kind of missed from my kind of childhood. Just watching some random like Andros Trophy coverage or like old MotoGP back in the day, and yeah, those were fun times. As Damien going off a bit there, as cars are going all over the place trying to get out of the way of faster cars. There's the reason why is because in front of them is, I think, the Richard Yee's McLaren. I think that is indeed, yes, it is Richard Yee in the McLaren. He was leading the race earlier on, and the race-leading Ferrari as well. And I think the drivers were just a little bit desperate not to get out of the way and not be kind of the person responsible for costing someone a podium, to put it mildly. Although, given the way that 76 Ferrari has been driving all race, they will probably, well, they haven't put a wheel wrong for pretty much the entirety of the race. It's Phil Varley behind the wheel at the moment, and doing a cracking job indeed.
I'd have to say, who was in there previously? But no, they've done an absolutely stunning job. But I mean, of course, you know, every team will have their struggles. The race isn't over yet. There's still 3 hours and 50 minutes left. So you know, they have to be careful. Anything can still happen.
Come on, it's only a bit less than the length of a European Le Mans Series race. It's only 4 hours.
Only 4 hours. I mean, yeah, we can keep a completely stable car for 4 hours, right? There won't be anything wrong in the next 4 hours, right, guys? Right? Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. It's good to know. No, but I do have to say, seeing these drivers keep it this consistent is quite amazing.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, it looks like another drive-through for car number 5.
Number one, yep, there for a pal. Number one. I need to go ahead and assume that's for
track limits, I think, because it's nothing's come up on the steward's report about their incident with the 23 Lamborghini Raccoon's green entry yet. Yet very much being the operative word in this case. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's probably track limits. I must say
I really love the Lamborghini livery, but I can't drive the Lambo for God's sake. I can't probably do 2 laps without crashing in that car, especially on some circuits. Maybe on Barcelona it would go somehow, but on Spa I would probably crash.
You know what we're saying about that car getting a drive-through penalty? Well, guess what?
What do I want to know? Oh no.
They've
you
got a
got,
15 seconds penalty. They've got another penalty on top of that, a 15 seconds stop and go for causing a collision with the 23.
Coffin getting a stop. Is that a stop? Sorry, I can't see.
Oh, that's a stop and go 30. Oh,
Stop and go
goodness.
30.
That's for speeding in the pit lane. Debug reported a laps car was getting too close to our car and on braking rear-ended number 23 and then proceeded not to wait after spinning us. And the steward's observation, car number 23, lap 244, turn 5, I need to quickly get that back up, turn 5 hit and spun number 5. Let's see if number 5 puts in a report. Car 23, lap 250, turn 14 was hit and spun by number 5. So, that's interesting. So I wonder if the 23, that penalty is for track limits or for that. So not track limits, speeding in the pits rather. I do know they've just done a driver change and Debug's got in the car. So there is a chance it could probably be for track limits. But
Stop and go 30, but stop and go 30s, aren't they usually for speeding in the
pits? Yeah.
Yeah, stop and go 30 is what you normally get for speeding in the pits. Although some teams like the 14 Lexus have received stop and go 30s for causing an incident and causing a collision. We were chatting with Matt earlier about the whether they're going to put Jack Alexander in the car. Well, they have, and in the last sector, he's taken another 7 tenths out of RWB flak in the number 9 Lexus. So, yep, they're definitely going to be on course to, at the rate things are going, finish as the highest placed Lexus in this race, which would be 19th. And
one thing, he wasn't lying to us. They're definitely looks like they're doing their best out there.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Jack is, as I said earlier, he's probably the driver of the moment, if anything. Especially in the Constructors' Championship, and he was pretty quick last year as well. In relatively speaking, given that he was driving the Nissan, it's not the easiest car in the world to try and get around a track. Although, I've just noticed something on the weather radar.
Oh no.
Quarter of an hour's time.
Rain in 15 minutes.
Bring it on.
Well, it could get spicy.
Guys, I think Charger's rain dance worked. Charger, it worked. I am very glad to say that, ladies and gentlemen, we will officially have light rain in
Ooh, light rain.
Yes. But now the question is, for these teams, Rob and Domino, how long is that light rain going to be?
Is it going to be light rain though?
I think so, yeah, it looks like it.
It might be light rain. It depends how much the wind picks up by, because that rain at the start was not light rain. To put it mildly.
Oh, that is true.
It was. Wind is showing currently nothing.
Instead, so I mean, could. Ooh. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but it's definitely going to get very interesting. That, you know, it's because the thing is, right, is this rain, Rob, it can either last 5 minutes or it can last for the next 3 hours. It can last for 30 minutes. This is going to be a gamble, isn't it? Do they take the chance, get the wet tires on and see what they can do, or do they either stay out on those slicks and hope that it dries up? It's going to be interesting.
Well, slicks will work for a few laps in the rain, but it's obviously not forever.
It will, but not forever. That's the thing. So you'll have a few laps to test it out, feel that out, see what you can do. But I mean, long term, the wets are going to be a lot faster in the slicks. So, Rob, what would you do? You're a team principal of okay, let's see you're a team principal of car Who's fourth? Or sorry, not fourth. Who's second?
The second place car is. I'm gonna have to fire up pit wall once
Well,
again.
first is Paul Varley right now. Phil Varley.
Yeah, it's the 911 Porsche of Tarin at the moment.
My level of knowledge is astonishing.
Okay, so Rob and Donovan, I'm gonna put you two in the situation. You are the team manager of that Porsche, right? Or at least a strategist. Okay. And you see the rain. You're trying to chase down P1. What are you thinking? What's your instant first reaction?
Well, the Porsche is quite good in greasy conditions.
Well,
Because it's
I would
rear engine.
stay out for a few laps. Then, if the radar shows it's still going to rain in, let's say half an hour, because I think when you're driving you can see half an hour of weather. I would probably change tires to wet, and then we would see.
Robin, you said?
Well, it's a tricky one really, because the Porsche is incredibly good in kind of like greasy conditions because it's rear engined. So if you've got all that extra weight over the rear axle and on top of the driven wheels, it means you naturally have an advantage on traction. So the Porsche in kind of greasy conditions would probably work really well for a few laps, and then you're going to start losing your tyre temperature a bit. And then it's going to be up to the driver pretty much. I mean, mind you, we know that drivers can be a bit wrong when predicting the weather conditions. I mean, anybody who's watched the Audi Le Mans documentary, Truth in 24, will know that for a fact, where Tom Christensen was saying on the radio, we should stay out, it's not too bad here. Only for his engineer, Howden Haynes, H, literally shouting over the radio, and I quote, "Tom, it's pissing it down," to try and actually get the message across to him that no, pit for wet, trust me, and it paid off. The Peugeot stayed on slicks, and that was in part of what cost Peugeot victory at Le Mans that year. Even though the Peugeot was 3 seconds a lap faster than the Audi's got the strategy bang on and at the right time, and it clearly paid off.
Well, if you watch F1, you remember what happened at Russia and with the lead McLaren driver Lando Norris. He stayed out on sticks too long, and it didn't pay off.
Yeah,
I was exactly going to bring that up. It's kind of a I think in motorsports in general, I think strategy is a big factor. But it's like in F1 that we saw. I mean, we've seen it the other way around as well. With the top teams getting it wrong, so it can change a lot.
Oh yeah, Nürburgring 2007, Marcus Winkelhock leading the race. His only ever Grand Prix start in the bloody Spiker of all cars. A car that had absolutely no right being, anywhere near the top half of the grid. It was, let's face it, it was pretty rubbish. And yet they made an absolutely blinding strategy call to just bring Marcus into the pits at the end of the first lap, put the wets on, and then the second he came out the pits, it's torrential downpour. You got cars flying off into the gravel left, right, and centre. And by the time they red flag the race, he's in the lead and is looking at the prospects of having to take the restart of what was his only ever Grand Prix from pole position.
That must be scary.
Later had a he had to retire with a mechanical fault, I think.
He had to retire with a mechanical problem, but at the same time, he led his only ever Grand Prix and effectively started from pole position on the restart, and nobody will ever be able to take that away from him.
Yep.
Imagine being able to tell people that you were at some time in your first race in Formula One.
And your only race.
Yeah, your first annual race. But why was it his only race? Sorry,
I think it was just a one-off deal because Spiker was, with all due respect, one of those teams where they kind of sort of desperately needed pay drivers. So he was definitely paying for his drive, but he also had talent. And to be fair, some of the all-time greats of Formula One were paid drivers at one point. Niki Lauda, Michael Schumacher.
Well, I think
know.
Niki Lauda actually had to pay for his own seat. He didn't have a sponsor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
think he had
he-
to take a loan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, have you guys heard the story of how he got the money? If you can, just go look it up. How did Niki Lauda pay for his F1 seat? It's extremely interesting. I'll tell you that. Is it Niki Lauda? I think it's Niki Lauda. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right about Lauda. He did actually have to go to the bank, take a loan out to make his Formula One debut, and it's like Michael Schumacher was basically plucked from the Mercedes sports car program and had to manage to find some sponsorship, gave it to Eddie Jordan, and ended up making his F1 debut at Spa because Bertrand Gachot was spending some time at Her Majesty's pleasure.
Oh.
Because he'd actually been jailed in the UK for tear gassing a taxi driver.
Tear gassing? How the? What?
Yeah,
I'm not
Why?
joking. I'm not joking.
Why?
That's a true story.
Yeah, it's a true story as well, and it was the year he'd won the Le Mans 24 Hours for Mazda.
I believe you. I just want to know why he would just tear gas a taxi driver.
I think he said it was like self-defense or something like that. And
Sorry, self-defense is with a gun, with a knife, or something like that. You don't tear gas someone in self-defense. Oh wow, that's
Formula One in the early 1990s was pretty wild. I mean,
It was.
back in those days as well, the golfing machinery was like, back then, being 2-3 seconds a lap slower than the fastest teams was enough to put you in the midfield. Maybe capable of fighting for points, not putting you plumb last, because if you were plumb last, you're about probably more like 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds. Sometimes, and in some cases, not so much seconds, more minutes off the pace.
We had talks a few years, and we still have talks that F1 is not close enough, that there is a huge gap between the teams and the midfield. But in the 90s, you had teams not qualifying for the qualifying, because you had pre-qualifying, then you had qualifying, and teams couldn't qualify for the race.
And sometimes you have a team. Oh yeah, and you look at the Life team as a perfect example of that. They were genuinely on about 2 occasions. The gap between them and the fastest time in pre-qualifying first thing Friday morning was measured in minutes. And in the pluraler form of minutes as well. Mexico City and Imola, and I remember reading a quote from Bruno Giacomelli, who drove for them. He was talking to Nigel Roebuck, very famous Formula One journalist from the UK, very highly respected journalist as well. And he said, I heard a very strange noise from my car this morning. And Nigel said to him, okay, what's that? And Giacomelli said, I don't know, but my suspicion is that all 12 cylinders were working for once.
Oh my word!
Honestly, anyone listening, if you watching this run out, if you've not heard of the Life F1 team story, look it up. It is, put this way, you do that kind of stuff nowadays, you're getting kicked out of the championship for bringing the sport into disrepute. There was a team in 1992 called Andrea Moda who were kicked out mid-season for bringing the sport into disrepute after the team boss got arrested for something. I can't remember if it was money laundering, tax evasion, fraud, or
trading or something.
Yeah, or some / all of what I mentioned. Although Andrea Moda did somehow qualify for the Monaco Grand Prix that year, and I don't think even Roberto Moreno knows how on earth that happened.
I think another interesting story is Colony team. They had the Subaru W12 engine, and it supposedly they barely made it for the first round. They had to make the first launch of the engine on a parking lot somewhere in the USA. I think it was in
Phoenix.
And then I'm not sure, was it the same season or next season they changed to a JAD V10 engine and they couldn't fit the engine inside. The engine cover was was just not
Oh,
large enough.
Life had that problem. They managed to find enough money to get a Judd
Oh, it was
V8,
live.
and then
Life
and they
Got a lot
realised
of
that
problems.
they realised the engine cover didn't fit, but they spent all the money on this engine, so they basically just got a load of gaffer tape to the engine cover on. And after about one lap at Estoril, coming down the pit straight, the whole engine cover just flew off.
It fell off.
And they had to red flag pre-qualifying as a result. And they realised they weren't going to stand a chance at qualifying for either of the two flyaways at Suzuka and Adelaide, so they just didn't bother. In other news, the Charger can officially stop dancing now with his straw skirt, for it is raining.
Thank you, Charger. You can stop dancing. That's it. That's all we needed to make it interesting. Rob, what's the rain like? Do we have wind? Do we not have wind? What do you?
We don't have wind. The track's already greasy, and the rain for the next.
Greasy is still fine for wet. It's definitely slow ride.
It's still slower. You're gonna have to turn the traction control and ABS up a couple of clicks. There's a couple of cars already in the pits, Samfire and Warden. Samfire from 8th in the Ferrari and Warden from 6th in the Audi. But you can still...
It's still too early.
It's still
the
too
weather
early.
is going to be very hot right now.
But
The
also...
track is just not wet enough. I mean, you can definitely drive on wets in this weather, but the wets will just wear out so quickly.
Yeah, it's that really interesting situation. Well, maybe not so much interesting if you're one of the drivers or member of one of the teams, where it's basically it's too dry to put wets on and it's too wet to put slicks on, and there's no such thing as intermediates. The rain looks pretty set fair, I think it's fair to say. It's still going to be like this for another quarter of an hour. So I'd say it's going to be a tricky one.
Quarter of an hour at least.
Yeah. And if it coincides with the pit window and the 55-minute stint time, oh boy.
Folks, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to get very interesting very fast. Oh, Charger is waiting for comms.
Charger's waiting for comms.
He's waiting for comms.
He does know he can just join
Yes, I know. But we'll just... Charger! Charger.
Good evening.
Have you been rain dancing?
Good evening.
I was in my skirt going, ugga, and the rain came.
Have you stopped?
I've asked for thunder and lightning.
Okay, can
very,
you
very
stop,
frightening.
Please? Wow, Rob. Original.
Is that another stop and go 30 for car number 5 now?
Yes, it is. That's another one. That is another
God.
one for car number 5. They've gotten 2 now in the previous hour. Hold on to them.
Oh no, it'd help if I actually grabbed the correct mouse to get the steward's board up.
How many mouses do you have, Rob?
I have to have one connected into my laptop so I can drag people into the commentary box, because the
Everyone we
trackpad
have-
doesn't work.
Everyone,
I've
we
got
have
the one that-
confirmed that Rob currently has 5 mice just hooked up to his laptop.
I've got my portable mouse in my laptop, and I've got my other mouse connected into the back of my computer at the moment. Yeah, the whole setup is pretty chaotic, but it works. So
I've
have
just
a
got 2
question.
monitors. It's pretty handy.
2 monitors work. 2 monitors work in Dream, Rob. We might try to get it for you. So I have a question, and I might regret asking this. I probably will. Charger, what
Yes.
will it take? What will it take for us to do, or anyone to do, that we get a picture of you in a green, like a grassy tutu, like in a green skirt?
Oh, that can be arranged. It's not a problem.
Oh, so you'll actually just send us a picture of you in a.
Yeah. Would you like a particular? Would you like a particular pose or?
No, I think that would just be absolutely amazing to see. We can make that the server's profile picture. We can, have I think we should have a dedicated just 12-hour live stream of Charger standing in a green skirt. Honestly, I just want to see the picture, man. I just want to behold the picture.
Or we can put it as the stream background.
Yeah, just a stream background.
You want to be careful what you wish for.
You know what? We might. I think we should make a league. Right? Just hear me out. I think we should make a whole new league, right? A racing series that's just full of, I think, Nissan GTRs with you on. That has a green skirt on. That's all it is. It's just you and a green skirt on a bunch of Nissan GTRs, and we'll call it the either Chargers babies, or we'll call it something like the Green Skirt Gang.
If you remember, not so far back, I was already on someone's bonnet holding a certain something, so it could be arranged.
Rob, would you like to see it? Rob, Domino, would you guys like to see that? Would you like? Is that a unanimous decision? Is that a unanimous decision? Can we request that as the commentators?
I'll leave the choice to you. I don't want to have this even have a saying on this.
Because there's a part of me that's like, we shouldn't do this. Then there's a part of me that says just do it, and there's a part of me that says ask the community. But I think it would be utterly ridiculous to make an announcement, ping people, and be like, would you guys like to see a picture of Charger in a rain skirt doing a rain dance so it rains at Spain? I think that would be utterly ridiculous.
Well, you could say that the rain in Spain is very much staying on the plane.
Oh, well. Rob, I'm going to leave the decision up to you. You're going to decide whether we want that picture. You're going to make that decision, boss man.
Well, Scott Free's currently in the 97 at the moment, so I wonder if Nate can make a poll on YouTube.
Nate? Someone call up Nate. We need him.
Because I think Nate has the permissions to do that. So I was thinking, should I? And then I was like, am I too responsible or irresponsible? I can't quite remember which.
I mean, to be quite fair, I think personally, just hear me out, right? I think it would be more responsible to make a poll, right, and ask the community rather than us deciding on behalf of the community.
Yeah, true.
Think about that.
I'm just sitting here working out my outfit. I'm just thinking what else I can wear with the dress skirt.
Charger's currently on Amazon, just scrolling through, looking at different dress.
I've already got a Rasta hair set, so I could wear that.
Oh my word, this is going to be absolutely amazing. Oh, wow.
Cos in the YouTube chat has said, lads, I know it's near the watershed, but calm down. It's close enough to the watershed at this point.
Okay, well, while we wait for a poll to be made, whether that be, we can do it later as well. But a change in news. The track is now officially damp. But
the rain is stopping.
Clear up in 15 minutes.
Mildly moist.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, Charger, I want to add a new request to the rain dancing video. Can you just, it's going to be a video now, by the way. Can you just, right at the end, just say the word moist in the most serious face? Right at the end, just add that in. Just look straight into the camera. And
moist.
Just, exactly. It's exactly what I want. This is, wow.
I'm on Amazon.
It's wrong.
Rob, do you like that suggestion? Domino, do you guys like that suggestion?
This is wrong.
Good evening and welcome to RWB International After Dark.
After Dark. I honestly think we should just, at this point, because we've had, I think, too many of these races. when it gets, in these races, I think when it gets to like the last 4 or 3 hours, you start recording it and put it on a podcast, because it always gets incredibly weird the closer we get to the end, especially in this kind of time frame. So then we record it, put it on a podcast, make billions, and RWB becomes a international brand. That's sort of
We will
thinking.
make our own sim.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, man. Oh, well.
Wait, maybe let's change the topic. What's your guys' thought on Rennsport, if you have heard about it? I mean, I've saw it on the general chat, so I guess you have heard about it, but what's your thoughts about it?
On?
What?
Hello? No, on what? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Rennsport.
Rennsport.
Rennsport. Yeah, it's a German name.
How do you spell it?
I mean, I guess you spell it Rennsport. Maybe you do spell it Rennsport. I don't know. Or in some British way.
Can you try and explain this to the dumb South African?
I don't really know that much about it. What I do know is that they put out it was only announced yesterday.
Literally.
They quite literally yesterday. So they said, I'm going to quickly see if I can find something on it. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to be quite careful with the wording here. But as the number 911 goes off and the number 8 Audi has yet another penalty for flashing. So someone put on. So someone tweeted them. I'm guessing yesterday, asking to explain it, and one of the things they mentioned in their release was, "You own your assets." This is a quote. "You own your assets and will be free to trade them through the marketplace of your choice." And then someone asked, "Is this NFTs?" NFT being non-fungible token, which is
that's just NFTs. That's all it is. They've just given it another name and call it Rennsport.
Yeah.
Rennsporten.
Yeah, that's just
hella aggressive.
That's just
I mean, saying you own your assets sounds like a direct hit on iRacing, literally.
Yeah.
iRacing.
Actually, could we get back on the topic of sim racing? Because I think if we can have a good chat about that.
I mean, it is sim racing, but it's sim racing with NFTs, so maybe let's not go into that topic.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm talking about proper sim racing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now exiting RWB After Dark. Thank you very much for watching that segment. We are now once again entering RW Daytime. RWB, the daytime news.
RWB, but PG-13.
PG-13, yeah. So After Dark is now done. So but sim racing. So for real, ACC of course releasing the newest update. I don't know if you've seen any of the cars as of yet, but with those new cars and whatnot, quite a few, quite a decently big update. And then of course iRacing bringing its own updates the other day to the GT3 and 4 categories. What do you guys make of, how can I say, the new ACC update, and then of course kind of its competitor iRacing trying to kind of get on ACC's GT3 level?
Well, I think.
Yeah,
sorry.
go on.
I was going to say, as someone who's only got the console version I say I only have the console version. I do have it on Steam, but I just don't have the computer to run it. But on the console version, I'm hopeful. I am hopeful that we might eventually get version 1.8 by this time next year. So who knows? We might get the content by then, but I'm not holding out much hope in that regard. But yeah, I'm probably not really in the best position to explain this, because I probably won't be driving these cars for this rate about a year. So.
I mean, still the question stands. Kind of what I'm asking is, do we think that this new ACC update gives it more life? Do you think it'll attract more people, or is it just kind of a new another like boring update? What's the? Because of course we can. I haven't played it myself yet, but I've only heard, done a bit of my research. And that's kind of a lot of people asking that question, you know, is it going to bring kind of a new crowd to ACC, do you guys think? Or because it's still GT3, it's still going to kind of just keep to the same crowd?
No, it won't. And as for the new cars, the BMW and the GT3 Challenge Ferrari, it's going to be like with GT4, so you get some hype early, some leagues do multi-class races, and then it's going to die off. I mean, I haven't seen the GT4 racing for so long, like multi-class racing. Obviously, some leagues do GT4 racing, but it's kind of niche right now, I think.
Oh yeah, I saw the entry list for endurance race in a league, and there was one team of absolute mad lads entered in a Camaro GT4, and that was the entire GT4 class.
I mean, it's kind of sad because those cars are really fun to drive. But yeah. I'm not really sure what's the reasoning why are those cars not so popular anymore.
Probably because they're not GT3 cars.
So yeah, I think my logic is why they aren't so popular is, and the thing is, because a lot of people do own them, I think their popularity died off because a lot of people, I'm gonna say this, because GT4 cars are slow, right? For those who do not know, you know, the whole point of GT4 is kind of that it is a bit of a lower category, right? If in its own right. But the thing is, I think that a lot of people struggle with is, you know, they're so used to kind of the constant speed and power of the GT3 cars that I think, you know, when they saw the GT4 cars, it was like, you know, kind of a fun, you know, kind of a fun thing to do for a few weeks. But then, you know, they still saw GT3 as their main kind of class. But I think then there's some people, and I think it's a very small community, don't get me wrong. But, you know, that's why I think, you know, people should try and get together more. You know, people who are dedicated to GT4, who, you know, have GT4 as their main league, who love it more than GT3. For, you know, various reasons, of course. So I don't think it's that the love for GT4 died off. I think it's that, you know, it was just kind of a bit of a filler for people who how can I say this? You know, who might have been bored of GT3 for a week or two, do a bit of GT4, and then, you know, you're back into GT3. But I think there are a community of GT4 lovers out there. I have, you know, of course, talked to a few people who who only race, who exclusively race GT4. And I think they're still there. There's just not a lot of them.
Well, we'll be putting something on in GT4 in the you know, the next few months because they are overlooked.
Yeah,
and they're great cars.
Oh yeah,
but
we saw in the Constructors' Championship last season, the first half of the last season's Constructors' Championship was GT4 only. And the racing was absolutely bang on as the number 911 gets involved in a collision with another Porsche. I think that was the 772. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for both parties, firstly, it was caught on stream, and secondly, there's already an incident under investigation from lap 280 with both cars in. Sorry, I just had to quickly squeeze that one in there with a shoehorn and a bit of liquid soap.
No, those poor guys, they've had quite a few incidents thus far. But it's unfortunately in life. No, but so here's my question: is Charger? Of course, you know the new. Is it the new? There's a new Lamborghini out there, right? Yeah. Because it's like its own class, isn't it? It's what do they call this series? There's a name for it, isn't it?
GT6.
Super Trofeo.
No, Super Trofeo. It's like its own standalone series, so that's the only car that races in that.
Yep.
Do you guys, have you guys thought of maybe making its own standalone, standalone thing, like let's say the Porsche Cup, or is that not something that'll ever happen?
Yeah, I mean, we did the testing last week. We waited because obviously every man and his dog was running the new cars. It's pointless us running them, and we did a Friday. We managed to get through the M2, the Ferrari, and the Lambo. I loved the Ferrari. A lot of people say it's twitchy, but it's great to drive. Not a fan of the M2, to be honest.
I've heard the M2 isn't.
It's a bit boring.
What?
I mean, to be honest, slow cars probably bring better racing, as in closer.
Yeah.
But it's really boring. Those cars are really slow.
The racing was great. I think there was about 15 of us doing it, and there was about 20 odd actually. The racing was great. It was close, but they just felt, I don't know, they just didn't give you any sense of speed. They're still pretty quick, but yeah, I mean, once you jump from the M2 to the Ferrari, I mean, the Ferrari's an absolute beast, you know, and you feel that you're going some rate of knots, you know, but yeah, we'll do single. We are going to do single series.
Because I asked for interesting sake, because the IRL, because I know the Porsche Cup, they're either scheduled to start or they started a while ago, I'm not sure. But the Super Trofeo, they're in real life series that you can actually mimic in ACC if you wanted to. Started, I think, a week ago, somewhere around there.
Yeah, last week at Imola.
Week, I think. Yeah, at Imola. So no, that was like, you know, because I think for a lot of, I'll say it like this. There aren't a lot of people that I think dedicatively watch that, but I do think, you know, that maybe if RWB have like their own community that, you know, watch that and they want to kind of do that in sim, I think that could be something pretty cool.
It's kind of interesting as well, because we in the Super Trofeo series actually made some headlines at Imola last weekend, because not only did you have Valentino Rossi in the GT World Challenge Europe paddock driving for WRT, but you also had one of his longtime sparring partners from that almost golden era of MotoGP back in the mid to late noughties and early 10s racing in the Super Trofeo in Danny Pedrosa. And Pedrosa, in what I think is actually his first race on four wheels, was genuinely competitive. He finished just outside the top 10, if I remember correctly, in the first race.
Yeah.
So it's definitely good form of exposure for the series. And then, well, to top it off, you got Jorge Lorenzo doing Porsche Carrera Cup Italy. So that's 3 of the cars ticked off. So all we need now is Casey Stoner to do Ferrari Challenge Asia Pacific, and then hey presto, we've got 4 cars off the new Challengers DLC being raced by 4 of the best Grand Prix motorcycle racers of kind of my childhood.
Absolutely amazing. It would be quite amazing, to be fair. No, but I think dedicated. I mean, I personally, because I know, you know, we currently have the Constructors Championship, of course. But I think a dedicative series in RWB would be absolutely. I would quite, you know, watch that.
I mean, the question is, would it get enough interest?
That's what I'm saying. So it might need a bit more time, but you shouldn't lose it, you know, leave it too late as well. Sorry, Charger, continue.
We did a Porsche Cup Challenge last night, which was quite fun around Silverstone. Those Porsches are really, they're hard to drive. You're right on the edge all the time. Half an hour felt like over an hour. Yeah. But yeah, we'll definitely do something like that. I mean, we've done the mixed, I think someone's saying there, we've done mixed endurance before, and you can guarantee if you put 100 cars on and allowed GT3 and GT4, you'd have 80 GT3s and 20 GT4s if you're lucky. You know, it's just so skewed. And you can try and force the cars, you know, 50-50, but it never works.
True. I've actually ever done one endurance race, which was multi-class. It was on Suzuka. I think we had 60 cars, and it was like 40 GT3s and 20 GT4s. And it was only 60 cars, not 100, but it was still pretty packed, and lapping GT4s was just slaloming through them and lapping some GT3s at that as well. And it was quite dangerous at that, so it requires extra I think patience as well, but extra caution. But there is some fun aspect in that, but yeah, everyone has to be more cautious, and it can be a pain to lap them sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's like. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to respond to that. In my experience, everyone wants to do mixed racing, mixed class racing, but everyone signs up in GT3.
Yeah,
Mm,
exactly.
You know, it's
Everyone wants
yeah,
someone else
yeah.
to do the GT4.
Yeah, I mean, I used to go on a GT4 just because I liked them and to make the numbers up. But yeah, we even did a poll. You know, would you prefer single or multi? And it went with multi. And when we did it, I think there was like 12 GT4s in it or something. So yeah, it just doesn't seem to work. But single class racing, I quite like.
It's
But
quite
see-
tricky as also.
No, Rob, go for it.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, this is like in real life in IMSA, the pace difference between a well-driven GT3 car with an all-pro driver lineup and say an LMP3 car with an AM driver in it is, well, actually the GT car's quicker than the prototype, which theoretically should be a faster car, which means that it's an absolute pain in the you-know-what, and that's why for Daytona and for Sebring and for just about everywhere where the two classes meet, you have a split grid. So the GTs start about 20-30 seconds after the prototypes have, just purely because otherwise it would just be an absolute mess going into turn one. And given how quick turn one at some tracks like Road Atlanta and Sebring and Mid-Ohio and Road America are, it really doesn't actually bear thinking about.
Starts at Sebring can be a very big mess sometimes.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. I don't think being in there is. I don't think being in there is very fun, but it's fun to watch.
I think Sebring needs re-tarmac, and every time I've driven it, it's just bounce, bounce, bounce everywhere.
I mean, it has its charm to it, to be honest.
Yeah,
But it's also very difficult to drive. Like, your car could just snap out of nowhere on that tarmac. If you've done Sebring in iRacing, in the first sector is very slidey, for example.
Oh yeah, going through turn one. I mean, well, back in 2008 when they were just piling more and more and more downforce onto the P2 cars, John Hindhaugh still tells this story to this day, just standing on the outside at turn one, behind the fence, and watching Marco Andretti in one of the works Acuras come past, thinking, when's he going to brake or lift? When's he going to... No, he's not going to try taking... Oh, he's actually taken it flat. Like, that's how much downforce they had. And to have the commitment to take turn one at Sebring flat in a prototype.
Yeah,
like, that's how much... Yeah.
Mental.
I mean, well, the Porsche team, Penske Porsche team, when they ran the RS Spiders, were flat through turn one at Road Atlanta during Petit Le Mans. And they had to tell the drivers in advance, okay, there's no one coming out of the pits, you can take it flat. Because the drivers were being subjected to like 6G through there.
I mean, it sounds mental, definitely.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, it was. It was properly mental.
Looks like I need to get my skirt back on.
Oh, yes, it stopped raining, but everyone's probably on wet tyres, the track's greasy, and they're all offline because the tyres are melting. Meanwhile, on the penalties front, Harry Kane... No, he's not going up to take a penalty. The 44 BMW's got a drive-through penalty for track limits. The 772 Porsche has got a penalty for the first incident with the 911 for blue flag infringements. Yeah, fighting for position defending even though they were a lap down. And the number 8 Audi has received a 15-second penalty for... You guessed it.
Track limits.
No.
Flashing.
Oh, damn.
Yep. Again. Which I think is their third penalty for flashing and their second 15-second penalty for it, because the first was only 5 seconds.
Was someone going to ask them to stop flashing, or...?
I honestly don't get why people don't get this rule. Flashing, people that flash to annoy people, to distract people, it's just not very sporting. We don't allow that. we do allow you to flash your lights to let people know that you want to overtake under blue flag conditions. But just flashing, you're going to get those penalties, and like it or not, don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, flashing can be very annoying. I've done a lot of Nordschleife races in iRacing this week. People just flash you for whatever reason. Like, they are going 5 times as slow as you could. Like, on Nordschleife, a good lap time in a GT3 is pretty much like 8:20, 8:10, 8:0 for quick guys. I think Beneke did a 7:59 last year. And they are going literally 9-0 because they are scared because it's dark. And you pass them because they brake 5 times earlier than they should, and they flash you for that because you overtook them. They flash you for whatever reason just to annoy you. It's true. And it's annoying because flashing could be used very well to just give people information and stuff when you're trying to lap them and stuff, but people just can't use it well.
Look at me alive.
Yeah, it annoys me, and I think it has the adverse effect of people get annoyed and think, right, well, I'm not going to make it easy then. Especially if someone's flashing you from 250 feet away, you're not even getting blue flagged. I mean, that's just ridiculous. If they're right up your hole and they're giving you a flash, that's different, facilitate. But yeah, if someone starts flashing me just to annoy me, I'm not going to make it. I'm not the easiest to pass anyway, but I'll make damn sure I won't block. I'll never block, but I'll defend to the hilt.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of blue flag infringements, the 772, after getting a 5-second penalty, got a drive-through penalty for closing the door on the 911 and forcing them off the track. Steward's observation being, making life difficult for faster cars and then colliding with the second place car. Give space to faster cars, and if they are overlapping on turning, give them space, which you'd think is common sense, but
obviously not.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
unfortunately.
I mean, I'm not the quickest driver in the world, but I mean, even I reckon I could probably do on the Nürburgring 24 hours in a GT3 car like 8:45s. But at the same time, I would be probably doing that pace for an entire stint, so it would be somewhat consistent. But then again, at the same time, it's also, you have people who've probably never driven the Nordschleife before and are just thinking, oh my god, the walls, they're so close. And you're just like, you don't need to brake for, like, Schwedenkreuz, for example. That's just a lift, turn in, smash the throttle, get the car stabilised, hit the brakes, down to third, turn in for Arenberg.
Well, I mean, people like lift at turns that are flat out easily, even in the dark. You can see it. You can see the entire corner definitely, but I guess you try to be careful. But it's annoying because I pass them because I'm 5 times as fast as them. I pull a 10 seconds gap in 10 corners, and they still flash me because you overtook me. What are you doing? How can you overtake me?
Quick thing, I am very sorry to say, but I am, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, going to have to go.
No.
Time in the clock has expired. I have to go pick up the children from school. No, I'm kidding. Please don't think I'm that old. I'm genuinely not. While you're at school, don't think I'm that old, please. I promise I'm not. Oh, well. No, but seriously.
I was going to say, seriously, you don't need to ask to join the commentary box. You're more than welcome to, mate. Just jump in whenever.
Yeah, I know, but still, we have to. Just for a bit of context, for everyone watching, I sent a message, basically asking if I can join. But the only reason I do that, Rob, is, I don't want to kind of catch you off guard, if that makes sense. I at least want you to know that you've got someone coming in, if that makes sense.
Oh no, it's fine, thanks. I mean, to be fair, I can see on my laptop, because I have 2 Discord windows open, one for chat and one for the watching the stream, so I can still flick between them and see if anyone's jumping into waiting for comms, for example. But no, mate, seriously, any time, just jump in here. Feel free to.
Oh, okay, fine. I will. But no, genuinely, guys, it's been absolutely amazing. Charger, I will be waiting for a photocopy of you.
I've actually
Um,
posted the outfit that I found on Amazon in the team chat there, so check it out.
How much is it? Do we have to make a fund? Because I am more than willing to make a fund for it.
I think I can splash out 11 quid or whatever it is. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'll be accepting donations for charity, like if I do the video for you.
Well, you know what? We should. Can we do that we should contact some organizations and ask them if they don't want to.
Let's not get too far ahead here. I mean, I don't want to be on telly or anything.
No, but I mean, it's honestly, I think we'll have a look at it. But no, it's what do you call it in South? In Afrikaans, we call it a bok for sports. It basically means you're up for anything. So thank you, Charger, for being such a buck for sports. I assume that's the direct English translation. Sounds a bit weird. A deer for sports. But no, seriously, guys, thank you guys very much. I don't know when I'll be on again. Hopefully, won't be too soon. I won't be commentating a lot this year, but it's been incredibly fun talking with you guys again. Have a blessed evening. Everyone driving, don't do anything stupid, and have a great night, guys.
See you later, partner.
Catch you later, mate.
We had Damien join us. Hello.
Hi, guys. How it's been? Are you enjoying the weather? Mixed it up a little bit.
It did.
Loving it.
It's pretty warm, but and the rain makes things a bit spicy, so it's okay. But we could have done with more rain. Well, still 3 hours to go, so.
I think those brief showers really mess things up though for people, don't they? You know, they're not sure if they should pit or go for wets, and so yeah, it makes it interesting. I think if you just have a constant downpour, it gets a bit boring. But
yeah,
that was the number 12 Ferrari just looping it right in front of us, and at that precise moment, the camera auto director switches to the 32 McLaren. Sorry about that.
How's your race going, Damien?
Well, for my raccoons are currently P15, P16. We're just maybe 2-3 hours ago, we've been fighting for P17, P22. So currently, last few hours is going better and better. We're not picking up any penalties, which is really good to see. One of our teams had drive-through and stop and go 30, but apart from that, it's all clean.
Was that stop and go? Was that debug coming out the pits and speeding?
I think it was other driver coming into the pits,
okay.
or maybe
catch that.
Yeah, it's probably usually if that's stop and go, it's probably a mistake. You know, it's 5 centimeters is enough.
Yep.
But the rain came just in time when our most experienced driver sat behind the wheel, and I mean, just as a super calm Norwegian he decided he'd seen the rain, and he decided to go for dries. You know.
Oh.
No problem for him. The rain was very short, and he definitely benefited from this. He gained so much.
Well, I can speak from experience. I was once put on dries in a soaked circuit on Paul Ricard, so.
It was actually just a quick shower, and it was damp. So you know, if you hold on to your a little bit of adaptive driving and experience, and
yeah, well, it was a lot worse for me because it was just a mistake. But if you if you have a short shower and you decide to chance it on the dries, it's a completely different situation.
Yeah, so currently we're P15, P16, so nice, comfortable position. I see our direct competitors have been struggling a little bit with little penalties and drive-throughs and little slides. But we are doing quite consistent laps with no off tracks, so it's very good to see.
Well, life is good.
And the engine did not blow up.
No.
We're driving with orange engine icon since hour 2 of the race.
Is it only the Lambo that does that?
Both
No.
of them.
I've never seen it.
I've
No,
had
sorry,
a
I mean
yellow
both
engine
of
on the
our-
Aston.
I'm saying
Once.
both of our Lambos have it. But yeah, you're right. This is a typically Lambo thing, and moreover, this is a typically Lambo in rain thing. Because in dry conditions, like trust me, I'm driving Lambo exclusively and quite aggressively downshifting. You can downshift all day in dry, as long as you're not doing this over the curves.
I've actually had a yellow engine on the Aston, but not an orange one. I've had it for like 10 hours of a 12-hour race, and it was fine. So
Well, a month ago, I got no engine on Lambo because it blew up.
oh, yeah, I've never had an engine blow up in GT3s, luckily. But does it happen because of aggressive downshift?
Yeah, because Lambo, especially Lambo in rain, it basically, the electronics I think doesn't work properly, and it's easy for you to lock up the rear wheels, and then it messes up.
Is it not? Would it not necessarily be the gearbox you've launched rather than the engine? Is that what it's showing? I don't know if it defines engine and gearbox, or if it's all under one.
I don't know. I would have to Google that, but
Hmm.
yeah, it's an issue. It's an issue that comes exclusively, I think, in Lambo to that extent, and specifically in rain. It's not that much of an issue in dry. I mean,
Damon,
our
we
other
can't really hear
drivers-
you well. Something happened to your microphone, I think.
Oh, that's
Oh, now it's better.
That's better.
that was unfortunate. Yeah, our other drivers started just smashing the gears down as soon as it was dry, and it's actually fine. It's actually fine.
That's good to hear. What can we ask you?
I don't know. Just you can just comment on the race. I mean,
Roblo and Productive Panda were doing pretty good without me, but now I think they're both gone. Roblo has muted himself, so I have to take over a little bit.
Rob's just popped for a drink.
Oh yeah.
do you actually know who's leading currently? Because I think the pit stops sequence was gone because of the rain in the first minutes of the race.
Well, it hasn't changed too much. We had Steady Start Racing leading for before the rain started, so Phil Varley's still in the car there. I think actually the McLaren, the 32 McLaren has overtook the 911 Schumachkin's Porsche, so I think we had a change in that regard. Also, the 44 BMW I think has fallen a little bit. They were in P4 and fighting for the podium. Now they're in P5, but there's been no changes in the league. But yeah, that's a good point. Something could have happened during that rain. Well, hopefully we get more. More rain means more strategy. Well, maybe not necessarily mishaps, but with some strategical mind games. When to pit, when to go back to dries and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, the last push, I guess it's basically 3 more stints left.
Yeah,
Something like
pretty
that.
much.
I predict more rain. I have spoken to the rain gods.
Carter is like the person in the church that talks to God. He's the voice of God essentially. At least
It might be the voices in my head. I'm not sure, but yeah, I've been talking to them.
Paul
We shall
says
see.
the race is boring. The comms is where the action is. I could listen to Rob wax historical for hours. Well, well,
Rob, I'm sure Rob's plugged directly into the Matrix. He's got to be.
oh, that's possible. We don't know. We have to ask him. I actually don't know where the Steward's report chat is.
It's on the event itself. How far is car 21 from car 57, Damien? That's one of yours, isn't it, Erdman?
At 21 and 23, what's that? I don't see anything about us.
No, I've wondered how far away your first, your number 21 car was from the car in front. I was just trying to look at the timings there.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Yeah, we've switched recently. The Team Green 23 was in front, and now the Team Red 21, number 21 is in front.
It looks like you've got Jack Alexander slicing up the field.
Yeah,
I'm
again.
actually surprised that Jack is so much down the grid. He's usually up in the higher places.
I think Jack has they have 4 people team, and there are 2 fast drivers. I mean, or should I say, there's Jack, there is 1 fast driver, and there is 2 slower drivers.
Well, he's saying that it's the Porsche that gives him pace, but I think he's a very quick driver overall. He's been doing really strongly in the series that's governed by you, Damien, the Constructors Championship. Is he still leading? Because I haven't followed the series for some time now.
I mean, he has a big chance to win it without even participating for the rest, because the way it works, it's 9 rounds championship, but only 6 rounds count, and his
So we have
6
3
rounds,
drop rounds.
Yes, so his 6 rounds were, I think, 5 wins and P3.
He's absolutely smashing it lately, isn't he, Jack? So it's amazing to think as well. He hasn't been sim racing for a year, has he? I think he only started last year.
What?
Yeah, I shit you not. Sorry?
Been doing it for
Or
like
did
2.5
he start at
years.
just ACC a year ago, or just generally sim racing started?
I'm not sure, but I know he said, I'm sure it was last year. He said something, he started racing, it could be ACC last year.
Yeah, he's like really fresh into it. I've been doing it for twice as long, and I can't hold a candle to his pace, to be honest. I guess it's maybe talent, maybe he has better gear, I don't know. But
I think he's young. There was some speculation that he was cheating, but I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous. He's
no way.
He's just got a natural ability. He's one of those people that's got a natural ability,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
I've
I
raced
guess so.
around him, and every time he's well lapping me. Obviously, he does seem to have the level of control as our other fast drivers have. So, like, you know what I mean? If he would be like starting a year ago without the skill and using something extra, then I don't think that the track behavior would be the same as this. I think he just has a talent. There's no reason.
Yeah, I mean, I've had training from Speed Demon, and I've watched him, in car with him, where he was going brake here and there. I'm like, I just can't do that. I just can't do what he can do, and that's it. It's just ability. It's natural ability.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I see those laps posted on YouTube with inputs. I try to do the same, and I'm still like 3-4 seconds slower.
yeah.
I
Same.
guess it's just talent. Also, Damien, you said yourself on the Discord, I'm pretty sure, that getting a monitor with a higher refresh rate has helped you.
Oh, it did massively. Yes. For some reason in game, you do feel the difference. And I also jumped from 27 single screen to 34 single screen, which is just perfect for kind of my needs. Like I had very little adaptation time, and it immediately felt just better.
Yeah, I was doing this Sebring 12 hours lately in iRacing, and I'm driving on like a really old TV, like a 32-inch really old TV, LG one, and I'm not sure it's either 60 or 50 hertz. And when I was finished with my stint, I plugged my PC back into my desk where I have a 144 hertz monitor, and I wasn't driving, but I was just looking at my teammates driving, and the difference is massive. From 60 to 144 hertz, and well, you can always go to 140 hertz. The difference is even more probably, and it probably helps. Well, the gear is probably also some aspect, but I've seen guys on G29s being faster than I am, and I mean I have a T300, but probably faster than some guys driving direct drive. So.
Yeah, I think that it's latency. Anything that reduces latency between input and everything, because you've got latency on input, you've got latency on internet, you've got latency on monitors, peripherals. There's all that latency adds up. So anything that you can do to reduce latency sharpens everything up, and reaction times and stuff.
Yeah,
that's true too.
The smoothness.
Yeah.
I guess it's even like almost not even conscious. Your brain just reacts faster and better to what's going on. Oh, is that two raccoons next to each other?
Oh, make a screenshot quick.
Save the replay.
Don't worry, the replay will be on YouTube for a very, very long time. So
the second I would hit a screenshot, they would probably go like, team crash or something like that. I don't want to spoil.
or it just changes camera to someone else.
Hello. Getting a full house in here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yep. In the meantime, we had NMR Porsche and Nate Newcomer coming in, so welcome you guys.
Yeah.
I think Porsche you were here before, so welcome back.
I was here at the start.
Few hours at the beginning. How's it going? Well, how long have you got?
Me?
Well,
I've got
Nate's driving as well, so...
Yeah, Nate's been driving in the 97 GPX Porsche with Scot-free, and well, basically the 76 Ferrari is still leading. The 911s had a couple of penalties. The number 8s had more penalties for flashing. The Lexus number 14 had a bit of a moment where the driver forgot the braking zone for turn 1 and promptly platted into a Porsche at some speed. The number 12 Ferrari did a perfect impression of what I saw Robin Freintz doing in FP2 earlier in Rome. I do a 360 mid-session on the track, but without actually hitting anything. Usual mixture of pit stops and fast lapping, and a rain shower.
Oh, there's been another one.
Yes, I had my grass skirt on and did the rain dance. So
Yeah, I was in the YouTube chat talking about that. I was with you then. Anyways, am I alright to join the comms box, or have you guys got enough people in here? Because I'm fine to.
I mean, we have a full party, but it's all right, of course.
Yeah.
did you bring the beer?
I've got wine.
Wine? Oh, I have
Yeah,
got
wine.
skirts on, so I suppose wine's acceptable.
Anyways, how's the racing going? Like, is it going good now?
Yeah. It's, well, the drivers at least have the advantage of, since you left the comms box, mate, the drivers can at least actually see where they're going now without headlights. It's daylight. I mean, to be fair, it hasn't, in all honesty, got that much lighter since overnight, but it is definitely daylight. It's just properly overcast. And it's warmed up a decent amount. Air temperature 23, track temperature 30, and been a couple of...
Please, can you change the camera? Oh, thank you so much. I'm literally having heart attack. My two cars are 0.2 seconds from each other. After freaking 11 hours of racing, they're next to each other.
Yeah.
Well, you can always do some
fighting hard.
some team orders, but
in before they take each other out.
Well, I told them before the race in a pep talk that just respect each other, but you're free to fight with each other. I might regret this in a second.
Oh dear.
Wait, at what point are you going to go full Eddie Jordan and have to issue team orders? Spa 98 style.
We'll see. Damien, how's the engine issues? Are they like getting better, or are they still pretty bad?
One of our cars, as soon as rain stopped, sacrificed themselves and started smashing down the gears, and everything was fine. So the other cars started smashing the gears again as well, and it's fine. It's exclusively rain issue, I guess.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I thought Debug was going to have a look down the inside there at turn one. I should add, I've got the lap times up for both drivers. Debug was exactly 0.2 of a second quicker last time around. I'm not trying to influence your decision making as team boss, but I'm just saying.
Sebastian is finishing his double stint, so he's on older tires.
Oh, those tires are going to be not in a pleasant state. Okay, he's let
go. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Sky Ferrari as well, which I think has got APAL 53 behind the wheel at the moment.
That's fine. No point fighting, because I know Sebastian had these tires when there was no rain, then there was rain, and then another 40-something minutes on dry. So these tires seen a lot.
Yeah, the tyre drop-off towards the end of a double stint has basically been along the lines of fine, very not fine in not a terribly long amount of time. So
butter, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Tires in the wet can get really not fun. There was one race on RWB actually. I think it was the 4-hour Silverstone one on the RST series, where you could do one push lap without watching the tires and they would be gone for the rest of the stint. They would just essentially make you spin every lap, and it was wet, but it was really weird. And I guess it still depends on the tarmac and on everything, but you have to be really careful of the tires at all times.
We've got that RST coming up next week, so
Yeah,
shameless plug, yeah.
Saturday night.
Yep. Teams of 2, 2.4 air race. Get summoned up.
Yep, and best of all, it's chances are if you support some football teams, you might end up actually being involved in a team that's doing considerably better than the football team you support. Not that I can speak for anything, because I clearly choose which football teams I support based on, well, mediocrity, but...
Well, my hometown team is in the 4th division, so...
The hometown team from the town I grew up in play in the... Oh, it's considerably lower than that. Non-league side, so they're what? Championship, League 1, League 2, Conference South. I think the 7th or 8th. I can't remember how many times we've been relegated.
Oh god.
Yeah, so on the plus side, if you went to the chip stall at the end of the match, you'd often ask for a medium chips. You'd often get a large for the same price, because they needed to get rid of it. So that was good for a laugh. Nice for the tremendously long 5-minute walk back up the road to my parents' house. The joys of having the local football club playing at the bottom of the road.
Oh, we've got Dakuza asking for more rain, please. Right, I'm on it.
Oh God! Here we go. He's getting the straw skirt.
Oh, yeah.
He's getting dressed.
I didn't get undressed.
Well, good news, I guess.
Yeah,
Moving on.
I've noticed that. Well, I don't know if Nate wants to really hear this. Your car's got a drive-through. Presumably for track limits, I'm guessing, but yeah, that's means the 97 is going to be coming in soon-ish. Yeah, it must be track limits because nothing's come up on the steward's report. Another moment of relative quiet in the steward's room as those who aren't driving on track or in the commentary box are probably having a cup of tea or something and waiting for the next steward's report.
I'm having a cup of Melissa because my cars are still fighting, and I think I'm gonna go away to.
I think it's chamomile in English.
It's time for me to go and react.
Yes.
Felipe is faster than you. Can you confirm the message?
Sebastian is faster than you. Can you please confirm you understood the message?
Multi 21.
Oh god, given it was multi 21, which is kind of ironic given that Erdman is in the 21.
Oh yeah.
Oh god,
I'm
congratulations.
Just browsing our strategy book, and it's called Strategy One-Legged Pigeon.
Oh. Sounds interesting.
Yeah,
right.
You need to have code names, because if others are listening, they might know.
Yes. Oh, that happens a lot in Formula E.
We are prepared.
Yeah, Formula E teams were surprisingly slow to react to this, because it did take them a while to work out that, yes, the other teams were also listening into the world feed. So any radio messages involving strategy were, it turns out, being intercepted by the other teams. Yeah. Like I said, you'd be surprised how long it took them to actually realise this and realise that, oh yeah, we probably need to come up with some weird-ass code name for this to try and actually not leak our strategy to the however many million people are watching, whoever's at the track, and all our rivals.
Well, if you're saying that Lamboleo Raccoons is smarter than F1 teams, it's a great time for me to leave the commentary box on this.
Well, much smarter than Formula E teams, given some of the absolute comedy I still witness in that series.
I'm sitting here trying to work out one-legged pigeon strategy. I mean,
Oh, I can tell you that all of our strategies have the word pigeon in them.
okay.
Well, it's even better to have plan pee-pee poo-poo than getting your plan leaked out to everyone.
So raccoons and pigeons. I see the theme.
Yeah. A little trashy, but you know, we get this crap. All right, see ya, guys.
See you.
Catch you later, mate.
See ya. Just imagine someone in the car shouting, "One-legged pigeon, one-legged pigeon."
And,
What?
yeah.
And
What's
you're
that
like,
again?
What?
And then you got one of the drivers typically being in the middle of a race situation. What the is that again? Yeah. So.
Yeah. What was that? What was that code for? I can't remember.
Yeah. Racing drivers going to be racing drivers. It's going to go completely well until they crash into each other, or someone sticks it in the wall, or runs out of fuel, or just blames it on something/someone else. So just normal racing car driver stuff, I guess. But currently looking at not Robin Fright, Greg Samfire.
But you have Formula E right now.
Yes, I was up at 5:45 this morning UK time to get my computer on ready for practice 1 at 6:15 UK time, 7:15 local time in Rome. Then I went back to bed because I'm sensible-ish.
Well, I got up at 8 a.m. and I think I slept through entire Q2 F1. So. But I watched Q3 luckily. I think that's the most important part.
Yes, Q3, the time when you try to be a hero or you do the
Pin it into the wall.
complete opposite.
Well, actually, interestingly enough, Alonso could have set pole position time, if not that hydraulic fault. I think he was pretty much bang on the same pace as Charles Leclerc in Sector 1, but he was faster in Sector 2.
Yeah, it was. I did see the incident in question earlier while having a cup of tea, or at least making it downstairs, and saw it, and then thought, that's odd. Just a wee bit, but yeah, not wanting to give away too much of what happened in case anyone missed both the session live or the rerun, because it is one of those races where they do reruns because it's that early in the morning. Meanwhile, we've got the Lamboleo Raccoons team being intercepted by the third place Porsche, so no doubt Damien's on the radio letting Debug know who's driving that Porsche, and Debug goes to the outside, which in turn opens the door for the unintended side effects of opening the door for Erdmann in the sister car. Which is a bit suboptimal, but there we go.
Well, it is definitely interesting to watch two teammates going so close to each other, but we're hoping it won't end up in an accident.
Well, there haven't been any yellow flags yet since we last saw them on camera, so I'm guessing they've managed to not crash into each other. Although Erdmann is now showing as being ahead of Debug as a result of that, so yeah, depending on whose opinion you get afterwards, yeah, I think it might differ slightly between the drivers.
Well, it looks like Damien has pulled a rabbit, or rather a pigeon, from his hat, and it has worked.
Surely a one-legged pigeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God, it's got to be a one-legged pigeon, surely. Check the YouTube chat quickly. Still plenty of views at the moment. And do a quick check of Discord. No, I need to go into the correct server. Here we go, live to watching a commentator attempt to remember how to use Discord. Oh, joy. Oh, there was a Damien Lowe in the endurance chat on the server. Driver in 13 apologises to 44 for the bonk at turn 4. A bit of a bonk in the braking zone with Sparks, I think, in the M4. You can tell it's getting late because I've had to crack out a bigger mug. For tea, obviously, I should add, not for other caffeinated beverages. Have that much coffee this time, and I am probably going to be pulling an all-nighter. Meanwhile, Crawford Brown is currently in 5th place at the moment in the retro Audi ALMS liveried car, which actually, credit where credit's due, works really well on the GT3. It's just a shame that after Dieselgate, the chances of being able to market anything that's got a diesel engine are pretty slim for the most part. Unfortunately.
Volkswagen and all of its counterparts, all of its subsidiaries going electric pretty much. So.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, well, we got Maserati entering Formula E in a year or two's time, which was great. Apart from the fact that some bright spark thought it'd be a great idea to have the press conference at about 7 o'clock in the evening. Great idea in theory because it's in the manufacturer's own country, but in practice also means that anyone who's not actually at the circuit is also likely to be at work or having dinner. So, yeah, that's maybe wasn't the smartest bit of timing, I'd say.
Formula E isn't really my thing. I've watched a few races, but it wasn't that interesting.
I've watched quite a few races, watched a couple trackside as a spectator, worked at a couple, and done pre-season testing for a couple of years back, and that's media only. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting, to say the least. Yeah, I've got to be quite careful with how I word some of this. Yeah, some of the dynamics in the paddock and in the press room are it's a bit of a tricky one. To put it mildly, and I think that's all I'll say on that for reasons.
Well, one interesting thing I know is that they are racing in a expo center in Berlin.
Yeah, they've raced Tempelhof. The Tempelhof used to be one of the main airports in West Germany during the Cold War, and there's also I think a USAF base as well. And apparently, it was the one assignment anyone at the USAF wanted was to be on assignment in West Germany at Tempelhof. Because reasons, and they're quite lucky at Tempelhof because they've just got that massive great tarmac apron, so they can build effectively whatever they damn well want. So it kind of works. It's wide, you can race people, and it works well as a track. And also Berlin as a city, it's kind of, I quite like it. I actually really want to go back to Berlin again, and hope I can this year at some point.
I've actually never been there, so I can't really say anything on that topic.
Yeah, I mean, then you got London on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, where you've got the track quite literally running through the Excel Exhibition Centre, and they had this double hairpin section there last year, and I was quite lucky because the week before the race I had work commitments in London, so I was able to get on the DLR and just ride the bit of the Docklands Light Rail that runs parallel to the Formula E circuit and get some photos on my phone. And it was pretty clear even a week before the race that A, it was going to be narrow, and B, those hairpins probably weren't the smartest idea in the world ever. And yeah, we kind of got proven right about that. It basically turned into, quite literally, Mario Kart. The ABB FIA
like
Mario
that
Kart
sometimes.
World Championship. Yeah, it literally is. I mean, the worst ones are when you've got a race and the drivers have spent half the race knocking 7 shades of shit out of each other on the track. There's just been incidents left, right and centre, and then you're looking at the race thinking, oh yeah, the race is over, great. But from a journalist's perspective, you're looking at it thinking, shit, we've got another 3 hours before we're probably going to get classified results because that many drivers have to go to the stewards. So it's kind of funny when that happens, unless you're covering it and you're like, well, it's 10 o'clock in the evening now, so we're probably going to get a set of full classified results by about 1 o'clock in the morning. Fantastic. And at that point, it's like, yeah, can you guys please just not spend the whole race crashing into each other next time? Thanks. But then again, it's Formula E, so...
I've seen there's quite some contact in Formula E, and to be honest, it's not bad because, it's motorsports. It's obviously contact, but you know, not too much contact because F1 got so. I'm not sure how to describe it. It just got so, you can barely touch someone and do damage to them. So maybe it's good that Formula E got so much contact, but well, if drivers are not careful, it can end up pretty badly.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the first couple of Formula E races back in 2014 in, I think, Beijing and Buenos Aires. They had trouble with the suspension on the cars, so the drivers, being racing drivers, kept going over the curbs. But the problem is that the vibrations from it was actually just breaking suspension left, right, and centre. So after about 2 or 3 races, they had to actually redesign the suspension on the on the cars to make it a bit more durable, and it was perfectly fine after that. But yeah, the fact they didn't really think that through was kind of interesting, so to speak.
Well, Formula E as well. It's a spec series, and I'm not really a fan of that, but it works, I guess.
It looks like a spec series, but underneath it isn't.
I mean, yeah, you've got like batteries. I think they are not spec, for example.
I think the battery's a spec component to try and keep the costs down, but everything else is like for example, the inverter, the motors, and a lot of the other powertrain componentry, and transmissions. Teams have free reign on them. to run their own designs, which was great when they first opened it up in the second season of Formula E, because you had teams running 2-speed, 3-speed, 4-speed gearboxes. I think the Renault Edam's team ran essentially a direct drive gearbox, but with an optional overdrive function.
Oh, sounds very interesting.
Yeah, it was great fun to watch because it meant that there was some actual variety in the powertrains. But since then, it's been more and more standardized as teams have found an optimal package, and then it's just been a case of trying to optimize it and further optimize it as best they can.
Well, I guess it works because I think racing in Formula E is really close. Like the entire pack is really close to each other. So I'm guessing it works somehow.
Somehow, just about. I mean, to be fair, the cars can also take getting all four wheels off the ground, getting airborne, and still working afterwards. So, as Antonio Giovinazzi proved in FP2 this morning, hit a manhole cover by accident and got launched clean into the air.
That must have looked interesting.
It was on the replay. I think Dario Franchitti said it was one of those moments where, as a driver, you just close your eyes and hope you don't end up in the barrier. Or words to that effect.
A manhole can end up really badly. I mean, we remember. I don't know if you remember, but I think Bitsa hit the manhole in Baku 2018. I'm pretty sure, and they had to red flag the session. Then the crane that was lifting the damaged car hit a bridge,
yeah,
and the car was I'm not sure if it was damaged by that, but it was messy.
Yeah, it was a bit like something out of a Monty Python sketch almost, but
exactly.
The worst one I can remember for car hitting a manhole cover was in a one-off DTM race they had back in 2004 in downtown Shanghai. And they rather under-anticipated just how much downforce, even back then, a DTM car could make. And one of the Burns, I can't remember if it was Bernd Schneider or Bernd Mailander, I think it may have been, it was one of the two either way, hit a manhole cover during the race at full speed and just ripped an entire corner of the car, wheel, suspension, the lot, clean off.
Oh, wow.
It was actually quite a big accident, to be fair. I mean, walked away from it because, DTM cars are built like the tanks they were, as Alex Premar proved in Adria about 12 years ago now. As Erdmann in the Lamborghini gets punted by one of the McLarens. I think that's the Araday & Co car. That's going to be probably, if their team decide to file a report, then they are definitely going to be looking into that. The Racing Sim Tools Audi of Xerax has got its wipers on for some reason. It doesn't appear to be raining. Wonder if Xerax has just hit the wrong button on the steering to try and, by accident. I think he may have.
Well, maybe it's his lucky charm, we don't know. There was one driver back when I was racing Project Cars 2 who had his wipers on all the time. If it was a car that had wipers, even when it was dry. So, but maybe it's Xerax just hitting it by accident. Yeah, like you said.
He might be trying to clean. He might be trying to clean his monitor. You never know.
Yeah, it's. I can only imagine in these kind of conditions at this stage of the race. If you did that in real life, you would not be able to see an awful lot, apart from maybe just smears of dirt, detritus, and probably a few hundred dead flies over your windscreen, which, when trying to pick out your braking zone at 240, 250 k's an hour into turn one, is not a particularly brilliant situation to be in. Having a quick look to see if anyone else is waiting for comms. No. Might actually just quickly put something on Discord if anyone is waiting for comms.
Oh, look at the rain.
Oh! Here comes the rain. Do 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 do.
I think I'm gonna take my skirt off now.
It's raining, man. Hallelujah, it's raining, man.
Do you know
We're
why
gonna
they
be
sang
right
that? Do you know why they sang that song? It's raining, man.
No.
No.
So you didn't have to.
Ah.
I think it was Knight said that to me one night. I started singing something. He said, "Do you know why they sing that song?" I went, "No." He says, "So you didn't have to." It's a nice way of saying shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm not the best singer there is, of course. Maybe I should.
Neither am I.
I'm definitely not. Oh dear. Yeah. I mean, the less said about my singing ability, the better. The news that rain is on the way has been granted with a mixed response, I think it's fair to say. The Coots said on the YouTube chat, my prayers have been answered, more rain incoming, a smiley face. The Chief, on the other hand, posted rain ... again ... and a gif of someone face palming, I think.
Particularly not happy, let's say that.
Yeah, so I think some teams are happy about it, some teams aren't happy about it, and we're in the commentary box knowing that it's nice and dry.
Well, you've got to look on the bright side. If it gets heavy and they need wets, it means they get more dry tyres.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's meanwhile, there's a steward report being written at the moment. It just says steward report. Probably because the stewards actually wanted something to do after an hour, I can only imagine. Nothing submitted between 8:50 and 9:54, so no doubt that's going to be interesting whenever we finally see that. And yeah, meanwhile, race leaders come in for the 4 tyres, or no tyres, but definitely another tank of fuel for the McLaren.
It's been getting feisty in there. The turn 10 we just saw before, the Aston going really wide into the runoff area. But I'm not sure, was it lapped cars or where they're fighting for position?
I think it's most likely going to be a lapped car at this stage.
Probably.
The car coming out of the pits.
We already have people pitting in, but we have rain in 15 minutes. Obviously, you have the stint limiters.
Yeah.
But could be some wrong strategy calls in there as well, possibly.
Could be some interesting strategy calls.
Well, we are going to see, of course, how long will the rain stay for, but last time out it wasn't that long. It wasn't around that long, but we'll see this time. We see Zerax once again on our screens.
Yep, in the Audi with the new and very distinctive rear wing.
Oh, it's the new Audi.
Yep, it's the new Audi, and it's a similar design to what they have on the TCR as well. Zerax having a bit of a moment there. I think unless he was just letting the McLaren through. Is that 32 car? I think that was actually that, just letting Spangler through in the second place McLaren.
Well, it's good that the Audi doesn't really seem overpowered. Also, surprisingly enough, not many Audis on the grid. I remember when the M4 was out, literally everyone was driving it. So, but I guess the Audi is also on a paid DLC, so That's another barrier some people don't want to cross.
Or just get the season pass and get all the DLC, including the, if when we eventually get it, the North American pack, which is going to be very interesting indeed, because that's going to bring some fantastically old school circuits and COTA into the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you put COTA into its own category there.
I'm not a fan of
No
COTA
choice.
Yeah, a lot of people. I see COTA as the Paul Ricard of the American circuits. It's a bit like that. Controversial, I know, but yeah.
But it kind of is. It kind of is. I mean, it's the same as Paul Ricard, pretty much. If it didn't have this ridiculous runoff everywhere, but some gravel traps or some grass instead of it, it would be interesting. But
a wall would be better. At least you could bounce off it.
Oh, it reminds me of, what was it? I think it was like the Michelin Pilot Challenge back when it was still like the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge one year. Watching them on racing at COTA before the IMSA race one year, and they were taking some lines. I mean, they weren't necessarily. It wasn't necessarily the racing line. It wasn't necessarily having the car on what would technically be defined as the racing circuit. I think they'd actually got as far as inventing their own completely new track layout at COTA. It was a bit like the Spa 24 Hours a couple of years ago when the drivers were told they had free reign on track limits, so they all ended up inventing their own version of Spa, whether for better or worse.
I think whoever mapped out Paul Ricard and COTA must have been on some magic mushrooms or something with all those rainbow colours and shit. It just makes your eyes go funny.
Oh, it was better back in the day when they didn't actually have that, and it was proper runoff area.
I mean, interestingly enough, I saw a GT World Challenge, I think, race on COTA a few years ago. And I'm not sure now, was it a GT4 or was it a TC car, but actually someone managed to make a barrel roll in the third sector on COTA with that car. So maybe it's interesting in those slower cars than F1 or IndyCar, but
oh yeah,
we'll have to see for each other when the DLC comes out.
Yeah,
and it's not that long until it's out. There was some leak from the Ferrari esports site. I think it was posted here on RWB somewhere that there is a COTA race scheduled for early July. So maybe late June, maybe early July, we get that DLC out finally.
I think they've said summertime, haven't they? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like a lot of fun to me. Although, to be fair, I do remember actually in the Pilot Challenge / Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge a few years back, and this is going back quite a few years now, but someone before they introduced GT4 in the top class, it was still the old Grand Sport cars, someone in a 370Z actually had brake failure at the end of the back straight.
Oh, God.
And used every bit of runoff area. Just went straight on into the Tech Pro. Well, thankfully it's Tech Pro there, but no, it was that was quite a scary one, to say the least. But the runoff area is there in case you do have brake failure, which is also why they, after 94, had to kind of modify the section at the top of the hill and bypass the Nissan chicane, because there was no runoff area. And that in a Formula 1 car was, even back in the early 90s, was like fourth gear. The whole lot. It was properly quick, and yeah, hence why they had to stick the tyre chicane there.
So,
what about
since we're talking about the DLC, quick, no time to think. Your top 3 American circuits, go. Well, Canadian as well, I guess.
Road America, Virginia International Raceway, and probably, it's a tricky one, Road Atlanta.
Okay.
You can probably sense a theme here.
I mean,
Fast as,
VIR is a
narrow.
very interesting circuit. Very underrated. I think it's great.
I'd definitely put Road America up there. What's the other one? Trying to think of the name of it with the inner loop, with the sweeping right on the first corner, up the hill, into the inner loop. What's it called?
Watkins Glen?
That's
Watkins Glen. Oh,
what a
bugger, I forgot
cracking
that
track!
one.
Yeah, that's probably my
it's very
favourite.
interesting. Roger, what's your top 3?
What, the American ones?
Yeah, American ones.
Watkins Glen, Road America, and the rest of them are pretty me.
Okay, and Porsche, what's yours? Oh, Porsche is not with us, I think.
I think Porsche's broken down. That's nothing unusual for a Porsche.
Well, it's not a French car or a Alfa Romeo, but...
I'm just looking at the YouTube chat there. Chief Who Directs Josh Barton. He's a glass half full. Or is he a glass half empty type man? He said, how can there be a bright side when there's cloud? It's rain. It means that if you have to use a set of wets, it gives you another set of dries to use. You don't have to double stint them. That's the silver lining.
And he also wrote underneath, Paul Ricard, Chargers mentioned Paul Ricard and there's rain in the closing stages. What have you done to the server settings?
Yeah, that race, that Paul Ricard race is just never going to be forgotten, is it? That was more like a swimming pool than a racetrack, to be fair.
I'm going to have to actually try and find that on YouTube.
It was, yeah. It was one of those where, 50% of the people stop the race, 50% of the people say, no, don't stop the race. And then all of a sudden, people can't see anything and they're just smashing into each other. We had to stop the race. I think it's probably one of the only sim races that's ever been stopped. Yeah, brilliant.
Going back to the circuits, I think my top 3 would be, in no particular order, Sebring, Sonoma, and I guess Laguna Seca.
I think Laguna.
Ooh.
Is it good or is it not good?
Depends who you ask and if they're from California or not. 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, it also depends what car you're in.
Oh god, yeah.
It's great for some cars, but it's not for others.
They have said that they are actually planning on resurfacing the track, to which half the people are probably going to be thinking, finally, and half the people are probably going to be thinking, oh, but we like tracks with no grip.
Yeah, but what they didn't say is they're turning it into a dirt track. Imagine doing a corkscrew in dirt. Yeah.
Just imagine doing that, but in an MX-5 Cup car.
Oh, it'd be awesome, especially with knobbly tyres.
Oh no, that actually sounds like fun, to be fair. Get an MX-5 Cup car, smack some number plates on it.
Fuck Grant, we're talking American circuits, not Australian ones. Bathurst, Phillip Island, and Eastern Creek. I didn't even know that there is a circuit called Eastern Creek.
It used to be called that, but they renamed it like a decade ago, to be fair, to Sydney Motorsport Park.
I've got to be honest, I remember it as Eastern Creek. I didn't know they'd renamed it.
Oh, yeah, I mean... Phillip Island on ACC in these things.
That's the Australian DOC. Like, screw the American DOC. We want the Oceanian DOC now.
Oh, mate. Well, to be fair, there is a GT World Challenge Australia, so...
I mean, we have Bathurst, but there is still some circuits in Australia and in New Zealand, I guess.
Yeah, I'm actually going to Google that quick. GT... Well...
I mean, it would be great to get a Asian DOC as well, to be honest. There's some great circuits in Asia that would be really fun to race on the GT3 or on the ACC game.
Well, if they put Mangikor in, which looks fairly likely given that it's been a fixture on the GT World Challenge Europe calendar for the last couple of years, with Paul Ricard, you'd only need to add, Albi and Ledino, I think, to get nearly the entire Championnat du FFSA GT4 calendar. And then
if you wanted, you could do a French DLC as well. There's many French circuits.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said, they have an entire series in France.
Yeah, the Championnat du GT4. I think I've pronounced that correctly. I mean, someone's going to probably be in the YouTube chat right now in a minute just saying, how have you managed to mispronounce that so badly? I bet someone's going to be saying that within the next 5-10 minutes.
Well, if you're French and you know how to pronounce it, or you speak French, then come in and correct us.
Yeah, please.
I'll tell you one track I'd love to see in GT cars and stuff like that. Not just F1, is Yas Marina. Is that what it's called?
Oh, what, the F1 track in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Great track.
I mean, to be fair, it's better now than it was.
I don't really know. But, I mean, maybe I would need to drive it more to get an opinion on it, but right now I'm not a big fan of it. But I've also only seen F1 and WRX drive there, so...
We used to drive it in Grid Autosport, and you could drive any car on there. It was great. It's a great track. It's not just for F1.
I mean, to be fair, with Grid Autosport, you had road course levels of grip on an Indy car, but with the Speedway Aero, which was always actually quite funny. Mont Tremblant, I remember. The exact opposite of Forza Motorsport 6, where you had the 6,000 pounds of downforce on the aero kits, and you were still able to hit 230 down the straight at Indy. So, kind of works both ways, I guess. But yeah, those were some fun times. Actually, I think I got Grid Autosport for my Xbox or PlayStation as a birthday present one year because I had some money, and the game released like 2 days. Steady on, mate. 2 days after my birthday, so that was a pretty good one.
That's really where we started to, get the numbers, was Grid Autosport. I think we had about 20 people in there. I don't know what year that was now. Like 2010, something like that.
I was after that. I've actually got the game under my desk. Let me get that quick. It's later than that, 2014.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm probably thinking of the original Grid.
Yeah, the original. Yeah, the original one, I think, was even earlier than that. I mean, to be fair, this is coming from someone who's still got Toka Race Driver 2, and Toka Race Driver 3.
First one I ever did online was Toka 3. I loved that game.
I think Toka 3 was like or Toka 2 actually was like one of the first proper racing games with online capabilities on the PlayStation 2 back in the day. It's got the little logo on the game box.
Yeah, it was the first online racing I did, Toka 3, on PC.
Never played the Toka series, so...
Awesome series.
Yeah.
I've seen it played on YouTube. I think I've seen Toka 3 on YouTube.
BTCC. Mwah.
Oh. Yeah, that was BTCC back in the Super Touring era. The Class 2s was
it was the Primeras, the Mondeos and that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, so I remember actually talking to Jerry Hughes, who was one of the team bosses for actually a couple of teams, including Williams Renault, a few years ago, and I asked him about kind of the technology comparison between Formula E and the BTCC in that era, because that was the era back when they were going to like Jarama on the outskirts of Madrid for winter testing with a whole truck full of tyres just for drivers to try and burn through in like a day. So it was absolutely fantastic, that era. I mean, don't get me wrong, the costs involved were absolutely eye-watering. I think the Ford program in 2000 cost about 12 million quid back then. It was something like £1 million for each of the 3 cars, and then another 3 million on top of that to run each car. And yeah, it was absolutely eye-watering. I think ProDrive, for similar money, could have actually and had the engineering capabilities to have run a midfield F1 team. Like, that's the budget that was involved back then, and I mean, it's almost no wonder Super Touring died out in the end, because no one could afford it anymore, which is a shame. But as a golden era, my word, it was something special. I mean, even the engine in that Mondeo is a V6 derived from a Mazda block, if I remember correctly, and it actually had to be rev limited to 9,500 RPM, because Cosworth said, yeah, if we took the rev limiter off, we'd be hitting about, I think, 11 or 12,000, they said. Like, the cylinder head was derived from an Arrow's Formula 1 engine. That was the level of engineering that was going into these things, and it's nothing short of extraordinary.
Well, DTM kind of hit that level before they changed to GT3s. I mean, was it called Class 5?
Class 1.
Class 1, yeah.
Oh, both iterations.
The sort of engineering that went into those cars, it was pretty much F1 but with a roof.
Oh yeah, well, in the early 90s, because I did the commentary on the 1995 Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft mit RWB und RAL on Race Room, and I did some research just to try and remember how bonkers that era was, and they were in a way more advanced than the Formula 1 cars of the period, because you had four-wheel drive, you had traction control, ABS. I think the Mercedes had adjustable ballast which could be moved around in the car by the driver, and like everything else like that. It was absolutely incredible, and they raced them on the Nordschleife in '93.
In other news, it's pissing down and it's going to get more.
Yeah.
It's properly wet now.
It is.
Oh, this is wet.
This is. What were we saying about Paul Ricard earlier?
I honestly didn't touch the server, promise.
Yes, it's a bit damp now at the moment, and it's only going to get worse in the next quarter of an hour. So that's good news for just about everyone who's not behind the wheel. Any drivers who have actually finished their final stint for the race are probably sitting back now with a beer thinking, this is pretty neat, I don't have to actually drive in these conditions.
Yeah. I'm just watching some of the cars there, they are sliding around.
Oh, God. This should be fun then. Going back to the DTM point quick, so it's even in the second Class 1 era, when they had the joint race with the Japanese cars coming over from Super GT, the amount they had to do to the GT500s to detune them to get to the level the DTM cars were at was actually pretty funny. Because the GT500s, when they normally race in Japan, were making about 100 brake horsepower more.
Yeah, GT500s are amazing.
Yeah, they like to have a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine like that, make it last for endurance races, and have 700 brake horsepower on just normal pump fuel. Like, there's no special super exotic blend of fuel being used. It's literally what's at the circuit petrol station, right? Get a few jerry cans of that, back to the factory, analyze it in the lab, remap the engine to suit, and crack on with it. And just for a laugh, actually, a few years back, Honda clearly had a bit of a slow day at the factory and thought, just for a laugh, oh, let's stick some of our Formula One fuel into our Super GT engine. And Sam Collins from Race Car Engineering was talking to one of Honda's top engineers in Tokyo at their Super GT place, and found out about this, and then said to him, "Oh, by the way, was it more powerful than the Formula One engine?" And there was no reply from the engineer. He just smiled. So read into that what you will.
Super GT is pretty amazing, and to be honest, I'm not a fan that we have GT3 cars racing there now, because it meant that GT300 cars were had to be tuned down because GT3 cars are just not strong enough. And I'm not a fan of standardizing. I'm not a fan of GT3s being pushed everywhere, especially being pushed into DTM, because it was just such an amazing series. Despite it kind of died off, only BMW and Audi left, but I guess some people like GT3. I guess it's close race. Yeah. I guess it's good.
I mean, I remember at Radio Mum we did an interview with Markus Schurig from Automotor und Sport. Or no, sorry, not Automotor und Sport, sorry, it's the other magazine, Sport Auto. And he did an interview with John Hindhaugh, and he summed it up perfectly. He said that DTM was always primarily more of a marketing-focused series for BMW, for Audi, for Mercedes, for, if we go back enough years, Opel.
Yep.
Super GT was always more engineering-focused, and that's why Super GT, before the technical rules merger, was just getting progressively more and more batshit insane from a technical standpoint. And it's been absolutely eye-opening to watch. I mean, the GT500 cars, back when they first introduced the current regs around 14-15, were LMP1 pace at Fuji.
I mean, you could wish to get like a European Super GT series or like a worldwide one.
Oh yeah,
because these cars are amazing, and obviously with the electrification coming in, they are going to slowly die off or get hybridized, I guess.
Oh yeah, well,
electrified. I mean,
they tried to enter get a GT500 car to run as a guest entry in a World Endurance Championship race. Obviously not for points or anything like that, just to prove what the cars were capable of compared to, say, a P1 privateer car or a P2 car. And they were told they couldn't. But at the same time, Audi's then deputy head of motorsport, I can't remember his name now, Dieter Gass, that's the name of the bloke I was trying to think of, was talking to John Hindhaugh and said, well, if we wanted to run one of these as a Garage 56 entry at Le Mans, we could easily modify one of our DTM cars to run at Le Mans, because they're that heavily restricted. Take the restrictors off, bang, we're getting 600-700 brake. We have doors, we can do driver changes. Yeah, there's nothing stopping us apart from the fact that we can't. But from an engineering standpoint, it actually wouldn't take that much to be able to do it. But
is that the equivalent to my Toyota hybrid? Because that's very fast.
Is it the Corolla by any chance?
No, it's the Auris, the Orifice.
Oh.
Interestingly enough, Toyota tried to push their Supra. I think back in 2007 or 2008, they made a hybrid Supra powered by the 1JZ. Was it? Or
yeah, because it was
not 1JZ, the other one.
The 2JZ.
No, the 1G something. I can't remember, 1GZ, something like that. But it definitely wasn't the JZ one. I'll Google that in a second. The car was so powerful. I think they tried to push it into Le Mans, but it was so strong that they just couldn't get it in.
Was it?
Have you commented on the fantastic raccoon livery?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes,
excellent. I was just making sure.
We were told by Damien about something to do with pigeons only having one leg.
What?
Yeah, I know. We
you-
were shocked as well. We were struggling to work out.
Have you guys finally lost the plot? Because it's, I mean,
No.
you've been talking now for you've been talking for over 10 hours now.
But Damien said, he said, "Oh, it's time to go to strategy one-legged pigeon."
Yeah. And we were just sitting there thinking, what the bloody hell's he on about one-legged pigeons like that?
Hey, I almost took our sister team out in my stint.
Yeah,
I was
we
going
noticed.
for it. I was going for it, man.
I did ask Damien, at what point are you going to have to quickly jump out of this voice chat to go into the Lambelia Raccoons one and do an Eddie Jordan circa Spa 1998 to both your drivers?
Oh shit! Was he watching it? Was Damien watching it?
Damien was actually in here with us.
That's amazing, man. Oh, brilliant. Everyone was, my team was shouting multi-22 and stuff like that, and we were having a right old laugh because they were like, "Careful, debug," and I was like, "I'm gonna have him. I'm gonna have him." How's the racing anyway been? It's yeah.
Yes, we've been debating the merits of whether DTM or Super GT GT500 cars from the Class 1 era should have been allowed to race in WEC. We've debated many other things, and it's pissing it down with rain. So,
Super GT cars in WEC, please. Essentially.
well, I think I think in the next couple or few years, they're actually bringing GT3 cars into WEC to replace GTE.
GT3 sucks. I'll keep saying that. I don't like it.
Well, the funny thing is, I think there was an interview which Radio Le Mans did with Laura Wontrop-Klausner, who's the head of Corvette's, or indeed I think the whole of General Motors' motorsport division, and she said that they were actually seriously considering and actually genuinely looking into the feasibility of, if we take all of the restrictors off the GTE car, can we get away with actually running it as a LMD DPI?
You probably
in a couple of years' time.
With enough modifications, you probably could.
I mean, I've seen pictures of the Corvette, obviously through work and that, because watching the race while producing it. And you look at the way the seating position is in the Corvette, how low the driver is, how high the side impact protection is, and it's genuinely more prototype-esque than it is a GT car. It's absolutely bonkers. And actually, they probably could have. That's why when they were the only GTLM team running at Detroit last year, at Belle Isle Park, Corvette were like, well, since we're the only team here, we're not running for points, let's modify our car, let's put GT3 spec ABS on, and let's test it out in racing conditions, because we're going to have to do it for next year anyway, so let's have at it. And basically just treated the whole race meeting as a test session. A very public one, admittedly, but they were the only team, so it didn't really matter too much.
I did some research, and interestingly enough, GT3 cars were allowed in Super GT ever since 2010.
Yes.
And you have some GT3 cars up until now, but I think it's only in the last few years that they've got more and more popular in the GT3 in Super GT.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely hilarious though, to be fair, because they're up against a Subaru that's got a engine from a rally car and the ECU's 20 years old, and getting beaten by a car with a 20-year-old ECU.
I mean, you also have the Lady Z, which is essentially the 400Z GT500 car, which is powered by a V6 that was put back in the 350Z and 370Z. So.
Oh yeah, well the Nissan R390 from the GT1 era was basically using the old Group C engine.
I mean, sometimes you just keep going with what works. There was one prime example where one engine was used by for like over 20 years, but I can't really remember it.
Probably a Porsche engine. Yeah,
possible,
those.
But I don't really remember that. But there was a story like that, definitely.
It's absolutely. I mean, the funniest part though is actually when the European drivers go over to Japan to race over there as works-backed teams for like Aston Martin and Audi. You got the likes of Nicky Thiem and Chris Meese going over to Japan, driving the cars, and then thinking, okay, yeah, I'm driving a GT3 car. I know the car well. I'm going to turn in here.
Oh, come on, Damien!
Damien just losing the position there to Jack Alexander in the 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus.
I tell you what, can I just be 100% honest, right? I was racing Jack Alexander earlier on, and I almost cried because that bloke is so damn quick. He just makes my penis feel inferior. Like, literally. Honest, I'm not joking, right? We're both side by side, and it's like I'm on fucking ice. He just went, and like, I shouldn't really say this because we have got an admin here, but I even like got closer to him and thought, I'm just going to give you a little nudge there, and he nudged me back, and then he went, he's just, mate, that guy needs a trophy, an actual medal in RWB, because his progression. Because I don't know if you guys knew, but I spoke to him not long ago, and he said that he's not long been doing sim racing, and I think, doesn't he use a G27 charger, or?
Yeah, I think he said he started last year, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's done phenomenal, like literally, he's really picked it up, and he's Scottish, so all Scottish people are fast anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I cried earlier on when he overtook me. I was like, I've got nothing.
It's absolutely. He's at the point where theoretically he can actually miss every remaining round of the Constructors' Championship and still probably win it.
I think that's what he's doing. I think he's basically worked out he can win it, so now he's chilling out and testing other cars out.
Yeah, I think that's what he's actually doing. To be fair, it's like it's right on the standings for the Constructors' Championship. I actually have it up on my desktop. If I lean over and click that, it shows Jack Alexander rating Gold 1, number 29, multiple vehicles. Because he's in the 6 races he's done so far, he's won 5 of them. Round 5 he had a very disappointing race where he only finished 3rd.
Oh, Jesus.
And even then, that's because he actually made one more pit stop than everyone else and still nearly won the bloody thing.
But yeah, he's an awesome driver.
He is.
He's really cool.
I can understand why we now have the a set of FIA style. Oh, blimey.
What's going on there?
Jack Alexander pushing phenomenally hard. That's not for position with that Aston Martin. That Aston Martin is... I'm trying to see which one it is. That's a 45, I think. That's... Oh, wait, no, so the 42, excuse me. That's down in 23rd.
Right.
Yeah, well into the 20s. I mean, I'll tell you what, the Lexus team made a pretty good decision there to have Jack in at the start of the race, go from 20th to 1st, lead for a bit, let him have a rest, and then stick him in for the last few hours when it's pissing it down with rain again. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good strategy, actually.
He's a monster.
He is unbelievable. Like, and the fact he's only been doing this for a year is... Yeah, that is some going.
Get that man a GT3 car, like a real one.
I'll tell you what, you could put quite a few people on this server into a real GT3 car, and they would be on the pace.
I'd shit myself.
Yeah, I'd be
sorry.
about I'd be 5 seconds elapsed. I'd be about 5 seconds off the pace cruising,
I couldn't do it.
Same.
Probably.
That was close.
Yeah.
I was saying I actually private messaged Charger saying I feel so old now compared to you guys. They're so quick. I hate them.
How do you think I feel?
I mean, I'm what 25 in a few months' time, and I'm still nowhere near the pace of any of these guys. So
Have you been sim racing yet, Rob?
I haven't. I mean, I did some, but like I think the last online race I did of any kind was just over 5 years ago now.
Okay. What,
so I might as well be starting from scratch.
Are you gonna get on with it at some stage?
If I get a computer that might actually be able to run ACC and not some 9-year-old potato lying under my desk, I might.
Charger will sort you out.
Maybe we could start a fun link.
Nah, it's fine. I mean, to be fair, the commentary side of things kind of makes more sense for me personally, because that's kind of what I know, having done a degree in sports journalism, so it kind of makes sense. And actually, funny enough, one of the other students on my course is also actually a sim racing commentator as well, a chap called Jake Speary. And I think he was on my course for a year, and then he dropped out to do a different degree. So it's kind of funny in that regard.
With the whole sim racing commentary and stuff like that now, is that something that's fading off now as kind of like the normal sport comes back into play, or is it still like the sim racing community and the competition? Would you say that's still very much in play now, or?
I think so.
Well, you look at Jack Nichols, for example, the guy who does the world feed for Formula E with Dario Franchitti, and also does the BBC radio comms for 5 Live for Formula 1. This is how he started out. He started out in sim racing, and I think one year at Formula 1 testing in Spain, actually brought his steering wheel and pedals with him in his suitcase to do some sim racing while he was in Spain at testing, and on the hotel internet as well. So I dread to think what his latency would have been like. I'm guessing the answer to that would have been yes. Smashing bloke as well, actually. I bumped into him in the Eurostar departure lounge at Gare du Nord one year after the Paris E-Prix, as a whole load of us were frantically trying to get the last train back to London on Saturday evening. And really nice bloke as well. So I do think it's kind of interesting that you do see like a lot of younger commentators using it as a means to kind of hone their skill, if you were. And also you do get to hang out with people who do have proper real world experience. I mean, James Kell, for example, racing in British GT. So
is that Porsche I can hear?
I'm back.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Well, Porsche's back.
I'm knackered.
But I'll be heading to sleep.
Oh, see you later, man.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I need to go to sleep. I need to get up for F1 tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh no, don't worry. Just pull an all-nighter and just do some coffee or something.
Nah, no way. Thanks for having me. Good luck to everyone for the remaining 1.5 hour. And see you next time.
Cheers, Zerat. Zerat in the chat turned around and said, "Does anyone else feel just totally drained after their stints?" And I was like, "Yeah. Did you see my comment?"
No, I haven't. I've just been looking at YouTube instead.
I gave him the example that I told him I had butt crack sweat, basically, and I had severe case of it as well after that 2-hour stint I just had to do.
Yeah,
just thought I'd share that with everyone.
That's interesting.
Oh God! I mean, I can understand the comments as well because of the time difference. Yeah, I forgot about
that. What's it? Charger, is there a spectator password for the event?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, all these photos of beer being posted from drivers who have finished their final stints so far. I'll tell you what, I am looking forward to my post-race refreshment once we're off air. Hopefully a lovely bottle of McEwen's Champion. Nice 7.3 strong ale.
Yeah, Charles, do you know where I find the spectator password?
Yes.
The password is. No, I'm not going to say it. we're live. Yeah, I can't
You're
believe.
still live, mate.
Honestly, I've been looking at this. This is really important that people understand why I've lost the plot today. This is the first endurance race I've done and been committed to for quite some time, and I've done 12 hours. Well, I've done 10 and a half hours, 10 and a half hours in a cupboard under the stairs. I'm now losing my shit.
I've done 10 and a half hours in my bedroom, which is also actually my home office as well. So yeah, and with the occasional run downstairs for a cup of tea or in one instance a can of Monster. So well, there goes my chances of getting an early night tonight. That's
But
out the window.
literally, I'll send you a picture if you want. I'm literally.
I think I've seen your setup before on the server.
Stairs.
It is absolutely bonkers, your setup, mate.
Don't get a picture from him at the minute he's sitting there with his pants off because he's got
I've not. No, pants aren't off, but the trousers are off. I'll be honest with you there.
Do you want to borrow my skirt?
Oh, hold on. My missus is telling me to shut up.
Oh, the rain dance. Yeah.
How you been finding the race, Porsche?
It's been a long one. I haven't raced because I've been in the commentary box for the first 4 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Something around that. And then I dropped out because I had to do some commentary for another event and stuff. And yeah, I'm well tired. I can't imagine what Rob is.
He's an animal, though, isn't he, Rob?
I am just running on caffeine at the moment. Caffeine and biscuits.
I like what Tap Grant and Xerax has put in. Yeah, Harry Potter racing.
Harry Potter. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Ooh, Payson's has got a drive-through for track limits.
Oh.
21st place.
Can I'd like to make a comment, if I may, while Charger is in the room.
You may indeed.
It's a constructive chat, but there was a few of us that one person made a comment as the race as it was starting. Someone made a comment of they were really disappointed that there were only 31 sign-ups, or 31 people turned up. Now, I will be honest with you, I also ticked a little thing to say, yeah, I was annoyed at that as well. However, I've actually found we had like 29, I think, and those 29, to be fair, I mean, I know we've lost a few because of problems, connection problems and PC issues, but the actual guys who have stayed on, it's been one of the best endurance races I've had, to be fair, because I think you've had that consistency and that decent racing. Just my penny's worth. I mean, I know there was a bit of conversation about it to start with, and it is a bit disappointing that you don't get the numbers, but genuinely the numbers we've had, I think it's been awesome.
I think that just shows commitment. The ones that actually turn up want to race and they want to do it clean as possible.
Yeah,
I mean, I think this has been probably the lowest incident report 12-hour race we've done. Obviously there is 30 cars, but we've had 35, 40 before, and you've had 100 and odd. I think there's maybe 40 at the max, 35.
Hold on, I can get that up.
There's a few duplicates in there, so I'd knock off 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And my desktop has decided, no. Oh, no, it has. No, there's only 35 at the moment. So if you take out a few duplicates, that's what, 31, 32, I'd say so far. I mean, we probably had that in the first 2 hours alone at Spa, in the big grid, 9 hours, where we had myself, Racer, and the newly engaged Red Sky in the commentary box. And while we still are on air, massive congrats to Red Sky and his fiance.
Fluffles, yes.
Yeah, Fluffles, yeah. Massive congrats to the pair of yous from all of us here at RWB International.
Is it a congratulations though, or is it?
I just want to say she said yes to me first. So. Don't want to take anything away from you.
Yeah, it's now it has been quite a fun race to commentate on, because you've had all the usual suspects there or thereabouts as well, and I mean the 76 Ferrari of, is it Madley, Plate and Varley, looks exactly the same now as it did 10 and a bit hours ago.
They're machines, though. Those, you know.
Yeah. To be fair, I was kind of expecting it a little bit, because I know Emo came P2 on Tuesday night in the Constructors' Championship, and Varley was phenomenally quick at Spa in the big Nissan he was sharing with Ignacy Bouchek. So it was kind of expected, but at the same time, to be turning in the laps they have and as consistently as they have after all this time without actually putting a scratch on the car is, fair dues to them.
Going back to what you were saying, Debug, yeah, I mean, having big grids and that is fine, but I think once you get, new racers in that want to learn with the pros as well, it's a lot of these guys race all the time in these endurance. It sort of works, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been awesome. I must admit, I think you're always a bit apprehensive at the start, like, oh god, there's only 31 joined now. Is it going to be that busy? And actually, it's never not stopped being busy. And funny enough, Zarex just said in YouTube chat, the blue flags were so much better for this one. But it's give and take, really, isn't it? Because as you said, you want to encourage as many people to come along as you can and just enjoy the experience. But the newer ones will ultimately give you blue flags, so...
Yeah, I mean, a lot of clubs do it differently with tiers, don't they? I mean, we allow low skill and high skill racers to do it together, and I think that's what mixes it up.
I tell you what, there's been some... I'll be really interested to hear kind of like what the fuel tactics have been in this one, because there are a couple of the front runners that must have been running some low engine maps at one stage, because I almost went into the back of one at some stage. I was like, why is he going so slow? So yeah, it'll be interesting to know whether they're trying to commit to certain amounts of stops or not.
Why would you with a 50-minute stint timer though?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think the Ferrari, you actually can't run the first two engine maps. Like, not even the professional works drivers like Alessandro Pierguidi can cope with the first two fuel maps on the Ferrari, because it is that violent and instantaneous.
Is this for position, what we're seeing?
This is not for... Oh, it is actually for position.
Yeah, it is for position.
It is for position.
Shit.
It's for the race lead. Yeah, indeed. We didn't actually realise this. It's Justin Madley in the Ferrari. He's got Yi behind him in the McLaren. Now, Yi was very quick in the wet earlier, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of the race. There's only a couple of attempts in it now. And he's going to have a look. Not quite close enough there at turn 4 at Repsol.
Does that Ferrari look like it's understeering a little bit?
I think the 76 was one of the first pits when the weather changed.
Okay.
Although it's getting drier now, so it looks as if next 5 minutes or so it should stop raining altogether. Track's merely just damp now as well, so it kind of depends what tyres they're both running. I'm going to have to quickly hit that, scroll up there, wait for pit wall to hurry up. Auto Director's decided to do something else, because let's show up. I mean, to be fair, that was actually for position, to be fair, but between Thomas Pitts and Flack. So Pierce in the Sky Ferrari is now up into 6th place. This is James Perry battling with, well, someone. It's a Porsche.
Is that Stolps?
I think so.
Shops, sorry.
I don't think it's
Shops.
Stolps. I don't think so. I don't think that's for position because, yeah, there's a pretty big gap between them. I'm going to quickly on here hit that to show where so Madley's still leading by a quarter of a second.
Oh, here we go.
They head into lap 349. Coming round Renault now, heading up into Repsol. This is probably the next best opportunity. I don't think Yee's going to be close enough. Not quite. Madley driving the widest Ferrari 488 to come out of Michelotto. Ryan Yee driving the narrowest McLaren to come out of Woking. One of those places sounds considerably more exotic than the other, and of course Auto Director decides to cut to something else. Because Auto Director. So we'll do it the good old-fashioned way and rely on the timing screen. Not that it stopped us at Radio Le Mans before. We once did an entire FIA Sports Car Championship race once back in the early 2000s using just a timing screen and a microphone stuck out the commentary box window for the sound effects. I'm not joking, it actually happened as well. It was at somewhere like Estoril back in, 2002, I think, or something daft like that, 2003. Heading into the final sector now, the gap is as close as ever between Madley and Yee. Yee's dot is almost completely on top of Madley's dot. They're both heading around New Holland now. There's absolutely nothing in it. If Yee can get a good exit out of New Holland, get a good slipstream, Madley's just gonna have to basically hog the inside line and hope for the best. Yee's got to stay in the slipstream. You can see the McLaren visibly getting closer. Yee pulls out of the slipstream there on the brakes into turn 1, not quite close enough to be able to get it done. Gap now just a tenth of a second according to Pitwall. Coming through the second part of the first chicane now, heading up into Renault corner. This long, never-ending right-hander. No. Oh, for sake, Auto Director. Show us the bloody battle. God damn it, right. Never mind, back to live timing. Hard on the brakes into turn 4 now. No sign of being able to get the position change done there for Yee. Down the hill now into the tricky braking zone for turn 5 where you don't really have much of a reference point. You're just going to have to hit the brakes on the bumps and hope for the best. They've got traffic now as well in the form of the number 24 car, which I can't see in the top 23, so it's probably, well, P nowhere, quite honestly. Heading up the hill now towards Kamsa, they're actually almost going to be on top of the 24 car in a second. Not in that sense, obviously. Heading back down the hill now towards Lakaisha, turn 10. Another heavy braking zone. And they are coming into there now. I think Madley's pulling a little bit of a gap there in the middle sector. The 24 car has, I think, actually pulled off the track slightly to let these two by. Probably having got a fairly strongly worded radio message that, yes, you're right in front of the battle for the race lead. Don't take them out, for God's sake. Chafer's in the pits from 9th in the 13. Meanwhile, heading into the RACC chicane. No change there. The gap is still just as close as ever as they come through New Holland once more onto the pit straight. Not that we're going to be seeing it, obviously, because Auto Director clearly has other ideas. Heading down the pit straight now. Madley is just pulling away slightly, I think, from Yee. Gap's now gone up to just under half a second. Is hard on the brakes once more into turn 1. I thought for a moment we might just about be able to see from
you could.
Just about catch a glimpse of it. Just a tantalising glimpse of what we want to see. There we go, Auto Director. Well done. Don't take us off this battle or you're getting sacked in the morning.
It's amazing watching it. Well, it's amazing watching it though, because obviously from me racing in the Lambo in the mid pack and that, watching those guys up front, those cars are absolutely planted. Like, there's just not one single twitch from them, and it's awesome to see those guys.
Oh yeah, it's still just as close as ever. My head hurts after headbutting my steering wheel. Heading into turn 9 once more. Still only a couple of few tenths of a second. Yeah, it's just under a quarter of a second now. Flack's got a drive-through penalty. Tut-tut, naughty boy.
Oh, no.
Oh dear. Tut-tut. Heading out of Lakaisha now into turn 11. And the gap's still just as close as ever. In fact, they're almost actually looking as if they're on top of each other. Such is how close the two dots are. You can't actually tell what speed they're doing. It's just one thing of numbers. A number of numbers, I don't know. Heading through the final corner now into New Holland once more. I think the only way this battle's going to be split up is if one or either of them come into the pits, which they're probably going to have to do quite soon.
There's another way it could happen as well. Come on, say it.
It's going to happen into turn 1. There's hardly anything in it. The gap was less than 0.2 of a second, and Yi has got the lead. Yi has got the lead into turn 2. On the brakes into turn 1 and 2, Richard Yi has taken the lead from Justin Madley on lap 352. Here with almost 11 hours of the race having elapsed. There's Justin Madley there in second place in the 76 Ferrari. Yi just in front of him there in the McLaren, but Yi's not pulling away. Madley is still right there with him.
This isn't over, is it?
This is not going to be over until the dying moments. I mean, if you're a team manager now, I mean, there's car number 9. I see it's the next car in front of them. If you're a team manager now, you're probably and you see those two coming up behind you, you're probably going to be shouting at your driver, just get out of the way. Because you do not want to be having to be referred to on the server as that dude who took out the battle for the lead.
The thing is, they've got one more stop they need to make. They're going to be trying to. These two guys are going to try and go for one more stop. So do they swap drivers, or are they both going to the end? And have they kept a fresh set of tyres for the last stint?
The track is showing as greasy, so if they're pitting towards the end, they're going to be pitting for slicks, I'd imagine. We can only see the quarter of an hour forecast, and it looks as if it's going to be dry. It's going to be greasy, but it's not going to be wet, crucially, for at least the next quarter of an hour. Although the gap's now extended a bit by 1.4 seconds.
This track is such it's such an interesting one for tyre wear, because you could easily rip those tyres to pieces pushing. And I suppose all it's taken is for Madley to push that little bit harder, and that little bit, he could have lost it on the first or second corner, and that's it. Tyres are gone. And that's the great thing about the 1.8 update on ACC. The tyre models alone are just so fragile compared to what they were before. Which of course I found out earlier on fighting our sister Lambo team.
I was going to say, are we speaking from experience here, mate?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Just a bit.
My comments to my team: the tyres are gone, lads. I've lost it.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to have a quick look to see if I can make out what speed they're pulling into Campsa. 169, 172, 174. Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of have they actually taken too much out of the tyres trying to race each other, and whose tyres are in the best nick as they come towards the closing stages of the of this 12-hour race. And believe us when we say this, we don't think this is going to be over until, well, the next 1 hour, 6 or 7 minutes time, depending on when they cross the line. Both drivers coming through the final turn now. I'll tell you what, Madley, I think, has had an absolute shocker in the final turn. We'll just see the speeds quick as they come to the exit. 32 is doing 237. Madley's doing 233, 234. So he's lost a little bit of ground there in the coming through New Holland. Whether he had a bit of a moment, caught a bit of a damp patch or whatever. Yeah.
The Lambo teams are getting ready. They're starting to discuss, because I'm in the team chat with them at the moment. My Lambo team are starting to discuss the stint for the last 55 minutes. So it's going to be really awesome in the next 10 minutes, seeing all the different teams coming in for their final haul. Who's kept a fresh set of tyres? Who hasn't got any tyres left? It's really going to be fun.
It's going to be something else. There's now also the just as an added bonus, a bit of traffic thrown into this mixture as well. So we've got the Admin Avengers car in front of Yi. That's car number 9. Madley's just gone past the 33, which is if I pop that down there, scroll down a bit on here, the 33 is that's
okay.
33.
Coffin's gone in for his pit now, which means they're gonna have to do another stint. They're gonna have to come in and out.
Oh, yeah. I'd say the 33. I was looking way too far down the field for it. It's the Audi of Crawford Brown, Eddie Ward, and Ian Mackey, and the Chief. So, yep, Coffin's in the pits now. There's a few other cars in the pits, I think, although I don't think that's full position yet. Flax come into the pits as well. Madsley has also come into the pits.
Oh, well.
According to the game, it's not showing on pit wall for some reason. I think pit wall might be a lap behind.
They can only do 55 minutes, can't they, Charge? On the track. So
yeah, they can only do 55 per stint.
So the key here is if you can literally stretch this out to the 55-minute marker left, ultimate technically, yeah, that's a massive. That saves what 30 odd seconds, doesn't it? Like pit time, right? Yeah,
it's gonna be quite interesting. I know that Jake Moore's come in the Audi car number 88. It's also, for the first time in this race, the sun's actually made an appearance.
I know.
With an hour to go. Oh, the timing. Currently looking at Nate Newcomer in the GPX Porsche. Currently P10, P11 at the moment. He's up to P10 now because Jasper van der Vaart's in the pit, and Ferrari have indeed decided to go for 2 more stops and make a driver change because Madley is out of the car and MO plate is being installed in.
Ooh.
Which is going to be very tasty indeed. Oh, there's Jake Moore coming out of the pits now in the RST Audi. Emo's got about 20 seconds to make up on Turin in the 911 Porsche, but Turin still has to pit at some point. So the 911 is just coming into La Caixa now as Plate comes out of Verf, and Plate is, I can put mildly, is not hanging around.
It's noisy.
And actually the race leader Yi is in the pits.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yes, this is, Emo is going to, as I'm fairly certain Emo is aware of this, so both teams are going to have to make very, very late pit stops. Well, at this point, do you just short fuel?
Well, this must be a reaction to Plate coming out, because the difference in tyre wear is going to be huge. So.
Oh yeah, but surely
here he comes. Has he already passed him?
No, that's Turin who's gone through into the lead in the Porsche. But Plate is on the pitch straight as well. There's not going to be an awful lot. I think there's still going to be a few seconds in it. But Emo, the close down, Emo's just coming down the hill now. Yi's just exiting. We'll wait and see. Somewhere between 2 and 3 at the moment. So there he is there. This is going to be interesting. Turin, I believe, still owes us a pit stop, so this is only going to be a temporary lead for the Porsche, unless they can stretch this out to about 50 for another 6 or 7 minutes, and then just in case it does go for an extra lap, and then
See, what you need is you need a sneaky bastard tactician like Red Sky, employed to do your tactics for you.
Yeah.
And because but then the weather changes that you've had today, you would have had to have had a tactician sitting there all day sorting your stuff out for you, because at one stage we thought we'd had Excel spreadsheets done and we had eventualities for everything, and then it rained again, and then it stopped again, and then it rained again, and then it stopped again, and in one person's stint they did 3 tyre changes. It was crazy. So yeah, it's I wonder if some of these teams do have guys number crunching all day.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, on another Discord server I'm in, I think we had what we thought would have been a pretty good setup for an endurance race, where we had the 2 fastest drivers on the server team up and have like the 3rd fastest driver as an engineer, just literally doing all the strategy stuff and that. And I remember during Spa a couple of years ago for the 12 hours, we had I was talking to some friends. I knew about 12 people, I think, in the end, who were actually taking part in the race. And one of them said that, oh yeah, we've got another friend of ours just sitting, watching it, working out all our strategy for us.
Yeah.
So it has been done as well. And I do wonder if either the 76 or the 32 teams have someone doing that, and then in turn go, okay, short fuel for this stint because we're going to have to pit again.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if they've...
Is this... was that just first place taken? No, can't have been.
No, it's still not first place taken.
No,
there's Turin there. I don't think there's much of a gap in it. It's into single figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only about 2.8 seconds in it.
I know, but
I think that might be actually.
Yeah.
That is.
Oh, is he going in?
Is he? Yes, Turin's coming into the pits for his penultimate stop, which is about realistically about 2 laps too early. Oh, it makes you wonder if they hadn't had those couple of penalties, how much closer would they be?
He's put the hammer down as well.
In the Steam Skims car.
Who else is racing on Yee's team?
It's Yee. If I quickly click this button here on pit wall, it's Ryan Yee, Sam Snelltren, and Jeff Spangler in the 32. The 76 is Phil Varley, MO plate Justin Madsley, and the 911 is Nigel Turin and Jean-Sebastian Casingena.
Right.
And they've all been absolutely on it since the start. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be one very, very hard-fought podium for all 3 teams, because especially in the early stages, you're just looking through the lineups going, oh, we've got Eddie and Crawford sharing a car with Ian Mackey and the Chief. They're podium contenders. The 13 BMW, for example, Hugo Gomez, Damien Lowe, and Martin Chafer. I mean, I've known the 3 of them for years now, and know for a fact that in one of the other servers I'm on, Chafer's one of the guys right at the sharp end of the field. As well, there's just so much depth of talent here in this field. It's absolutely astonishing just how many entries you look at and go, oh yeah, that team's a podium contender. That team's a podium contender. Oh no, that team can't be ruled out for a podium. Oh no, so same with them. And then you realise, oh, it's just like trying to pick who's going to end up on the podium in the LMP2 class at Le Mans, which I never managed to do. So it's genuinely been one of those races. I mean, the 88, for example, with Jake, Marco, and Xerax, podium contenders from the beginning. So it's just been one of those races where it's been actually pretty relentless from the start, and this still, it's only 6 seconds or so separating the top two, and then you've got Turin having just pitted, being a bit further behind by about almost exactly 2 sectors. But yeah, what a race. Notice that Damien's just come into the pits for the final stop. He's about just under 40 seconds behind Jack Alexander at the moment, but he's got a fairly big gap to Venema. So there's the 14, speaking of Jack Alexander, there's the 14 Lexus. Suddenly appearing in the pits from nowhere.
Oh, will this be an opportunity for my team to pip the sister team? No.
The optimism was there, and then it wasn't. I mean, Emo's put the hammer down a bit, to be fair. The gap's only now 5.5 seconds. And the 14 is showing as being disqualified.
What? What the hell?
I know there was a glitch mentioned on the Discord server earlier.
So they just got a lag and speed into a pit lane massively. Can it be undone? Oh no! It looks like they've had a glitch.
Yeah, looks like they've had a glitch lag spike that has just sent them into the pit lane at...
Yeah, that's it. It sounds like they were going into the pit lane, and there was a glitch or something, and it sped them. Oh, that's unbelievable. That's the kind of thing that crushes you.
Yeah, 52 minutes to go in a 12-hour race. Damn. That is absolutely unbelievable. Back to the battle for the lead. We've got Ryan Yee still leading from Emo Plate at the moment. Emo, I think, just trying to make his way through a little bit of traffic. Got the number 12 car ahead of him at the moment. That's the Ferrari of Craig Gilbert Wood. I wonder if Craig is being given a message over the radio letting him know that the car behind him is also a Ferrari and happens to be fighting for the win.
No.
Oh, when has that ever happened in real life motorsport? Never.
I still go back to my really proud moment earlier on when we were in 12th or 13th, and I had White in the well, he's there now in 9th place, but I had White in the Mercedes 744 car. If they were right behind me, and I did a cheeky dive bomb on one of the back markers to get past him, and the back marker must have thought, what the fuck? I better close the door on him now or get behind him as he's gone past me, not realising that White was trying to do the same thing, and he took White out and sent White spinning into a wall. I was like, win.
Yep. It was definitely quite an interesting race. The 14 is still not showing us back on track. What? Jasper, seriously, what have you done, mate? Because it literally seconds before posted a message saying, "Number 14, can you please let us pass? Thanks." And then just as he said that, they ended up getting disqualified.
Not sure there's much that can be done, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think it's
I mean, Jack has replied on the Discord server with laughing emoji. I mean, I guess right now all you can really do is laugh about just how bad luck that is, because otherwise you would actually be crying. Just one of those situations where it's so phenomenally unlucky for a situation like that to occur. And
the reason Jack's laughing is because he's just lost a plot. So that is an insane laugh.
Ah, right. Yes, indeed. And Lumpy Amster's just summed it up in the thing, saying, "Can't believe we've been disqualified after the 11-hour mark. Heartbreaking."
Well, it is heartbreaking. Very much heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, so they did the crime then?
They.
What do you?
Well,
it sounds like they went to pit stop, but there was a lag spike or something, and
well, Jack's saying that he had a lot going on trying to do.
Oh,
pit strategy.
So that was
an
because
earlier
the car
thing.
was trying to lap him, get past him. So that was when. So that's what they're laughing about, because the guy was like, "Can you get out of the way?" And then they get disqualified a couple of laps later.
It was seconds later, literally.
Oh. Apparently that is a bug, that you can launch into a pits at like 100 miles per hour through a lag spike. So unlucky.
Well, you say that the recorded speed apparently was 165 kilometers an hour.
Oh shit! Really?
So they were going
that's a bit
well over 100. I think it's about 103. I think 102, 103 when they actually hit the line. And I mean, I remember in the Constructors' Championship last season, there was an incident at Misano where someone lost it, spun over the grass in the infield, trying to actually not hit anyone, and inadvertently cut a massive chunk of track and got disqualified for trying to prevent an accident, even though he was sideways going backwards and trying to get the thing hauled up. And yeah, just one of those, really, I think.
Yeah, it's having, as you said, Jack having spent in the pit lane ever, but his brain just stopped working. You know, I mean, 11 hours in plus. Yeah,
that's true.
Shit happens.
Yep. Oh God.
Gutting. Absolutely gutting.
Indeed.
Cos, you had lots of bugs in Project Cars 2. You were a bug in Project Cars 2, Cos.
And Damien has posted the screenshot, and it's on the rear, with the rear wheels having just crossed the 50 km/h line at 166.
Yes. That's going to get you disqualified.
That's the best picture ever they've just put in. For those who can't see what we're talking about, they've just posted a picture of Jack's Lexus.
In the
166 kilometers an hour.
I mean, if you're going to get done for speeding in the pit lane, do it properly. Like that's
Yeah.
that's Max Papis at the 1996 Daytona 24 hours
They're
level.
not catching him, are they?
Doing it properly. I mean, well, to be fair, in Papis's case, the pit lane speed limit at Daytona was however fast you thought was safe, and in his case, it was absolutely balls to the wall, flat out until about 100 meters from his box, hit the brakes, almost managed to somehow get the thing stopped, and then upon exiting the pits, light the damn thing up and crack back on trying to catch the leader. It was brilliant.
I got to be careful now. Our boss is here.
Hi, Bug.
Hello.
How's your race?
My race has been wonderful, Damien. There was this other Lamborghini in front of ours, and I was really pushing it as hard as I could to overtake him. Oh dear. I heard you enjoyed watching that race, Damien.
Fucking hell, man! I'm like, I look now like a Gunther Steiner, but 80 years old.
I felt like a Gutenstein about 80 years old when I went after that 2-hour stint.
Oh.
Well, I'm glad you had a little bit of emotions, drama in your life, some kind of excitement. I hope.
At the expense of Damien's absolute terror in just sitting back and watching it.
It would appear.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander he's been good to go. He's back on track, I think.
He's been given a slap on the wrist, sent a very strongly worded letter in the post, and also the invoice for the fine. I'm guessing, and the obligatory trip to the speed awareness course.
And how to get a better internet connection.
Yeah, that's the 60. Cost him £60, I think. Thank you very much. Into the fund for the end of the year.
Mr. Badowski's waiting to join us.
Is he? Oh,
yeah.
crikey. Oh, bloody hell. Where's me? I've got so much.
Oh, don't let him in.
Hold on one sec. I need to go here. Him in.
Here he is.
If anyone else wants to join comms, there's plenty of room here in the commentary box. There's still 43 empty spaces.
Yeah, totally.
What could possibly go wrong?
We're having a party. Get your grass skirts on.
Yeah,
What, you're going to say something else then?
We're going to Hawaii, I guess.
Yep.
Oh.
And Nate has clearly heard the message about. Nate has clearly just heard the word party and decided to join in as well for good measure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm taking pictures for the clan.
Oh. Excellent.
No photography, thank you.
I'm currently listening.
Oh, is it that party? No photography.
I'm currently listening to my teammates wonder where the speed's gone, and I genuinely think our Lamborghini's engine has been ragged so much today. That poor Lamborghini just needs to go home and have a nice bath and a nice cuddle, because we've totally ignored the advice we gave each other and we've ragged the bollocks out of that car.
Light a couple of candles, get the bath in, pour oneself a glass of red wine, etc., etc.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the next race in the Lamb. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, the next race in the Lamborghini, I guess it's going to have the words "Live, Laugh, Love" on the side of it.
That's it. Does anybody know how to tilt the camera in in the replay?
Just
change the angle.
Tilt your head.
Okay, I'm all done.
I see that the chief has also heard the word party and decided to join in for good measure.
Oh, it's so snug in here.
Hello.
Yes,
I'm
it
having a
is.
foot in the door, so that's all good. I'm part of the party now.
Yeah, don't worry. We got Charger on security, so it's fine.
I don't know about that. I'm about 6 Cronenbergs in.
Right, I need to leave, boys, because I need to calm down for lads who are getting a bit stressed out. So I'll be packing up.
I'll catch you later, mate.
It's just because the boss is here, isn't it? He's left.
Yeah, definitely because the boss is in chat as well. Gap for the lead's gone out to about 9.5 seconds now. Trying to keep one eye on the waiting for comms at the moment because I've got 2 separate Discord windows open.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, but one for the pop-out live stream and one for the main Discord, as Door has been given a very late drive-through penalty for track limits. So he's going to be coming into the pits fairly soon, I'd imagine, in that McLaren. I was getting a bit close there for a moment, but there we are. Going to try go around the outside. Nice quick circuit now. I know the Ferrari's gone just off the track slightly to let him through, given it's not full position. There's James Perry in the 5th place 44 BMW, which is actually just as bright during daylight as it was at about 3 o'clock this morning. I'm guessing we have well and truly entered GT Hub after dark now, given how late it is.
It is yeah.
About 9.8 seconds between Plate and Yi, although both of whom I think still need to make another pit stop because they pitted with about an hour and 5 to go.
So, like, basically giving themselves a drive-through at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Tarin.
It's going to be the case for many people now. Just a kind of drive-through pits to reset the clock.
Yeah, it's not going to be of much use to Tarin in 3rd place because he's got to do exactly the same.
Yeah, we have to do the same as well.
Ooh, yeah. So that's most of the
Rob, you know how we said the race would finish on there, maybe lap 376. Yeah.
Yeah, that's this is because you're having me doing the maths.
Yeah,
like,
and you know, it might finish on 385 as we just see a BMW trying to get past. J4.
And that was not for position because that's just to for the 44 to unlap themselves. Jake is still in 4th place at the moment as they come into Repsol for the 368th or 367th time. And for that Porsche in front of them, the 364th or 5th time. Okay, no, it would help if I actually got the correct mouse. Wow. The stewards have actually had some work to do recently.
Oh,
really?
Yes, for the first time in about almost an hour and 20 minutes. The 728 has been given a warning for causing an incident with the number 9 Admin Avengers car. The team saying that the RWB Audi saying laps car 728 dives bomb car 9 into chicane and spinning us, and Al saying that place returns and Audi had to sharpen the axe. Oh well, maybe next time. Smiley face. And there's another steward reporting from Mad Al saying testing with the observation of okay, that worked. So
Typical Mad Al.
Yeah.
Classic.
Just make sure it's still working.
Yeah, I think it was because Debug said that the incident reporting wasn't working.
Ah, right. Yeah, that's what I think I saw in the chat. Debug saying all I'm getting could be event times. Okay, that's interesting. So that remains to be seen. Quick look at the YouTube chat. And yes, Kerosene Circus on the YouTube chat. That was me, lol, who got disqualified at Misano, Billy Hutchinson. Yes, that was... Oh, that was something else to say the least. Especially having to commentate on that live as well, for good measure.
Do we have many disqualifications and non-finishers?
We've got a few non-finishers. The 14 is actually back out on track. It's a good few laps down compared to where it was. If I just quickly get pit wall. Wait a minute or two for it to quickly update, which it's doing very nicely. There's still... Yeah, there was two cars, the 29 Audi and the 2 BMW that are both showing as having done 0 laps. There was the max speed Ferrari that's currently showing as having done 217, and I'm fairly certain is out of the race, unfortunately. The 14 is actually now down in 24th. They're going to finish the race. Crockett's behind the wheel at the moment, and Timmermans in the 112 BMW is also way down the field on 251 laps completed, which is odd because I remember they were quite a long way up the field earlier on. Not 100% sure what's happened to the 112.
The one driver had some issues with the shifting. It didn't work on his car, so they had to retire because of it.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Damn, that is super, super unfortunate. And we saw, well, I think the one of the McLarens, I think it was the 728 car, had an issue with the steering when Voodoo was driving. So he did a lap, or about, I think he started the race on lap 7 and ended up doing a fairly gentle run round. I think this is actually a battle for position as well, between Chafer and Reese White. Indeed it is.
Gonna be tight now.
Yeah, I think Chafer's on the outside line. He's going to lose the position there to White. Indeed he does. The gap showing as just less than 1/10 of a second. The number 5 Ferrari has got a drive-through penalty, presumably for track limits. Yes, it is for track limits. With half an hour to go, but Chafer dropped down in the BMW from 8th to 9th. Chafer only did his first stint actually well into the second half of the race, because I think he had work commitments today. And a lot of the early groundwork was done by Hugo Gomez and Damien Lowe, both doing an absolutely fantastic job and saving Chafer for later on. Doing a grand job indeed. Looking at Calais Tillander in the 416 Porsche in 7th place. doing just fine indeed. There's Michael Van Look, excuse me, and currently, quick check on the battle for the lead is up to 11.8 seconds now. So,
is that P1, P2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus, after 12 hours. Imagine that.
Yep, still well under 12 seconds between them. So, excuse me 1 sec. So about that was the parents saying, "We're going to bed now. Please keep the noise down." We'll see. We'll see about that. Depends how the battle for the lead goes. Still, Richard Yee leading from MO plates, and I can't quite believe this either after 12 hours, 2 downpours, a couple of rain showers. Phenomenal.
Which,
sorry.
Speaking of which, I have a one for you. You remember the last rain shower in this race? About 40 minutes ago or so?
Oh, yes.
So that happened to happen during my stint, in which, as we calculated, if I would hold on wet tires for 22 minutes on a dry track, then we will have to do only 1 pit stop, while the rest of the field will have to do a pit stop and this kind of drive through reset the timer. So we're gonna have 1 less pit stop, which basically affected me pitting with tires perfectly drivable, I'm gonna assure you, with PSIs 42 and then temperature was 160. So in case you were wondering.
How did the tires not explode?
Nope. Perfectly drivable. That was a good testing session.
So we now know the limit of the Pirelli tyres in the game, which is quite useful. Got coming up to about half a normal Constructors' Championship race left in time. Jake Moore in 4th place in the number 88 Audi. Since one of Jake's co-drivers, Marco, is actually in the chat right now, how's the race been from your point of view, mate?
It was like very hectic from the start. When it was on the practice session, we noticed that it was going to rain sooner than later, and we were discussing like 10 seconds before the race would start whether we should start on wets or slicks. The best thing was, like, I was talking to Jack Alexander about whether he was starting on dries or wets as well, and he was saying he wanted to start on the dries as well, but saying that it's only like the right hand side window on the widget where it shows the rain. But then I mentioned to him that it's like 2 times time progression, and then I didn't hear anything from him. And I was scouting around whether people were starting on wets or dries, and I see him starting on the wets. I just gave him the idea to do it. And he got up to like P1 in 5 laps or something.
It was pretty funny, that opening 5 laps from Jack's perspective. Just go from like 20th to 1st. It's like, you thought Senna at Donington was good. Watch this. Ayrton Senna, yeah, he ain't got shit on me.
It reminds me of the side talk video. Game go, ain't go shit on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways. It's been a long 11 and a bit hours. Well, 11 and a half hours. I think I'm ready to go to sleep in a minute. I can't lie.
It's gonna be absolutely phenomenal.
It's when someone asks, can we get a highlight of like you?
I mean, that is going to be a pretty crazy amount of editing that's going to be needed, and then when you put all the highlights into the video, you're going to need something that can actually render it properly.
Not my PC at least.
No, well, that's my computer and my laptop ruled out. For obvious reasons. I mean, I'm pretty sure that computer would actually make a half decent paperweight, but yeah, it's going to. That would probably, I think, finish it all off.
Yeah, did it give you a reason to get a new PC?
Oh, crikey. Give me a reason to. Yeah, it would actually, to be fair. Give me a perfect reason to get a computer. Preferably one that works.
I mean, GPU prices are dropping right now, if I'm correct. So it's not the worst time to go for a new PC at this point.
Yes, get in there.
Yeah, it actually happened to a buddy of me. Like, he ordered his 3070, I believe it was, and like 1 week later it costed 100 euros less. And he was obviously fuming about it.
I mean, when I got my G29 in the Black Friday sale, back when I was still at sixth form, one of my friends from school had brought one, and he paid full price for it, which was about 300 quid back then. And his reaction when I told him I got it in the sale for 180 was just priceless.
Literally?
Yeah, literally and metaphorically priceless, and also slightly sweary. But it was well worth it.
As well.
Yeah, just a wee bit. Yeah, those were the good old days back when it was still 180 quid for a G29. So,
I mean, if you're lucky, you can buy it used from a used version of that, or like other sim racing equipment. I usually made very good experiences with that.
Yeah, I mean, I've got nothing wrong with my G29. It still works. I still haven't broken it yet somehow. I'll say it works. The
keyword is yet. The keyword is yet.
Yeah. I had to clean the. I was having a problem with the throttle potentiometer, so just got a torch on my iPhone, went under my desk, got a cocktail stick, and started getting all the lint and dust and detritus out, and it works perfectly fine now. So
yeah. I like how the at the start of the stream we're all like professional and stuff, and as the 12 hours slowly get on, we have a flipping party inside the comms box and everything.
Oh yes. And
I've
let's
been
see.
racing on G29 for like over 2 years, I guess. 2 years.
Yeah.
And I put it in the corner now, but it's like a Nokia of the racing wheels. I don't see ever it breaking.
Yeah, but the thing is that Porsche is so young. You may have to explain to him what a Nokia is, Damien.
Oh, I know.
How old are you, if I can ask?
15.
Like, what was that model called again?
The
5210, was it?
I think so, yeah. But just the deafening silence from Marco and Damien at this point is basically me earlier when we realise that we are now officially feeling very old.
Oh, no, don't remind me again.
I would give a lot to have to be 15 years old and have like a 2 years experience in sim racing.
I'd give both my testicles.
They still have both.
I mean, yeah, when I used to do Forza, I used to be decently quick. I mean, like, I used to be friends with this guy, and then he was like, well, my old gamer tag used to be Emerald, so he used to call me Emerald. So I used to be like, Emerald, why did he waste all that talent, lads? Why did he not do anything with it? He could have got into some big teams and stuff. And like, oh, don't know. I was too young. But yeah, it was a bit of a while back.
I've just seen something that's going to make some people quite happy. Well, by some people, maybe 3 of us.
Wait, hold on, where is it?
Rain expected in quarter of an hour.
Let's go! Ay! We're all reason to stay here till the end. Ay!
Oh,
Charger,
you're
can
getting
you stop,
15
please?
minutes for rain. Whoa.
Yeah, but only very slight amount of rain.
Hold on, let me get on the server and make that a thunderstorm for the last 3 minutes.
Stop pushing these buttons, Charger, please.
I'm furiously pressing them. Smack.
Have like a mini Alexa in the corner. Hey Alexa, turn the RWB 12 hours of Barcelona to rain in the final 5 minutes. Thanks.
Now you're giving me ideas.
Oh jeez, no.
Has sim racing gone too far?
Hey Alexa, make it wet in the final 5 minutes of the TGI Fridays.
Hey Alexa, make the final 90 seconds of this race just like Paul Ricard that time in the Constructors' Championship.
Hey Alexa, just put my teammate into P1, please. Thanks.
Glitches him out. The guy in the car's like, hold on, how do I jump from turn 1 to turn 10?
Yeah, Alexa, do my pit stop.
Alexa, change my tyre.
I can see lots of people.
Alexa, my tires are gone.
Bono, my tyres are gone. Alexa, disqualify the car ahead.
Alexa,
it's starting to rain heavy in 15 minutes.
Alexa, what is the optimum tyre strategy?
Just drive fast.
Alexa, what is the optimum tyre strategy? The optimum tyre strategy is fuck knows, good luck.
The optimum strategy is the strategy you are not doing.
Obviously. And Ryan Yee gets past Aston Martin as the auto director decides to switch to XRL McLaren.
Yeah.
Which, oh jeez, why is the pack so spread out now? It used to be like 2 seconds in the first 5 hours.
Because we're 11 3/4 hours almost into the race.
Yeah, but some of them should be still close. Like even the front two, Yee on the Ferrari.
Plates, yeah, it's about 12 seconds now, I think.
Yeah, but they can make it close. And look, P10 and P11, they're 8 temps. So that's alright.
Every time I see that R White, I just think of R White's lemonade. R White's lemonade. I'm a secret lemonade drinker. Ah, you have to be there. You had to be there.
My humour's actually
When did
gone
you have to
after
be
being-
there? 40 years ago? 30?
Probably 30 years ago, yeah.
After like 12 hours of like gaming, doing most of them doing commentating and stuff, I've actually lost all sense of humour. It's gone. But
It slipped down your leg.
yep. Loving the sleep deprived chat, top job. Yeah, indeed. It's an absolute nightmare. I think Rob's gonna go a bit quiet now because he's wishing, like, I don't know, some more caffeine during the 6 hour mark.
Oh no!
Yeah,
It's,
yeah, yeah.
As soon as when the broadcast is finished, it's going to be downstairs beer and pizza.
Beer and pizza.
Yeah, go get yourself a beer now, man.
Nah, it's fine. Stay on till the end of the race. I've managed to do 11 3/4 hours so far. I can probably keep going for another quarter of an hour.
See, me and Rob are an absolute OGs here. We started the race and we're finishing the race.
Yeah, but you had a break in the middle.
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah,
'Cause
you
I've been
weak.
streaming it. Actually, yeah. Yeah, sure. Oh, jeez. We need to keep this up, boys. Don't let us slot.
It's coming.
We've got 14 minutes left. Well, for 13 and a half minutes left. We got to keep it up.
And that was
13 minutes left. One of my cars are still not sure if they're gonna finish the race. Because our strategy is so ridiculously aggressive.
They're both next to each other in the standings.
The timer, the stint timer for 21 car, we're still not sure if he's gonna be able to do it in this stint. Depends where the leader will be on the final lap.
Yeah.
I'm literally gonna look like a witcher tomorrow.
Do you want me to toss you a coin then?
Oh, please.
I was wondering what I was going to say then when you said toss. To be fair. It's alright. I'll get me killed.
Just another ruble, please.
The ruble.
Oh, jeez. I like how at the start of the stream I was afraid when the stream went quiet and stuff, because like it would just be awkward for the viewers, and now we're all going quiet and stuff. It's just normal. Yeah.
What happens to the sound of the engine and game sound?
On the Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's on. Yeah, there's two ways of doing it.
Yeah, you need to share it through AC2 to get some volume. Through,
Okay. No worries.
for some reason the media thing doesn't.
That's alright.
Because
That's alright.
it's based on screen, I think, because he has all the transitions and stuff. So yeah.
So you can tell me, is the P3 as P1, P2, P3 as you thought it will be?
I mean, I expected Yi and Emo to be up there. We sort of expected Turin to like get up there because he in Bathurst was an absolute menace. He went from like the back to the front, so we kind of expected that. And to be honest, I didn't expect him to get a P3. I expected him to get top 5 at least. But geez, P3, they're flying, mate. and they got the fastest lap like the first time it went from wet to dry. They instantly got the fastest lap. I'm pretty sure they've had it the whole race now.
They haven't had it the whole race. I think the 44 BMWs had it at some point as well, but they managed to get it back during kind of the golden hour this morning. Meanwhile, the track has gotten noticeably darker and more overcast.
Oh, for flip's sake!
This is when the rain starts to come.
All right, boys, suit up. We've got a tough job ahead of us. Let's just say if everybody sticks out in slicks, we could be in for a fun one. But it's still saying 15 minutes till no, because the rain will come in the last like 4 minutes. Oh yeah, last 5 minutes now.
Oh, yes, I see now. Oh.
Oh jeez, boys, buckle up for some more action. Yeah.
If the leader crosses the line, it could actually be about 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Actually, my drivers told me that they like the Lambo even more with this setup in rain. When they're on like yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. Like our setup is very like compromise.
Yeah.
And it freaking paid off.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, is a lot, how do you drive the Lambo like fast? Because I can sometimes get in it, and it'll just be like, oh, I can't drive this. It's so.
It's very specific.
Yeah.
But we had one of our drivers, Sebastian. He was imagine that he was doing a double stint on one set of tires. He started on dry, then it went wet. He stayed on the same dry set. It went dry again, and he finished in rain. On one set, double stint.
And
he must have been like confused.
Eddie, no worries. Eddie Warden just coming out of the pits in the 33 Audi. Currently in 6th place at the moment. I know that a few drivers still need to actually come into the pits to reset the stint time, although given it's going to start raining soon, they might also have to pit for more than just resetting the stint timer. Is that Deadpool on the back of that Lexus?
Yes, it is. I've just noticed now.
Yeah, the names on the side as well. You would have to zoom in on. You've got Nick Fury Smith. What is it? Odin Sean, because his name's Eddie, which is apparently a newer version of Odin anyway. And then you've got Dave Deadpool. Tyrion Dave. It's just a mess. It's just funny.
More drivers coming into the pits to reset the stint timer and just wait for it to start raining, which it's actually the weather forecast has changed. Instead of being light rain in the next few minutes, it's going to absolutely bucket it down, which is going to be great for us because we're in a nice dry commentary box and going to be an absolute pain for the drivers.
It's just gonna be so funny. Like at this point you're just like, I want to see something mess up, just because it's gonna be so funny at the end of the race and see who I can actually handle this in the wet, and it's it's just gonna be weird and funny.
If you have a look at the front of that Lexus as well, it's got Ant-Man on the bumpers.
And the number 5 Ferrari's got a drive-through penalty again for track limits.
Right, so guys, enjoy the last 5 minutes mayhem. I'm gonna go and join my team to celebrate our big brains strategy, or to basically be there for them if it's not gonna work. Still don't know. Absolute pleasure, and thank you very much for commentating.
Have fun.
worries.
No worries.
Okay.
Have fun, mate.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The way that they went very fast.
Yeah.
And folks, it's gonna rain in a minute, and that will give me something to keep awake for.
Just do Red Bull, mate. That'll work. Or Monster.
Intravenous, yeah.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Just give me a few chalky notes and I'm back on my way. And folks, it's going cloudy and
It's getting darker.
hold on, can no one speak until it rains?
No, it's raining now.
And if it's off tea, it's raining. Oh jeez.
Literally, as you said that, nobody speak until it's raining. It starts raining. With 4 minutes and 50 seconds of...
That's crazy, isn't it? Especially in Spain. Yeah.
I'm in Spain, but without the A. Wait, no, in Spain without the S, I mean.
No, Spain without the A is... No, Spain without the A is spin.
Or pain.
I mean...
Yeah.
No, that's without the S.
I mean, there will be in Spain, without the A, because they will be spinning with the rain. And here it comes fully. Ah, great.
Here we go. Track is already greasy.
Paul H has watched a good amount of this 12-hour race. Good job, Paul. You're one of the more of the OGs here today. Watching the and hold on, give me a second.
Hardcore. I've been watching this since about 2 o'clock, to be fair.
And the YouTube chat is filling up to watch drivers make their final pit stops, thinking that they merely had to reset the stint timer. Oh no. Final pit stops might be for more than just resetting the stint timer at this rate. It might actually be for putting wets on.
I doubt anyone's going to pit, are they?
I think the top 3 have to.
Do they?
Stint timer.
Oh, okay.
I think the top 3 may have to still pit. I don't know. Which is why we saw Perry and Moore recently in the pits, because they had to quickly reset the stint timer. Meanwhile, can this rain get a bit heavier, please?
Weather.
And there's Turin coming into the pits now.
Wow.
And 2 minutes and nearly coming up to the half. Yes, boys, nearly over. We need the rain to get up and crash it down. As it's gone greasy, the track. Yeah, let's go, folks. I'm afraid straight after this, straight after the checkered flag and everybody's coming to the pits, I'm going because I've got a friend to call because it's his birthday and I'm tired.
Oof. I dread to think what time I have to be up tomorrow for a Formula E practice. Why do I do this to myself? The track is now showing. The track is now showing as damp. Oh god.
Oh jeez.
Awesome.
Oh, this is going to be a fairly crazy. I wonder if how aware of what time is left on the clock is Ryan Yee, and if he reckons he's got enough time in hand, about 14 seconds over Emo Plate, to just back off massively, or if he's going to be just a complete and utter sadist in the eyes of everyone else and get behind the wheel to carry on for another lap. Prime in the chat said that all the top cars have already done our drive-through. Cheers for the update on that. Top 3 cars, excuse me. Cheers for the update, mate. We're yeah, this is going to be insane. Graga in the YouTube chat is saying that you need to go to sleep, Porsche. I mean,
He does.
To be fair, it's past his bedtime, so
Yeah, you need to get your beauty sleep.
Actually, I was up to 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I was playing COD with Charger as well. and his mates.
I wasn't there. I don't know what you're
not?
talking about. No, I wasn't there.
I didn't stay up to like 3 o'clock, but then I watched TV till like 3, and it's oh Jesus. Anyways, folks, 1 minute, well, less than 1 minute left. 30 seconds
to go. He's gonna.
Yes, lads.
We're gonna get another lap. We're going to get another lap. He can't. He can't back off
No.
now. So we're getting another lap here as a bunch of drivers on slicks are attempting to try.
Would you have backed off there with the distance he's got? I don't know. Yeah.
Would Ryan Yee? Right, how much are we betting that Ryan Yee just slides off now? Hopefully
No.
not.
It'd be really gutting if he did, after he could have actually ended the race there and then by just lifting.
It'd be Norris, it's not Sochi. It would literally be the same thing. It's it's absolutely mad.
It's pretty moist out there, isn't it?
It's mildly moist at the moment, and to top it off, Capsy has been given a drive-through penalty in car number 8.
Oh jeez.
Oh shit.
How can the night get any worse for some people?
Track
Jeez.
limits.
Yep, track limits and a drive-through penalty on the final lap. Just cut your losses, mate, and just accept the time penalty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just, I think everybody, even if you're like just watching it, you're just like, I'm dead. Yeah. Also, Stream Elements just put in the chat. Please remember to like and subscribe. Yes, please do.
Please do. Yes. Ryan Yee.
And it's not worth staying up to like midnight when you're sleep deprived. I'm joking.
Scott Frizz come into the pits from 10th in the 97 Porsche. Ryan Yee is just simply trying to keep the McLaren on the track, which he is.
And Ryan Yee is going to be your race. Oh, I ruined that one for you, didn't I, Rob? As I actually just slowed down and
crossed the line, as a couple of drivers have already slowed down just to let him through, as it is now properly pissing it down with rain, and Ryan Yee crosses the line to win
the
12 hours of Barcelona.
Second.
And to top it off, Han. Oh, it gets worse for Damien's team, as Ryan Yee just loops it deliberately.
And Emma Plate comes in second, followed by Taryn and then the 911. Jesus, they made
Han 13th. So 13th place, Han in the 21 Lamborghini, stop and go 30 seconds.
Why?
Probably because he was waiting for Yee to cross the line and didn't come into the pits to reset the stint timer.
Oh jeez.
So that's been converted to plus 30.
Oh jeez. Anyways, my driver of the weekend, if it is like the whole day, is the 911 car, because they flipping sent it.
There are too many people to say that about particular drivers. It's just been so many phenomenal team efforts from pretty much the entire field. I mean, Jack Alexander's opening stint and his later on stints before the slight misspeed in the pit lane was phenomenal to watch.
I've got to call out, of course, the Admin Avengers car. Admins rock.
Where did the Admin Avengers car come?
17th.
17th, that's the result.
Yeah, that's a good result. Oh jeez, I'm really falling asleep now.
If there's any drivers out there that want to drop into comms before we finish, feel free.
Yeah, feel free to... Scot-free almost binning the Porsche on the third to last corner.
He's just showing off for you.
Oh, fair enough. Marco's decided that now is the perfect time to go to bed. I mean, after all, it is like 8 minutes past 1 in the morning in Germany for him at the moment.
And I'm just watching Ryan Yee. Ryan Yee's doing a flipping drift session in the McLaren. It's so fun to watch. And he's got Emma. I'm saving the replay for that and getting the after he finishes. I'm just getting that so I can get a picture of him just sliding the car, going to the pits. Oh, jeez.
I'm keeping an eye on the waiting for comms section in Discord to drag anyone in.
I think everybody's going to go to sleep.
I think everyone is either going to go to sleep or go to the fridge and get a beer.
And some pizza.
Oh, no, not that.
Oh, yeah. It's been too much of a challenge this. Thank you for having me, Rob and Charger. I'm dead, my guy.
Oh, no worries. It was absolutely brilliant. Oh, God, we've got plenty of drivers wanting to come in. Oh, God. Right, we're going to be here for a while. We've got 3 drivers. We've got...
Already.
Prime, Sam Sneltron, and the Dark Affliction all joining us in the... Ryan Yee joining us all in the party venue.
Right. Ryan Yee, the absolute legend. Oh, jeez.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello.
Good, thanks. We're all sleep deprived, so don't. Yeah, if we ask you a silly question, don't take it seriously.
Don't expect anything that resembles coherence or sensibleness or anything too serious from us, because we're all bloody knackered.
Same here.
Us too. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How are you guys feeling after that race? Because I feel pretty tired. Are you guys pretty tired?
I'm tired, and Ryan here was also doing RCI today, so he's a bit of a globetrotter, but we love him for it.
Fun fact: Ryan actually won 2 endurance races today.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, what a race! That was the perfect kind of weather to where it really makes the strategy a lot of fun, and I think we caught a lot of breaks. I know these guys will attest to that. We needed a few things to go our way, and somehow they did.
Yep.
Yeah. What's it, Ryan? I've got the replay of you sliding on the end lap, so I'm definitely getting a picture of that, sending that to you. Yeah. Oh, geez, it was a tough race for some people. And how did you find the wet last lap?
I love driving in the rain. That's like my favorite thing. So I was enjoying every bit of it.
Yeah, it was your home turf, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with around 2 hours or so, that rain that came up saved us from having to double stint. And we're like, who's going to do the next one? And Ryan's like, well, I'll do it.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, it was a good race to see for me. Rob, you got anything you want to ask these people who have devoted their life to sim racing?
You think with a degree in sports journalism, I'd actually be able to think of something that could be a coherent sentence right now. Given that someone was up at 5:45 this morning for Formula E coverage, but there we go. That's my fault for covering that in the first place. What time have I got to be up tomorrow? Actually, for FP3, I probably should check that. Either way. Oh, fucking hell, have I got to be up in like 6 3/4 hours?
Oh, jeez. Actually, no, I've got to be up I've got to be up like, I don't know, 5:45 for the F1. I've got watch
you than me.
The big thing is, did you all enjoy it?
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it, even though I'm sleep deprived. It was good.
Yeah, look, an awesome race. I love Barcelona.
It was amazing fun to commentate on for the entirety of the race. I mean, I think the caffeine's worn off now, but...
Yeah, I don't have a ton of experience with the McLaren, but Ryan's a great setup guy and gave us a really good balanced setup that felt, well, I didn't do too much rain driving, but I think he'll say it went very well. So, yeah.
And to be fair, it did look super planted as well.
Yeah.
Whenever it was on stream, it's just like, yeah, that car looks pretty easy to drive in these conditions, even though they're bloody dreadful.
Who did the setup for that car?
I did.
Okay, I'll be tapping you then.
Yeah, we all are. Like we watched one guy near the back, like who might have just struggled with pace or might struggle with the car, and we watched you. You noticed how much more planted the car was at the rear and stuff, like especially in the wet as well. It was so good to see you drive because it was just like it was like a center move almost. It was just like you can drive in the wet and nothing gonna happen. Sorry, I'm sleep deprived.
I should be sleep deprived, but I'm not for some reason. I started the race on 1 hour of sleep and a can of cola.
Wow.
Here we are.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna go to bed now.
Understandable.
Well, it's past your bedtime, Porsche. You're young, so it's your bedtime 3 hours ago. You're grounded.
Well, hey, thanks guys for putting it on. We've done a few of these now, Sam and I have, and they're a great time. And thanks for sticking it out. I'm sure you don't want to talk for another 24 hours. But thanks, guys.
Expect beans too.
Yeah,
Thanks,
the beans
thanks
will
for
be
joining.
back.
Beans too. Hopefully with an actually bean themed livery. So we'll can't wait for that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll send a tin of Heinz bake, a photo of a tin of Heinz bake.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
That would be an awesome livery, actually, wouldn't it?
Well, we
found one on Reddit, and I messaged the guy, "Hey, can we like steal this for this event?" And he just never replied, and we were so sad.
Yeah, race department actually has a Heinz version for the Aston, but nothing for the McLaren. So we'll have to. Oh, maybe we'll commission our own official beans livery. Who knows?
Have a word with Flack. He's pretty handy with the old liveries. He commissions stuff.
All right.
Yeah, he's racer sold as well. I think he's done a few commissions in the past as well.
Yeah, he's done some for me.
Yeah.
Who do I send the Who do I send the Heinz beans to?
All of us.
Okay, cool. I'm converted to PNG now, don't we, folks?
Sick. I waited my 12-hour race for this moment.
And there it is in the chat, Ryan. Congrats to Team Beans.
Yes. Not Team Beans, just a Beans.
There you go, Ryan.
Yes.
Team Farts. That's what you should call it.
Heck yeah. Team Farts. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Farts comes after Beans.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go, Prime.
That's it.
Oh, I have a message. They're perfect. Yes, those are the ones. Yeah, the cars we found are like that color with the beans too. So it's literally like a can. It's great.
Excellent.
No worries, folks.
No worries. I'm just going to quickly, before we head off and get dinner and beer and probably sleep for a few of us.
I need to take my skirt off, so yeah.
Yeah, you do, to be fair, Charles. You've had that on for a while now, your straw skirt.
He brought the rain. He brought the rain.
Nah, I saw that hula skirt.
Yeah.
In the chat. That's good.
It did, to be fair. On a Monday night, we've got the Monday Fun Series and the M2 GTC Twilight Hour Cup. There's the round 7, I think it is. Yes, 7 of the, or 8. No, it's round 8. Yes, it's definitely round 8 of the Constructors' Championship Season 6. My God, my brain has gone completely. It's Wreckfest Wednesday on Wednesday night. The Coalition Cup with TSR, RRL, and else is it? Yes, SCB Sim Racing is on Thursday night. The TGI Friday Series with NMR powered by RWB is on Friday evening. Saturday evening sees the Season 3 of the RST Competizione series, and sign-ups at lunchtime.
Hey, Rob, I just popped back over here to the chat. Richard Yee for the win.
Yeah. and finally, in less than 12 hours' time, sign-ups will be open for round 3 of the RWB International Endurance Series, the Big Ridge 90 Suzuka 6 hours.
Not another one.
My thanks to Panda, Porsche, Charger, Nate, and everyone else who popped into comms during this race. To Nate for hosting the stream. Massive congrats to Prime, Ryan, and Sam on the win, and to everyone who finished that race. I'm off to put the oven on, get some pizza, get a beer.
I'm off to my bed. I probably feel like heaven.
And yes, Porsche is going to bed because it's past its bedtime. There'll be more from us coming up, but as always, we're all sleep deprived as fuck. And it's bye for now.
Bye for now, folks.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night. I was.